Hello. Hello, everyone out there. Welcome. We're excited to have you. Welcome to the Unstoppable You live stream. This is day two. So I'm super excited to be here. This is where we get you unstuck so you can reclaim your power and create happy, loving relationships. I'm Amy Shade. I am a certified life coach. I'm also an emotional strategist that really empowers you to get you unstuck in your life and your relationships. This is day two, as I said, and yesterday was awesome. We had Felicia Bender. She did numerology, so she helped us. She taught us how to calculate our life path numbers and then also our year number, which was awesome. And then we also had Heather Adema. She really gave us a new perspective into decluttering, what that looks like. It's not only our closets, it's also our mind and our body, which was really beautiful. And of course, Marita, she really grounded us, and she spoke into her story that was super powerful. And everyone gave us new ways to heal and new perspectives. So today, again, I want to speak into being unstoppable. And I'm emphasizing the word being because doing, is just exhausting us. Like our to-do list, checking things off is just exhausting us. But being loving, being supportive, taking that choice and like walking into a situation and deciding to be peaceful. That's where our passions for life really, really start living. When we get rid of the doing and we walk into the being. And being unstoppable is so relevant as we are being asked to be more empathetic, more loving, and more creative and innovative, right? Super fun if we be that, right? If we really look at that perspective. Because we're teetering still between uncertainty and hope. Everyone's in their own wave of COVID and the different effects of it. But just we must find ways to be resourceful, to be accountable, to be decisive with our families, with ourselves, and our businesses. So another thing that came up, and I like to emphasize in every live, is that, our life of healing is a journey. It's not about being perfect. It's not about doing like everyone's got to do the same thing. It's one of my visions behind this is like, I don't want to offer you a cookie cutter way of healing. It's more like I want you to see all different perspectives of healing and doing life really and being in life. So if one thing doesn't work for you, try to implement another. But this is what I do know is that practice and creating structures is really key to moving your life forward. Because we often get on track, and in doing so, even though that allows for opportunity for growth, is practicing and trying things and really deciding to commit and take action is really key to success. Because we can no longer quit our dreams, our hopes, our desires, and we at the Unstoppable are here to support you and give you new opportunities and possibilities for your life. Because the vision, as I said, the vision behind the Unstoppable You was to create a live event where you could find new ways of being. You can get your questions answered in real time. And, it's really kind of like what happens after you hit that wall. And all of us hit the wall with COVID, right? We hit the wall, we smacked up against it. Many of us are hitting the wall over and over and over in our life. And I knew what it was to hit that wall, right? Because when my fiance passed away, I hit the wall and I was like, what do I do now? Like I had my life planned out. Now what? And, after you hit the wall, it's like you start finding new ways of being and loving yourself and really moving forward. And that's really what interests me about the live and creating this vision. And this live is fine. We hit the wall. Many of us hit walls over and over, but what do we do next? What's our possibilities? How can we actually grow and really create a life that we truly desire? And I had to make that decision. I had to make that decision and choose to love myself, to create a new life and a new business and implement structures in my life that really took a lot of my emotions out of it and got me into this cycle of really just being and getting things done, which, you know, I'm with you here today. This is one of my visions. Because all of us have the ability to be super resourceful and accountable and capable. And all of us on the panel truly believe that about you. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you for all your questions and filling out the survey. It's really super helpful to know where the live stream can go, because you guys drive the live stream. Like, I use your questions because I want to hear what you have to say, because you guys can drive this whole live stream and you can get a lot of questions answered today. So blow up the chat. Let us know what you're doing, how you're feeling. Any questions that come up, let us know. Also, if you're watching from YouTube, subscribe to my channel. It would be awesome. And with that, what I'm going to do is introduce your experts. So I'm going to take me out of full view and say hello to everybody. So quickly, we have Sherry Breyer. She is the CEO of Women Rock Project, and she's the author of Daring, Dazzling, Divine, Secrets to Rock Your Life, which we're fellow dancers and choreographers, so we got like a really great synergy. And also Melita Campbell, she'll be going next. She is a business coach for female entrepreneurs. And she's such a beautiful, she has a beautiful way of really helping women with their businesses and with their mindset and who they are. And we also have Judith Quinn today. She is a vocal confidence specialist. Yes. And she's going to, at the end of this segment, she's going to lead us into a practice, which will be super fun. So hello, everybody, and welcome. So Sherry, why don't you unmute yourself and let's start talking. It's at the bottom.
Got it. Hi.
Yeah. Hi, Sherry. How are you doing today?
Actually fabulous, Amy. Yes. Yes.
So tell us about you and what you do, and I want to know all about you and your project, your Women's Rock Project, which is beautiful.
Well, first I want to say why I'm fabulous. This is, we've all been in this time of great change. It's been the whole world, and now after yesterday, after this bill has gone through, it seems like we are on our way to another great change. And they say that this can change the whole world, really, with what is being offered to the American people. Another thing I wanted to say is I just opened the door in my cabinet and found this quote that says, sometimes the door opens and a human being becomes a way for grace to come through. And it all starts with us. It starts with each individual. What I do is I've been a dancer all my life. I have had my own studio for the last 30 years, been teaching dance just about every day. I loved it. It was my passion. I love dancing. I love teaching. I love choreographing. I love rehearsing my dance companies. I loved creating concerts. And then, of course, we all got shut down. So my studio got shut down probably about a year ago today, maybe. Almost, yes. And so I had the time finally to be able to promote a project that I had been working on for several years, and it's called womenrockproject.com. And there's a whole story about how I came to do that, or to create that. So what it is, womenrockproject.com is the largest online video library of women's wisdom to inspire, inspire, educate, and motivate women and girls around the world. So this has been my new passion project for several years, but I didn't have the time to get it out to the world. And so then in last March I did, and I thought, well, what would be like a new way, something new to come out about it? And I decided to write a book. And it is called Daring, Dazzling, and Divine, Secrets to Rock Your Life. And it is really, they both stand on their own, but it is, the book is kind of an extension or a reflection of the project. It's all about women who have had to make change in their life, who, because of whatever circumstance, I mean, it may have been health reasons, it might have lost a job, empty nest syndrome, whatever it was, these women, through no fault or circumstances of their own, they had to make a change. And that was actually something that I needed to do because I'm a dancer, and they told me I needed 2 hip replacements. And that's that's not a good diagnosis. And I didn't know if I would ever even be able to walk again, let alone dance. So I was asking Spirit what I could do if I couldn't teach anymore, because I teach dance because I love beauty. I love to create beauty. But my main purpose was to inspire girls and women to fulfill their own potential. So I wrote this book, and it's Daring, Dazzling, and Divine: Secrets to Write Your Life. And I did that from this time last year until the summer. And then I started to learn how to promote the project and the book. And that's what I've been doing. And so for me, this time of change, it's been very difficult for everyone in the world. It's been difficult for me because I have great wanderlust, and being closed in is the worst. But I have been able to actually reinvent and recreate my life. And when I'm able to open the studio again, I am not going to teach all the classes that I did. I'm only going to keep my advanced class and my dance company.
So let me ask you, you hear a lot of stories, you talk to a lot of women within this project. So can you give us, do you see a consistency of 2 or 3 things that women have to really move forward in their life? Do you see something that's consistent in that?
Absolutely. That is, as I was going out and interviewing these women and coming back, and I learned to edit. So as I was editing, I saw there was a consistent thread and lessons that all of these women, no matter what their circumstances, had gone through. And I saw that that there were 3 things that needed to be done to change your life. And they are the title of my book: Daring, Dazzling, and Divine. You need to become daring. Then you need to become dazzling, be willing to be dazzling. And then you have to have a vision that's larger than yourself. And I can go into any of those things further if you want.
So let's go into daring and dazzling.
Okay.
Let's start with daring. Talk about that. Let's just talk about that first.
Let's talk about daring. We all love to live in our comfort zone, or maybe we don't love. We all live in our comfort zones, whether we love it or not. Mostly, we don't take that chance. To become daring, the first thing that you need to do is have a vision that's larger than yourself. And how are you going to do that when you don't really know who you are and when you're not really doing what you love? So you have to go deeply into yourself. And this part is very challenging. You do have to find out who you are, what your talents are, what your tendencies are, you have to find out why you were actually put here on this earth, because most of us are not doing that. And once you can find that, which is, it's big, it's a big study. And there are many coaches, I'm sure that many of the women who have been on your show yesterday and today will be able to help people to do that. I am more of an inspirer. I'm a get up and go, let's do this. So once you find that passion, what it is that you were born to do, then that's just the beginning. Then you have to be willing to take the leap. And I have a mantra that says run, 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 jump. And the thing is that you just have to, if you do a lot of therapy or whatever you do, you come to that point where you have to take that leap. And this is the time to do that, everyone, because everybody's in flux. Everything is moving, everything is changing, and it's so much easier to do it when other people are doing it. And we're going to be coming out of this lockdown, this world lockdown, and you can be whoever you want to be and create whatever you need to create. You just have to be daring. Take that chance.
Yeah. So, and I know that for many shut down during the shutdown, and some people and many opened up during the shutdown, right? So so what do you think is happening there? Is it about, what have you found in your research?
With exactly what? With what's happening right now, or
well, just with the people that the shutdown, like some people shut down and some people exploded. Right?
Absolutely, yes. Some people, yeah. I mean, we hear there's a lot of obviously, there's a lot of sadness. There's a lot of depression. There's a lot of curl up and hibernate and leave me alone. And but God, some people are recreating their lives and are coming out with are ready to take the leap, and it's just very exciting. I mean, you can go. I post on Women Rock Project every week. I post at least one new person. And you can go there and you can see these people who are just, as you said, exploding. They're ready to go. They're ready to leap. They're ready to, like, that Amanda Gorman, the young woman who, the poet who spoke at, I mean, geez. Yeah, like, where did she come from? And there are a lot of young people who are just. I mean, look at the newscasters. Look at the people who are reporting things. They're very young, and and the people who are aides in the government. They're really. I mean, people are going for it. It's like, I think people are getting that life is short. You may not have many more chances. And this is a time to go for it. It's you need to clear your vision. You need to know what your vision is, and that's hard. That is hard because we have been so conditioned to be anything but who we really are. So
I want to dive into that because, as I said, we talked about this yesterday, also about vision, because I did a workshop a couple weeks ago, and I said, let's talk about vision. Who's tired of this vision thing, right? And who loves the vision thing? As some people are like, oh, I just can't hit. Are we doing the vision again? You know what I mean? And then some people were like really into it. So let's talk about vision with you. Like, how do you start in your book? How do you start? Like, where does it go?
There's a line. It's actually a line in the Bible that says, "Without a vision, the people perish," and it's like when you go on a journey, you don't just like, well, some of us do, and sometimes it's fun, get in the car and just see where it takes you. But having a focus, you need to have a focus. Energy follows thought. That's one of the main precepts in the universe. And you need to have that thought of, okay, this is where I want to go. This is what I'm going to do. How do you find that? Well, you find that people find it in different ways. They find it by getting in touch with their intuition. And there are many ways to get in touch with your intuition. You can meditate. We dance, come to when you dance. Don't you come to a point where no matter how frazzled or crazy you are, there comes to a point where you become very quiet. You feel your soul and your being. And, I think I'm all about asking questions. And I think that if you ask questions, I mean, the big question is, who am I? But that's kind of a really big question.
Yeah.
But just start asking questions. What is it that I love? What is it? What was I like as a little girl? What did I do? When I said, "Mommy, mommy, look at me," what was I doing that I wanted to be seen? And was willing to be seen. So I would say the two big things: ask questions and be willing to turn. Change your point of view. Okay, it's like, physically, just, if you're in a state, just stop looking forward and turn to the side. It's a whole new world there. Okay, that's physically. Emotionally, you've got these thoughts that drive us crazy, that make us think that whatever phobia or fears we have, or reticence or whatever, how can we turn from that? You don't go down. I mean, you don't go down streets. You're walking around, and you don't go down streets where there are where it's threatening and where bad things are happening. You just say no. You turn around. You turn, and you go somewhere else. So, I mean, these are they're directions. And as I said, you can. WomenRockProject.com is full of 500 women who are telling you where they were at, why they needed to change, what they did to change, how they overcame the obstacles, and then how they're living a life that they want to live. So I would say, go there. You're gonna get 500 ideas that are more than me.
Well, I like the idea. I love the idea of changing your perspective, because sometimes I think it's better now, but it's interesting. It's like you're not allowed sometimes to change the way you think, and we see this a lot in I don't want to go into it, but into politics or whatever, right? I don't want to talk about that, but like there is a
good plan.
Or even in a marriage, you're not allowed to change the plan. It's like, yeah, but maybe I want to go back to school, and maybe that's where the plan needs to go now. So I think, can you speak into, I love that idea of changing your perspective to allow things to happen.
Well, everything's energy. We're energy. Everything around us is energy. And like in you're talking about different like marriages or politics or whatever. Everybody is most comfortable with static, with things the way they are. And you change your mind, you change your energy, and you start to rock the boat. And all I can say is, what do you want to do? Do you want to stay on a boat that's just going in the wrong direction, that's not going where you want to go, that you're not happy on? Or are you going to take a chance? I mean, even if you have to jump off the boat, even if you can't turn around, turn the boat around, jump off. I mean, it's, in a way, it's very cavalier to say, but it's your life. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? I mean, I know it's hard. I don't have kids. If I had kids, it would be like a zillion times harder to do anything that I wanted to do. I know that. I've never worked for anybody else. I've always been self-employed from the time I was 12 years old. So I never had people telling me what I had to do. Although I have, as a woman, as a person, you're always expected to do certain things. All I can say is, wake up. We have to wake up to the life that nobody's going to do it for us. Nobody's going to do it for us. So it's time. It's time. We have to recreate our lives if we want to. And now is the time. I would say now is the time, because everything is like, everything's already in flux. So,
Yeah, and there's a question here from the audience, which you're speaking into now, right? Is how to achieve my goal? Like how to achieve my goals is what they asked. And you're speaking into that. So achieving your goals is really about the vision, starting with the vision, right?
Right, 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 right. The yes, it is. It is the vision. What are your goals? You have, if you know what your goals are, you are really on your way. You know, you
Yeah.
just start asking questions. Ask people. Don't be. You know, an island. One of my things was for this past year was I was no longer going to do things that really stress me out,
Mm.
and I was no longer going to be a lone wolf. Which I was in my studio. Although my husband and I had the studio together, I kind of, you know, the studio was my responsibility. This thing about being a lone wolf, about being afraid to ask questions or ask other people for help, that's a big thing to ask people.
Right.
You know, and okay, this is big. Learning to receive. You know, receiving is not a sign of weakness. Receiving is a gift to other people. So if you ask people, if you have goals and you want to know how to fulfill those goals, go find somebody who's already fulfilled that goal and ask them. And it's really a gift to them. You know, what are they going to feel? They're going to feel like, wow, I'm important. Wow, I can do something for somebody else. So I would say that's a big one. Ask.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that, because I've been there, right? So I think that when you're not there yet, you're afraid to ask the person who's there. But what's happening is that the people that are there are usually very loving and giving, and it's just amazing. Like when I started reaching out to speakers for projects like this, I was just amazed with always the participation, the passion you guys have. It's like, when I first started, I wasn't where you guys were at, right? So it was like I had to ask.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing what you get back. It's amazing what you get back because.
Yeah, well, so Amy, talking about, I am no expert speaker by any means. I have had public speaking phobia from the time I was a little girl. And I would not speak, no matter what was asked of me or how it would have helped me. I did not speak in public. I mean, I actually left my required public speaking course in college to the last semester of the last day. And I guess I did it because I did graduate. But I have not, this has been a big deal for me to come out now and start publicizing this book and this project. And why am I able to do it? Because I have a vision that's larger than my fear. And so I say, okay, I'm going to, I have to do this. I have to do this. And you know what? I love it.
Yeah, so, that's a deal, right? Like,
yeah.
When you actually get there, you actually love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it may have been, the thing that I was supposed to do all these, a whole lifetime, and kept pushing it away and pushing it away. And after the first time I actually did a half an hour, interviews were okay, but I actually did a half an hour of speaking on my own on the stage. And I said, this is fun. I was terrified and I loved it. So, we're stopped by our ideas of things and what people have told us that, oh, you can't do that. You're not that person. I can't do that. I'm a dancer. I move my body. I can't speak.
Oh, that's a big one for dancers.
Yeah. So, yes.
A couple things are coming on. Hi, Zan. Hi, Joanne. Yes, Judith, thank you for your comment. Zan says, I love that if you can't turn the boat around, jump off. I think many of us have had those jump off moments. We're just like, and Joanne says, she's getting better at asking for help. And I know Judith, women don't like to ask for help. I don't know if men are probably the same way. They don't like to ask for help. But where's the, it's such a gift to ask for help. And then, can you speak into that a little bit more?
Oh, let's see. There are a couple of quotes that really speak to that. And Martha Graham, of course, Martha Graham because she's I would say the originator of modern dance in America. And I'm sure a lot of people have heard her quote that, let's see, where is that? Okay, she says, there is a vitality, a life force, an energy, a quickening that is translated through you into action. And because there is only one of you in all time, this expression is unique. And if you block it, it will never exist through any other medium and will be lost. And that says to me, if you hear that and you say that and you see that it's a gift. It is a gift. Who you are is enough. Who you are is a gift. Who you are is what the world has been waiting for. So yeah, this is, it sounds, okay, it sounds abstract and people want, okay, this step, first I do this and then I do that and then I do that. And it's not like that. It goes the other way around. It goes like, okay, what my vision is this. And what I'm going to have to do to get there is this. And again, you said at the very beginning, if you're opening, it's not about doing. It's about being. What are you going to be today that will allow you to be more daring? What are you going to be today that will allow you to be more dazzling, to show up, to be willing to be seen? And what are you going to be today that will allow you to be divine, will allow you to have a vision that's larger than yourself, to share with the world? Know that it's big. It's all bigger than your little thing, a little thing.
Yes, and the more that you actually, as I say, the more that you actually go out there with this vision, like people start showing up for you. The universe loves energy and change. Like they love that movement and energy, and they want to jump on with you. You know what I mean? It's like people want to jump on with you. People love good energy and like beautiful visions and purpose and really moving towards something. So yeah, I believe that once you start, it starts getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you start getting more, oh yeah, this is really me, right?
Yeah,
you start being it, right?
Yeah. Energy attracts energy. If we keep closed in a little ball, nothing can come in. You just, that little crack, that's what she said. What did I say? Sometimes the door opens and a human being becomes a way for grace to come through. Yeah.
And it's important to say it could be just a little opening. Doesn't have to be big.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. The American Indians, I think it's the American Indians, when they create crafts, they always create, like if they create something with ceramics, some kind of clay pot, they always have a little space, a little something that's not perfect for the spirit to come in. Same thing with any of the other things. If they do a weaving, there's always a little, you'll look at it and you'll say, oh, that's strange. Look at that little red thread there. They forgot to take it out. No, they didn't forget to take it out. They put it in because that is, then people ask questions. And it's like, oh, okay, that's when the spirit comes in, when you ask a question.
I love that. Thank you for that. So I'm going to give you one more question because I think this is a good one.
Uh-oh.
So Marissa asked, how do I stop taking the easy path just because it's easy?
Well, you know what? Maybe your true vision is an easier path. It's, we think, oh, well, this is easy for me. I can, it's no big deal. And, maybe the thing that you're looking at wanting to do or the change that you're wanting to make is not your path, is not the new path. And again, it goes back to digging deeper and finding out what is your true, because, when you find out what it really is, and of course, you have to put the work into it and you have to, it's a path, but you find out just like I found out with the speaking, This is easy. I can do this, and before it was like, well, geez, I wouldn't really know what to say. And, I'd start blah, 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 blah. And, when you do, don't come up with something that's out of your ilk and think that then you have to do it. And that's going to be harder.
So I know you have a 100+ lifestyles a woman can rock. So can you speak into that for a free gift?
Yes. So yes, if you go to my website,
I'll put it in the chat for them.
Yeah. If you go to womenrockproject.com, on the banner, you'll see an icon on the left, and you click on that, and it says 100+ lifestyles a woman can rock. And it will download. You can download it into your own computer, and it will be your own little library of videos. I mean, you'll have videos, and you can click on any of the videos and have it right there, so you don't have to go to the site if you don't want to. You can just click on, and it's set up the same as the website is. It has all different kinds of lifestyles, all different kinds of careers you can explore, and you just you'll have it right on your computer, and you can just click on it and think, oh, this woman looks interesting, or this lifestyle sounds interesting, and hear all about it.
Great. Well, thank you, Sherry, for that. That was beautiful. I know we're going to talk about that, Joanne, what we said yesterday. So, all right. Now thank you for that. We're going to go in with, we're going to start Melita Campbell. We're going to go to her next. And I'm going to... Let's see if we can't mute your mic. Okay. So welcome, Melita. I'm so happy to have you here. So tell us about you and what you do, and let us get to know you.
So thanks, Amy, for being here. And thanks, Sherry, for everything you just said, because it really sets up what I was thinking of saying too. And I know we were going to talk about productivity, but actually that stems from everything that Sherry just said. So I'm looking forward to digging in deeper to that as well. But by way of introduction, I'm Melita Campbell. I'm a business coach. I'm based in Switzerland, originally from the UK. So when I started my business 13 years ago, I did so around a young family and no support. I didn't have a clue what was going on. I didn't speak the local language. My husband was traveling. So it was really like figuring out so much at the same time. And one of the things I didn't figure out was productivity. And I ended up burning out. So the business that I created at that time, I realized was not my purpose. I was doing the wrong business. And through that discovery, the burnout was really that point where, and we just mentioned it, how do you know if you're on too easy a path? And my path was kind of too easy, but also too hard at the same time. It wasn't giving me any energy. It wasn't giving me any joy. And it was clear once I came to that kind of grinding halt that my lifestyle and how I'd been feeling and my health for a long time had been telling me, get off this path. And I'd completely ignored it all until it really kind of slaps you in the face at one point. So then I made the change and I was like, what? And I think part of why I didn't switch paths sooner was that I didn't know what else I could do. So I started a communication consultancy. I'd had a career in marketing, communications, leadership, communication consultancy, and leadership communication coaching. So that was what I knew, but it wasn't necessarily what my passion was, because to be able to do that as a part-time mompreneur around everything else, then the part of it that I could do wasn't the bit that I enjoyed most. And so it kind of came to this crashing halt. And then I looked around me and thought, okay, well, these are my skills. This is my passion. This is what really lights me up. This is the business I really want to create. How can I make that happen? And as soon as I just started to challenge myself and I looked around and I saw all these women who had incredible skills, they'd built this amazing business, they got incredible results for their clients. They just didn't know how to make it a profitable business. They didn't know how to balance their business and everything else, which I'd learned the hard way. And they didn't know how to market their business. They didn't know how to sell. They didn't know how to communicate their value. And that was everything that I'd been learning for my entire life. So I was like, this is my passion. And honestly, it's been black and white since I made that shift just over 6 years ago now. And one of the biggest things that I teach my clients is productivity, because if I believe you first need that clarity, as Sherry was saying. If you don't know where you're going, if you don't have that big vision, if you don't know why you're showing up every day, and you don't know who you are, it's almost impossible to achieve anything of meaning. And for women, that meaningful connection and contribution is so important. So we really start with that clarity. But the second bit is really having that balance, having the time and energy to put behind that. And if you don't have that, then of course nothing happens, or it happens for a while, but it's not sustainable. And so having that balance, really, and that comes from having the courage to stand up, to, as Shay was saying, to dazzle, to be yourself, to dare to be yourself. But of course, first you need to know what that is. So we do that first. And then the profitability piece comes from the sort of marketing, the sales, the communication, all of that piece as well. So I really work on those three areas, the clarity, the balance and profitability, and keep that together. And I think sometimes people also jump in and they focus in on just one piece, but it doesn't work that way. But of course, you don't want it to be overwhelming either. And as women, I think we can get quite overwhelmed very quickly because we can do so much. And so we have this sometimes a sense of duty. So we try and do everything when in fact what we need to do is break things down and ask. Again, as Sherry was saying, that's so important to do.
Yeah, and I think I'm just going to speak from my own experiences. Starting this new business 1.5 years ago, 2 years, it's like I really had to practice and put in systems in place and really get really more analytical than probably who I naturally was, you know? Okay, so can you speak into that shift? And sometimes I think women give up too quickly because of the systems they have to really put into their life.
Yeah, exactly. Everything needs to have a system with boundaries around it. And I think that, you know, as we were saying, it comes from first knowing what's important to you, so that you can really decide what are your key points of focus and what your priorities should be, so that you don't try and put systems around everything, just around those things that are important, and just forget everything else. Don't feel guilty about it. Just decide, okay, well, you know, this part. So I'm a mom, so it's kind of like going to the school when we're asked to bring stuff for the buffet. That's not a priority for me. I don't want to spend like my whole day baking something incredible when I can just cook up some sausages, and you know they're always the thing that gets eaten first. So like always go for the simple option, because that's not my priority. However, if I want to show up for something that is my priority, I will give my time and attention to that. But you need to make sure that time is ring fenced, that you have that time and energy available to you, and that's where your systems come in. And I think so I have a podcast, the Driven Female Entrepreneur Podcast, and every week I interview women about how they've succeeded in business and what it took, what are the biggest lessons they've learned. And it's always the moment they've discovered or their purpose. And it doesn't come easily for most people. It takes time and a few wrong turns, and that's okay. If you don't suddenly, if you are sitting there thinking, I don't know what my purpose is, it's all right. You've got plenty of time to figure it out. And that's quite a fun process too. There's no deadline. But once you do find that out and you do discover who you are and who you want to become and who you want to grow into, then that filters into your decision making and your ability to start creating plans and systems and break things down into manageable chunks as well. But it all starts from that really a place of self-love and respect. And until you have that, you won't put those boundaries in place. You won't keep them. So you may say, okay, this is my time for doing this. And then someone will ask you for help and you're like, yeah, sure, I'll do that. But once you have that sort of self-love and respect and you know your priorities, you'll say, yeah, I'll help you with that. after I've done this? And you'll start to set those boundaries and you'll start to stick to them. And then you start to be able to put the systems in place in those time spaces and give yourself that time off, so you can start to keep things in a balance that works for you without the guilt, which is really key.
Yeah. So the boundaries for women. Can you speak into that? I mean, yeah.
I think it's one of the hardest things because we are nurturers. So we're bred to give. But if we give too much, then, and it's that classic oxygen mask scenario that you have to put your own mask on first so you can help others. And in my first business, what I found was that I was putting everything into my clients. I was working around the clock, and I was putting everything into my new family and nothing into me. I didn't set any boundaries. I had no me time. I was talking to a friend, and we were like, okay, so we had to draw these circles of our time, and where's your time for you? And there wasn't any. There wasn't even a circle, not even dots. There was just no time for me at all. And then it became really obvious, like, what was the one thing I had to do to make anything change in my life? And it was just like, get that time back for me, because I was just exhausted. I didn't have any energy, any creativity. I couldn't give the best of myself to my clients, and so I wasn't feeling fulfilled. I wasn't giving my best of my time to my kids, so I was feeling guilty, and then it was just this downward spiral. So having those boundaries, setting out your time. So I encourage my clients to set a time budget. So they'd say, right, this is the time that I spend on this activity. This is the time on that activity. And it doesn't always work out that way because, life happens. Things don't go as according to plan. But if you have a guideline and a map, you can check in on, okay, well, why did I not have the X amount of time to spend on my clients this week? And you can ask yourself really helpful questions. So it's not a case of beating yourself up about it, but just going from a place of curiosity. And they say, oh, well, I didn't have enough time for my clients. I didn't get this project done because my child was sick. That's okay, no worries. Or I didn't have time for this because I agreed to do this thing. I agreed to run to the shops for my husband when he could have done it himself. That's not okay. That's a clear sign that your boundaries aren't being respected, and no one else is going to respect those boundaries if you don't first.
Yeah, and we're talking about this. It's like you have to ask. Women have to ask for what we want and what for our boundaries, and I call it in a rolling conversation. Enrolling your family into you having the time to do your business, or for having the time for you to do your life, right?
Yeah.
Having your me time. So, I mean, can you give us maybe an example of a rolling conversation you can have with your family about really setting those boundaries? Because sometimes I don't think women know what it sounds like even, or how to ask it.
Yeah. Well, after that initial meeting that I was saying with my friend, where I discovered I didn't even have a me circle, then I had that tool, and I went to my husband and said, this isn't good. I don't know where I'm going to get this me time from. And he said, well, what would you like to do? I was like, do you know what? I would really love to do a Pilates or a yoga class, something like that. So it's time for me, but it's also good for my health, my energy. And he said, great, we'll find a class and let's figure that out. So I found a class. It started at 6 o'clock. So he had to come home from work a little bit early once a week, and he agreed to do that. And all I had to do was ask. I just had to have that conversation, and he was more than happy to do that. But people are on the outsides, and they want to help you, but they don't offer their help because, one, they don't know how to. They don't know what you need. And two, they don't want to offend you. So as soon as I started to ask, people were there like, oh, yeah, I'd love to do that. Or I asked my friends for some help. There wasn't necessarily something they could do in my business, but they could help my kids. They could take my kids after school once a week, or I kind of divvied that up a bit. And a few of my friends said, oh, I'm so pleased you asked, because I always see you so busy and I would love to help, but I didn't know what help you needed and I didn't want to offend you. But the minute I asked for it, they were so happy, and they were really more than happy. They're like, oh, well, can they stay for tea? Can I do more? And then they knew as soon as they know what you want, they'll come up and help you with that. And sometimes we feel guilty because we feel we should be doing it ourselves, or because we can do it, we should be doing it ourselves. But if you turn that around and think about, as Amy was saying, Sherry was saying, think about how you feel when you get asked for help. You love it. We love helping other people. We love sharing our knowledge and our capacity. And particularly as women, that's what we're all about, is community and contribution. But we just need to allow people in to do that. And I've got a whole book on my shelf saying, and the title of the book is Women Don't Ask. And it's been revolutionary since I've asked. It's like, oh, this is great. Actually, can you do that? Sure, I'd love to do that. Brilliant. Yeah. Then you allow yourself to focus in your energy on your priorities, and then you start to impact other people's lives. So my priority is really helping women not just have the tools to build their business, but to really believe that they can build their business. And that takes time, because I have to put out the content, have the conversations, and that takes focus and energy. And if I didn't ask for help, I wouldn't be able to do that. I wouldn't be able to fulfill my purpose and help other people. So it's all about, once you start to raise your energy and live your purpose, that's really your chance to contribute to society the way that you uniquely are positioned to do. And that's just when the magic happens.
Yeah. And I think you hit it. When you change your energy, everyone, and it affects everyone.
Yeah.
Like when you start coming in there and you're like, I'm going to just be really happy today, and like really change that energy into a peaceful, happy place. And you walk in, and people are probably in your family, or when you walk into work, or when you walk into any situation, everyone changes. They're either shocked by it. Your family might be like, what's up with you today? But they'll get used to it, right?
Yeah. And you can choose that. You
Yes.
can choose your state. We don't have energy, we generate energy. And if you're at the end of the day and you're completely exhausted, and then you find out you won the lottery, you'll suddenly come to life. You've got energy. You can generate that energy through your habits. So again, that's another reason why boundaries are so important, why setting up the processes that work for you. So for example, I set my time on my phone, so I work in 50-minute blocks, because that gives me enough time to get into the flow, but it also forces me to have those 10 minutes of a break to go for a walk, to do some stretching, to do something energetic, to give me more energy and focus. So by having more breaks in the day, by the end of the day, I feel I still have energy. I have much more focus in those blocks of time that I've set out. And if you have younger kids, if you're working around your kids, for example, then you may find that you have to make that 25-minute blocks. And that's the amount of time you have available. But then once you have your time budget, you know what time blocks you have available, you can start taking those goals, breaking it down into plans, breaking that down into milestones, and breaking those down into activities that fit into those chunks. And then you can schedule it, because what gets scheduled gets done. If we just leave it to chance, nothing really happens. We just kind of like dance around and, oh, this is fun. But we don't really make consistent progress towards our goals. So I really encourage all my clients to have a very simple one-day achievement planner, where you have maximum 3 priorities of the day that are broken down by time, so you can get those done. And each of those, you have to write down your goal, you have to write down who you're becoming as well, so that you can make sure that your activities tie into those goals, and that you haven't snuck in anything in there that isn't your priority. Like your email box, for example. Your email is everybody else's priority for you. It's not your priority. So avoid checking your email box until you're ready. Focus on your priorities first. And then you have that time and energy for any other projects and helping other people.
Yeah, I use a productivity sheet, and it works. But people in my community of people that are entrepreneurs, is a lot of people have resistance to that structure. A lot of people resist that structure.
Until they try it, I bet.
Until they try it. So I'm going to, right? So I want to encourage everyone out there to really try it. It is like productivity is like how much time is something going to take you, right? What got in the way of not completing it, right? And did you actually complete it? And the being, what's the purpose behind it, correct?
Yeah, exactly. And once you have that information, you can really learn through that and grow into it and develop the systems that work for you. Because at first you'll probably find it doesn't work for you. But then by seeing why it didn't work and challenging yourself, you'll start to adjust things along the way. And the other thing that I put on my productivity planner, and I tell my clients to do as well, is right in the middle is I put 3 boxes, and one is called mind. So every day I do something for my own personal development, so my personal growth. And it could be just watching a TED Talk for 15 minutes or reading a book or listening. I listen to all my ebooks, my books these days, because it's just easier to read while I'm on the go and getting ready and cooking and that kind of thing. Otherwise I fall asleep. So something for your personal development every day. So that's the mind part. Then you have the body. So this is your healthy habits, which is really essential for your energy and your ability to show up as your best self. So this is getting enough sleep, exercising, eating healthily, drinking enough water, all of these good things. And then the final one is your soul. So it's mind, body, soul. And the soul part is anything that lights you up, anything you enjoy. So maybe that's watching Netflix or playing Candy Crush. If that's what really fills your soul and allows you to relax, then that's great. Maybe it's spending time with your kids or your friends. Maybe it's going for a walk or taking some time out. But making sure that every day you would do at least one small thing just for you. Just one small thing that makes you smile and gives you that recognition that you are worth it.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people out there will be shocked that your to-do list should have like only 3 or 4 things on it a day.
Yeah, and you can do more if you get those done, but it's your priorities. And then because if you have this endless to-do list and you never get to the end of it, you never get the chance to finish your day. You never get the chance to switch off. You never feel accomplished. And then you don't have that sense of progress, of achievement, of success. And then it's really hard if you don't have that feeling every day to keep showing up. If you always feel that you're never, with women, we have this thing in the back of our heads the whole time. Am I really good enough? Can I really do this? And if you don't have that clear sense of achievement, then you're going to confirm, no, you're not enough. But if you are achieving things each day that you want to achieve, you're being successful, you're reaffirming to yourself that, yeah, you can do this. You do have what it takes. You are enough. Then that's a much more positive signal. And you always have a backup, like up next list. So if I get my priorities done, if I get those 3 things done, I can always choose to go onto my up next list, which is bonus. Then I'm really then at the end of the day, I'm really like, woohoo, I'm a superstar. But at the same time, if I don't get to those, then that's okay, because I know they'll be on my priority list tomorrow and I've got the things done that I know I need to do. And so it's then my choice rather than feeling that I have to keep slogging on.
Yeah, because a lot of people always ask on these lives about motivation and about getting organized on that. So it's like when you actually achieve those 3 or 4 things, you do get motivated to start to do it again the next day, because you are making progress. Like I'm making steps towards my goal.
Yeah.
So it does really work, and it helps with motivation, because as Melita said, it's like you're giving yourself that win every day. You're completing things, and the bonus for me will be like at night on the internet doing my website or something. That's like the bonus, right? So, but you give yourself bonuses, and it does change the way you move forward.
Yeah, absolutely. Since I've moved to this one page planning system rather than my kind of endless to-do list and my I had a bullet journal for a while, and I thought, and that was quite good, but then it was just it didn't make me feel good to have visible things on my list that I hadn't got round to. So I much prefer, and I do it in a kind of grid system. So I have my today to do things, my up next, my focus. So these are things that are coming up in the next 6 months or 3 months, so that I can see if a new opportunity comes up, whether I have the space to take that on. Is that more important than that? What else is coming up in the next 3 months? If it is, then I'll juggle something. I have to take something else off. Or if it isn't, then I put it back and it can wait. But that makes sure that I don't overcommit to anything. And then I've got the manage box, which is other things I need to just keep an eye on, but I don't necessarily need to do myself. So that could be like the kids' homework, for example. I need to make sure they do it, but I don't need to do it myself. I just need to kind of just keep an eye on it. So that just helps me have this kind of helicopter view and to keep this sense of control and order, which just gives me that space of that calm. You don't take up necessarily unnecessary mind space and energy worrying about all the things you've probably forgotten because it's all there. You can see it all.
Yeah. So Dorothy asked, like, how do you balance everyone? And that's really, we're kind of hitting on it. It's like, how do you balance everyone? Boundaries, right? Not overdoing yourself. What else could you give her? How do you balance everyone? Not that you can balance everyone, but I'm going to assume it's in her family of some sort.
Yeah. So once you have that time budget, for example, you can see exactly a snapshot for the week where ideally you spend your time. So maybe then you can say, okay, well, this evening it's going to be dedicated to Joe. This evening I'm going to read with so-and-so. That evening I'm going to do something that, so everybody gets their time with you. You sort it out. And then, as I say, if you don't achieve that for any reason, then you can ask yourself the question, why was that? Did something come up that was a bigger priority, which is okay? Or did I let my boundaries slip? In which case, then you need to check, okay, well, maybe it's a case of you've got your 3 things and you thought they were each going to take an hour, and one of those things took 4 hours, in which case, which happens,
right.
That's a learning point. Now you know that project takes you longer, and then you can take this learning and improve your planning as you go. So you won't get it right straight away. It takes time, and everybody's time budget, everybody's planning system is slightly different, but you need to kind of start with these standard tools and then adapt them as you go.
All right, so thank you for that. And we're going to go to the round table next. But first, I know you have a free gift for our audience.
So I'm a big fan of, I'm always developing myself, but I don't ever believe that I have all the wisdom. So what I've put together is an ebook called on how to balance your business around a family. And even if you don't have a family, this ebook, it's just so full of practical advice from women who have built a business around their family. They've shared what it takes, what they've learned, what systems work for them. So you get a whole book of different women's systems, so you can pick and choose which ones sound like they could work for you. And as I say, even if you don't have a family, you'll take away a whole load of advice, and their stories are really inspirational as well. So it's a great read. It's only 12 pages long, so it won't take up too much time, but it could save you an awful lot of time getting some of these ideas.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's always good to hear what other people are doing because, again, we don't want to lone wolf it. Like, information's key, so we can make informed decisions, that work for us.
Yeah. So to get that tool, if you go to my website, melitacampbell.com/family, you'll get that.
It's in the chat box, so they have it for right there. So what's going to happen next is, Judith, can you introduce yourself, and then we'll go into the round table, and then we'll go into your interview. So Joanne says thank you. So,
voila.
Wow. So introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do.
I am Judith, shock horror, surprise, surprise. And I am a vocal confidence specialist and voice vibration sound healer. So I help people who were where Sherry was before, when she was terrified of public speaking. But it's not just public speaking, it's personal speaking. It is sharing your voice with clarity. So I love Melita's clarity thing, with confidence and with the courage of your convictions, no matter the situation. And a lot of what stops us are those past experiences, situations, emotions that resonate on the same level, So they don't have to be the same situation. It's just we're holding those past experiences in our cell memory and our subconscious brain. And then we go into a situation that our body or brain feels is similar. And that's why we freeze up. And that younger version of us fills us with that, oh my goodness, I can't share my voice. So all that gets held in the body. And that is where the voice vibration sound healing part comes, which is there's no barrier to sound. So through, and I use voice vibration. Lots of people use gongs or crystal bowls, but for me, the power of the voice is it's the only sound healing tool that works from the inside out. And you are shifting your own physical vibration from the inside. And that also means that you're in control of what you're shifting and recognizing where you're physically holding those blocks, how they feel emotionally, how they feel energetically, and you have the power to release them too. So that's, in a nutshell, the whole of what I do. So very aligned with everything Sherry and Melita were both saying in relation to we can't, like, energy, we can create the energy that we're in, and the energy follows thought, because your clarity of thought creates clarity of words. So all of the stuff that Sherry and Melita were saying, it all fits so beautifully together.
I can't wait to jump in there, because I'm already like, I love that, sound has no barriers. All right, so thank you for that, Judith. And what we're doing is we're going into the roundtable section. So I will be popcorning questions in, some of what you guys entered into that. I will bring in the questions you guys asked the audience, and then some of my questions. So what's coming up for me is, at this point, is I'm just going to ask this group of women is, what do you do personally? Like, what works for you personally to really move you forward in your life and business and relationships? Like, what do you do? What are some of your practices you do that get you unstuck on a personal level?
That magical asking for help, that has been, especially in the last few years, and it's interesting how that's been a theme of today. That was definitely my biggest challenge. It's, I was, summer of 2016, I was in my darkest place, and not telling anyone, because it's like, no, I have to cope on my own, and not asking for help. And so learning to ask for help and recognizing, like, oh, wait a minute, I'm getting frustrated with this. I'm not dealing with it. Why? Oh, because I don't know how to do it. Ask someone who knows, or asking people to share stuff, asking people to, it makes so much difference. So that's definitely something that I implement.
So I'm just going to go a little bit deeper and tiny little bit. Like, what was the holdback is it fear of rejection, or what was that you felt like?
No, I'm the over-independent. Like, I am the strong one. I did an article about it a few years ago. I called it something like the curse of the strong one. Because if you're the strong one, if you're the one who always helps other people, if you're the one that other people rely on, and you're the one who everyone thinks is, oh my God, they're always so busy and they're always fine and they're always happy. Maybe it's the curse of the performer, ex-actress. But it's that thing of, I have to do it on my own because I know I can trust myself. And maybe a trust thing, I'm not trusting. But also just, oh, well, if I can't do it, then everyone will be disappointed in me. They'll think I'm a failure.
I think I had a similar thing when I was heading towards my burnout. I didn't ask for help, but I think I got to where, and this is a big problem for a lot of women, is this over resilience, where you don't think you have a choice and you just zone out and just plow on. You just keep going and you don't question anything. So it's a big problem. But in respect to getting unstuck, one of the things I do, which ties into what Sherry was saying earlier, is I go back to my vision. Because when you have that big vision, as Sherry was saying, then your obstacles become so much smaller and it's so much easier to take those hard steps. The other thing I've done is push outside my comfort zone on a regular basis. So I'm an introvert. I'm typically very shy. And what I've done on that is to learn public speaking, which is going to tie into what Judith says, but it's given me so much confidence. Being able to communicate my thoughts and become known for that and stand up for my values and what I believe in has just been transformational, and it's really enabled me to have more of an impact. And now I'm a TEDx speaker coach, which is just the biggest recognition that I've of the achievement I've had on that journey, that now I'm not only able to speak up for myself, but I'm able to encourage others to share their stories too. So, but I think having that big vision and just having that courage to just go for it and just don't overthink, just jump in.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Sherry, I muted you, so you got to unmute yourself.
All right. So yeah, I move. I move. Physical body, change the energy very quickly. That's on a physical level, that's what I do. On a mental level, I remember that my light does not belong to me. And it is something that, if I can shine my light, it will illuminate others and it will change the situation. So it's remembering that it's not all about me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for me, I get unstuck is a couple of things. Is one, yes, the vision. You go back to the vision and the why. But really, I also have these whiteboards around my house, which, people are into computer. I'm like, put it on a whiteboard. It's going to work. And I have these mantras, right? My mantra is when I'm stuck, I actually say, I love my life, right? I switch my mantra. I'm like, no, I love my life. I take responsibility for my life. I love this. This is an opportunity. So I have all these mantras written on whiteboards of I finish what I start. So I wake up, I'm like, I don't want to. And I look, I'm like, oh shoot, I finished what I start. I have to, I get up. So those really, that vision and also those mantras and the whiteboard just reminded me that, no, I finish what I start. I'm here to do something that's bigger than me, right? And I found that that's really got me unstuck, and it's super easy to do. And I think sometimes we forget because the computer is such the mainstay. But for me, if I put something in the computer, it goes away. I'm living my life. But if I put it up on the wall, I'm like, oh no, there it is. So I always recommend people, if they're stuck, to really put their mantra on there and to really practice that.
Mm. Can I add one little thing to that? That when you said mantra, it reminded me of one of my mantras that my daughter picked up and fed back to me. And often when we feel stuck, it's because we're overwhelmed. And overwhelm doesn't come from having too much to do. We always have too much to do. It comes from not knowing what to do next. Yeah. And so I'm always telling my clients, well, just break it down. What's the next smallest step you can take in the right direction? And then you're off. And I remember one time I was just like, I can't do this, and I feel really stuck. And I said it to my daughter, and at the time she was like 6, and she's like, Mummy, you just have to break it down. And what's the smallest next step you can take? I was like, yeah, good point. Thank you. So I think that's also, if you're stuck, sometimes it just feels too big. So just break it down to the tiniest next step.
Mm-hmm. And I think this goes into like, a question is like how to move forward with my life, career, relationships. I feel lethargic, demotivated, and immotivated, and stuck right now. So these are like quick takeaways, things that you can start moving, getting unstuck in your life right now. I think it's Pyra. So anyone else want to speak into her question also?
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
I just posted a woman on Women Rock Project. Maybe other people know about her. I really didn't know about her. Her name is Mel Robbins, and she had. She's fascinating to hear her story. But what she came to realize was that she was stuck all the time, and she couldn't get out of being stuck. And she had an experience. She saw a rocket ship go off, and she said, well, what if anyway, what she does is, her method is, you don't think. Whatever you need to do, immediately, it comes to mind, I've got to do this. And she, before you have time to think about it, you say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you do it. And because she says that moment, even if it's just a little bit of a moment, you have time, thought comes in and says, no, I don't really want to do that. No, da, 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 da. But she needs to do something. And she goes, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off. And she does it. So I've been using that. I think it's amazing.
Yeah, I used that when I was a substitute teacher, because you say 1, 2, they're like, oh no, 4, 5, 6. I'm like, no, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, let's go. Let's move it.
Yeah.
So what do you have, Judith?
Yeah, I just sort of a little bit of all of that, but it's because the question sounds like it's getting unstuck in life and relationships.
Yeah, everything.
And again, it's coming back to I call them end results because that's the phrase we use. But your goals, and I've got my end results here. Like they're up here. There's me feeling like la when I have these end results, and it's allowing the tension, allowing that thing of I feel stuck right now. And it's like, okay, well, what is my end result? What am I creating? Because it's actually that stuckness is that part of the tension of I'm not where I want to be, and that's the next key is, do you know what you really want? Because are you living your shoulds or are you living your wants? I mean, that's, I wrote a book about it. It's if we're living our shoulds, they're normally not your own shoulds. They're normally someone else's shoulds or society's shoulds or what you think you should be doing or you think other people expect of you. So I would say that's the first step, is work out, well, if you're not doing stuff, if you're feeling stuck, are you working towards something that you really want? Or is it actually a false goal? Is it someone else's goal? So that first step is like, okay, what would I love? Or how would I feel when this is done? And even if it's a job that you don't want to do, even if it is a big should, it's like, well, if there's no choice in it for whatever reason, okay, so how can you make that should a want? How can you go, well, actually, when I've done it, or I don't know, there was a cantankerous old lady who was a really good friend of my grandmother, and she was in a nursing home and going to see Elsie. We used to call her Moaning Minnie. She'd be like, oh, la, 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 everything's miserable, everything's awful, why aren't I dead yet? So, it was always really fun to go and see Elsie. And so it felt a bit like a chore, right? It felt like a should. But I would always think, well, actually, her family lived in Scotland. She was in the south of England. She didn't have any children. I was like, if that's me, and I'm single, I don't have kids, that might be me when I'm her age. Would I want someone to come and see me? I don't want to be that. And that made me feel like it was then a want. So check in with what is your end result, something you really want. And if it's not, if you have to do it, how can you make that something that you can work towards? And speaking to you need to ask for it. That I think you said, Amy. Like sometimes you don't need to ask people, you need to tell people. So I'm going to share a phrase with everybody now that's a really useful phrase, which particularly people pleasers, it'll be a useful one for them. And it's this: what I need right now is ... so that ... If you have to really, feel like you need to ask, then you can say, how can we make that happen? But what I need right now is ... so that. So even if that's what I need right now is 10 minutes silence so that I can do the cooking later, right? Whatever it is. Right? Would you please look after these children? Because it's so much harder to argue with what I need.
Yeah, I love that. And when you gave the fuller picture there, Amy, what was resonating for me, and I think Judith covered that, is it sounds like the person is waiting for permission. And you don't need permission to go over after what you want. And that's a sign that you're living in that area where you feel you should do things for other people, but you need to do things for yourself first. So check that you're not waiting for permission. If you are, I'm just giving it to you. Do whatever you want. Take what you need and go forward.
And when someone says that I know I feel lethargic and unmotivated, it's like a good thing to practice also is to change your laugh. Like, see something funny, change your state. Go, go to the park, get on a swing, like physically change your state. When you physically change your state, it's like you get all those good hormones, you get all those just great feeling. And then it's interesting, when you feel good, you have more possibilities in your life. You have more ideas, creative ideas, because we were talking about nothing comes creative out of this, right? You have to, like Sherry said, break it a little bit, open up spirit, break it, go on a swing set at the park, put on some music and dance around, laugh out loud and really mean it, like, that belly laugh. So I think you got some good tips here. And changing state, asking for what you want, not even asking what I need right now is, right? So that, and really, maybe you're going for the wrong things. So maybe you should ask, is this really what I want? So thank you for that question, because I think it hits many, many dimensions. So, let's talk about happiness. Someone asked, how to achieve happiness? Let's talk about that. What are your ideas about happiness? Some people love it. Some people are like, you can't, joy. It's not happiness, it's joy. It's not that. So let's talk about it. What's going on with happiness?
I think with happiness, you have to remember that no one else is responsible for your happiness apart from yourself. So if there's a situation where you're not happy, then you need to do something about that. As you say, change your state. And is it Jim Rohn that says that if you don't like where you are, change it, move. You're not a tree. We
you're not a tree.
Yeah, we can do something about it. And if you feel that you can't, go and speak to someone and say it out loud, and the answers will start to come to you, because you can. There's always another way. But also, I think in happiness, sometimes we can. I know during COVID, I did a lot of work with my clients, and I brought in a behavioral psychologist to work with my clients, especially so that they had a space to talk about their challenges. And a lot of them, they were feeling like they should be positive. I feel like I should be positive about this. I should be doing more exercise. I should be writing a book. I should be doing all this stuff, and I'm not. And I feel it's making me feel really bad. So it's okay to not feel okay. Don't feel you have to be happy all the time, as long as you're in a state where you're content. And if you have these moments where you're not happy for any reason, acknowledge that and see if that's okay with you, and check in with those feelings and see what you can do to move to a state where you do want to be. Because it's okay to be upset and angry and all of these things. It's just not okay to stay there and spend your whole time there. But we need to look at what positive things we can do to change it. So it's all about, and one of the biggest things I've done to maintain my happiness, and it's really, really helped, and it literally takes seconds a day, is practicing gratitude. Mm-hmm. Because once you start practicing gratitude, you start to focus on all the good things that you have going on, and then the smaller difficult things disappear. And as a bonus, you can't have feelings of fear and gratitude at the same time. Mm-hmm. So it really helps diminish those fears and doubts as well. So it's really, really simple. Just write down 3 things a day that you're grateful for, and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Judith? Yeah.
Just speaking to that. So sometimes gratitude can feel a little bit heavy. It can feel a little bit like an obligation. So if you're like, oh, I have, if you feel like a little school child, you say, mm-hmm. You should be grateful. There are starving children in Africa. You should be grateful for the food on your plate. That was, back in the 80s or whatever. So what I do, which is a similar but slightly lighter energy, is when I've tucked up in my duvet at night and I've turned the light off and I'm about to go to sleep, I have my 3 daily delights.
Yeah, I do.
So they can be little things, but it's the same. It's a similar energy as gratitude, but I do feel that gratitude I go to when I'm feeling really shit. Like if I'm feeling really heavy and really crap, I'm like, okay, come on, what am I grateful for? I am so grateful that I have a home that I own. I am so grateful for my cat who's about to come and scratch my leg. That's so when I'm feeling really heavy, then that's when I find gratitude useful. If life is just kind of like da da da, then my daily delights have that lighter energy. And happiness is emotion, like any other emotion, and people put a lot of pressure on. I have to be happy, and there's I think Melita was almost sort of almost speaking to it there, and there tends to be a lot of toxic positivity going on with I should be, and especially if you work in any kind of coaching or holistic or any kind of alternative, it's like, oh no, love and light, and it's like, no, let the dark be there. Like, happiness is good, and obviously, like Melita was saying, we don't want to barrel in the dark. And when I was suicidal, that was not a good place for me to be. But also, by acknowledging it, I allowed myself to explore it, and I allowed myself to accept, actually, no, that's not where I want to go, and that's not what I'm going to do. So if I'm not going to do that, I have to make a choice to do something else. And so then the choice is, it's like, okay, well, what am I choosing? Am I choosing my misery? Am I, like, for me, this feeling sorry for myself, which I was doing a lot of. It's like, well, am I going to choose that pain, or am I going to choose to go for my morning walk, which I know makes me feel better?
Yeah, so, thank you for that. Yeah, I do have cookie time for my little delight, so it is like at 3 o'clock. It's cookie time.
I do a 3 o'clock 20-minute dance break.
There you go.
Which is always good.
Sherry, what do you have for us? Let me make sure you're unmuted. There you go.
Hi. So, you have to be ruthless with yourself. I'm all about that I'm responsible for how I feel. Nobody else is it's not going to make me happy or whatever. And so I feel that happiness is something that you choose. You can, it's like, and it's, you go in a room, you turn on the light, right? Or you don't. You're feeling dark, you're feeling low, well, you're going to have to do it. Nobody's going to do it. I mean, I have little things that make me happy, like Judith and her cat. My cat is the little bright light of my life. I can look at my cat and she makes me happy and makes me laugh. And, but but I have to choose to go and, be with this little kitty to make me happy. So you have to know that you're responsible for your own emotions, your own state of mind, and you have to be ruthless. If you want to be happy, you change your mind.
Thank you.
One little tool I found really helpful with that is I found it on Amazon. It's just a few dollars. It's called Feeling Magnets, and it's got all your emotions in words, so you can start to unpick. If you're not feeling happy, or if you can unpick, well, why not? And like I did it recently, and it wasn't that I was sad, it was that I was disappointed by something. It's like, oh, great. Well, and then once you understand where you are, you can decide where you want to go to. And understanding where that emotion was coming from gave me really valuable information to help me take the right steps to turn that around. So it's a great little tool.
Yeah, I have that in my coaching where it's all broken down, because in relationships, often your partner, you're only allowed to be happy, mad, or sad. But we're so many different other things underneath that. So when you do have a list of emotions and feelings, you can actually, no, I'm not mad. I'm like disappointed, or I'm not, I'm feeling rejected. I'm not like, so you can really get into like breaking it down, because I said people like to only allow us 3 ways of being, but we're very complex human beings as women, right? And men too. But so I think a couple things. Achieve happiness. I think happiness is again, it's a state. It's not always going to be around. And I think it is earned. It's something you earn on some level, and once you earn it, you're like, there's something powerful underneath it. And the power underneath it is always your purpose, your meaning. Like, you are always underneath that happiness. It's like, it's something so like tangible on some level when you're actually in your own body and really in your own strength and being happy. It just changes. the idea of happiness. So yeah, Sherry. One more quickly, because we got to get to Judith.
Well, I think that, it's knowing, it's like, how did I get on the wrong track? How did I go down the wrong street? And you don't have to really answer all those things. You just have to recognize this is I'm not in the right place, and this is not where I want to be. So change.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to get into Judith's interview, and then she's going to, send us off with a practice, which I love. So, Judith, you introduced yourself. And so let me ask you, who are your clients? Like, tell me about the women that are working with you. What's going on with them?
So I had an epiphany in lockdown 1, as we refer to it here in the UK, because we've been in and out of so many lockdowns. I was on my morning walk. I was like, come on, what is it? Especially in the coaching world, people are, with any business, like, who is your client? Get your avatar. But I have worked with such a wide range of people. And I was like, what has my 52-year-old male director of a logistics company got in common with my 36-year-old female yoga teacher, with my 39-year-old female financial services managing change consultant, and all these people who've had the really big shift with doing the work with me. And I realized that the one thing that those who've had the biggest shifts with me had in common was they were all perpetual people pleasers. And they'd got to the point of being a bit pissed off with everyone else always getting the acknowledgement, and they suddenly realized, wait a minute, I'm always putting everyone else first, and I'm getting nothing. So it's really important that it's those two things, because if you're just a perpetual people pleaser who's not pissed off enough yet, then the work won't work, because you're just like, oh no, but that's still a safer way to be. The key is that they're like, no, I'm done with this. I need to be heard. I need to be seen. I need to be living my life, because it's not always, your voice isn't just this. It's not just the thing that comes out of your mouth. Your voice is how you live. It's what you do. Your voice is the protests that you decide to go on, the online, what are they called? Online protests, the things you sign, saying, no, I disagree with this. Like, your voice is how you behave. Your voice is what you do. And if you're living, again, it's about living in your shoulds, or living in as knowing what you want on your purpose, with your end results, your goals, following your passion. It's something Sherry said earlier about, I think it was one of the questions that you'd asked about, how can you make things easy? So sometimes the easy path is the doing what other people expect. It might be easy, but it might not be stimulating. It might be ridiculously boring, and it might not be your truth. Mm-hmm. So your voice, living your whole voice, is actually about living as you, doing what you want to do, putting yourself out there. So one of those ideal clients of mine, the woman who is a consultant for financial companies managing change, what her real passion is upcycling clothes, and she does these amazing embroideries with positive messages that you can iron into your favorite coat, and every time you put and it's a hidden secret message that's only there for you. So every time you put it on, you've got this positive message. That's what she's passionate about, but terrified in putting herself out there with that, because she doesn't want her corporate world to see her woo side, as it were. So she's been hiding that part of her, and now, just today, she sent me a text with, it's not finished yet, but I did promise you, with her website. And so she's starting to put herself out there in the world, and that's her voice. She loves what she does in the other part of her life, and it brings her lots of money so she can, set this business up. But this is what she wants to, and I know that as we're getting there, and her true voice is coming through.
So what gets in the way of the true voice?
The thoughts, beliefs, ideas, identities that people are holding, usually from their childhood, about who they should be, and whether that is, again, I'll use the same client because she's happy for me to use her, and I'm not naming her. So she goes, no, use me as an example. She was in a job that she was really not happy in, a contracting job she really wasn't liking, and she was working 5 times as hard as everyone else, just like all perpetual people pleasers, saying yes, not setting boundaries, not saying no. But when she started working with me, she started standing up for herself. And she went, oh, when I say no, someone else does the work. I'm like, yes. But the belief was, if I rock the boat, I might get kicked out. Mm. And it came from, and this is the joy of the work that I do, it because people think, oh, but it's got to be to do with something with public speaking, and it so seldom is. So for her, it was when she was in an art class, and she'd been doing a doodle, and a couple of the cool girls had said, oh, that looks like the teacher. And it wasn't a deliberate caricature of the teacher. But anyway, so they were all laughing about it. The teacher found it, and she got into trouble. Now, she hadn't drawn it as a caricature of the teacher. She also didn't get in with the cool crowd. Mm-hmm. But her belief of, I've got to be good, I've got to fit in, I can't rock the boat. And therefore, I won't speak up. I won't say when things are wrong. I won't say no. I will work 5 times as hard just to be noticed. All came from largely on a personal level, that, and on another level, the fact that she's Irish, and, you know, mm-hmm. Irish Catholic guilt is a very powerful thing. I'm half Irish myself, so.
So I know you do a lot of public speaking, and I think that is many people's biggest fear. Mm-hmm. But is that really about being seen? Like, tell me about that.
Yeah, so I'm going to blow some people out of the water here. Yeah. There is no such thing as a fear of public speaking. But everyone says it's the biggest fear, they're bigger than death. No, that's absolute expleting expletives. I'm a bit of a swearer, so I'll try and keep it clean. There's no such thing as a fear of public speaking. You're not afraid of speaking. What you're afraid of is being negatively judged by other people. What you're afraid of is the unknown. You don't know how it's going to go down, or maybe you don't know the audience, or they don't know you. What you're afraid of is being seen. Some people don't like their physical self, so when you speak, people turn to look at you. Mm-hmm. So you're in the spotlight, and a lot of people don't like that. And what they really don't like on an emotional level is the being seen. People, oh my God, people will see who I really am. They'll see I don't deserve to be here. They'll see I'm a failure. They'll see I'm a fraud. All the imposters come to play. So that's what people are really afraid of. So It's not the speaking, it's the situation. It's the fear of the judgment. And when you're aware of that, you go, okay, what am I afraid of? And what part of me? Right? Because it's not me now. Like 47-year-old me isn't afraid of, so this time last year I was just leaving LA. Oh, I'm in good trouble. But I'd been in New Zealand before that and staying with a friend of the family. And she's been CEO of 3 international companies, and she now sits on board, and she's the chair of the board of a bank. And she said, oh, Judith, if you're not acting so much anymore, what are you doing? This and the vocal confidence work. And I go into companies and I help companies create a culture of clear communication and help people have challenging conversations. I've got a whole method for that. And she said, oh, I've got to have a challenging conversation next week with the CEO of the bank. Maybe you can help me. Now, all my imposters came to play. Mm. Who am I? I'm not good enough. Oh my goodness, she's been CEO of 3 international companies. She's got a proper job. I'm just a failed actress. My whole imposter family. But because I do what I do, I'm like,
right.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not me. They're not my fears. They're the younger me's fears. I know that the whole voice method works. And I have a higher purpose. And this is what I encourage people to connect to all the time. Have a higher purpose. That thing that is so much bigger than you, that actually how you feel, and that, well, if this doesn't work, if I did this session with Sarah and she says, what a load of rubbish, then what have I lost? Nothing. Mm-hmm. But if she takes it and then she goes to have this conversation with the CEO of the bank, and I don't know how many employees that bank's got, right? It's New Zealand, it's a small country. Let's say this bank's got 2,000 employees. And that conversation has a definite positive impact on all of their lives, and therefore on all of their families' lives. Who am I to not go and try this session with Sarah? Where there might be a positive impact on so many lives. So having that higher purpose and knowing that my fears aren't my fears, they're the fears of various younger me's, but they're not the fears of 47-year-old Judith, who knows that her work is really powerful and that it changes lives. So it's knowing that.
I came from, I mean, many people could probably relate, is like you're kind of shy. You don't really speak up. You say you're a shy person, and I was a dancer, so I express through movement and not my words. So we're, and I remember that feeling in my body, like this constriction, when you can't get your words out. There's that.
Yeah.
Like, can you speak on how to start releasing that, even on a physical level? I know that you do physical work too on that.
Yeah, I do.
And all that.
I do chakras and all that. So let's start speaking to the sound healing, which is, the part of what we're going to be sharing. So the physical reaction is where you're holding energetically that past experience, emotion, memory, or imagination. So your voice is a reflection of every experience you have ever had, witnessed, or imagined. So you don't have to have had it. You may have witnessed someone else, I don't know, drop their note cards and be all flustered on stage and like, oh my goodness, I watched them happen, and oh my God, I would hate that to happen to me. Or you might just imagine it happening. You might just imagine the worst, and your body directly responds to that. Your brain and body are intrinsically linked. And so wherever you're holding that tension, when you feel the words coming and your throat constricts, lots of people come to me going, oh, I've got a throat chakra problem, I can't. So your throat is the first and last line of defense. For physical ailments, it's the first line of defense. So if you're going to get a cold, 90% of the time you'll get a tickly throat first, or a slightly sore throat first, and then you start getting the cold. It's the last line of defense for emotional stuff. So if you're wanting to say something, I don't know, say before I started speaking about the sound healing part of my business, I'd always focus on the public speaking and I wouldn't talk about the sound healing because I thought, oh, people will think it's too woo, they won't get it, they'll think it's weird, and I don't want to be labeled a hippie person, whatever it was. I also go into corporates, so I don't want to confuse people. And a part of me felt like it wasn't safe to say that. If I say that, and your safety is down in your root chakra, so it could be you get clenching in your lower belly, or I would feel like I was not in control. So the solar plexus, just below the heart there, that's your control center. And if you feel like, oh, but I'm not in control and I have to be in control, that will not let you breathe, because that's where your diaphragm connects. And if you're thinking, and this is where our thoughts create our reality, and someone earlier said, I think it was Sherry was saying, energy follows our thought. If you're thinking, who am I? Or, oh no, there's the physical reaction straight away, brain, body. So some work that you can do is where you're feeling the tension, place your attention there. So for example, if you get shaky hands or shaky legs before speaking, don't try and stop them from shaking, give them a good old shake. Just release it, acknowledge it. If you're getting that tension in your solar plexus or your belly, place your hands there and give them a rub. And bring yourself back into there and go, okay, this is where it's at. On a sound level, on a voice level, this is where the sound healing works, because we have different sounds for each of the chakras. Each of the energy centers holds different emotions, different energies. And much like we were talking about with happiness and allowing yourself to feel the anger, feel the sadness, feel the whatever, allow yourself to feel the challenge and sound it out. So if it's feeling like there's a tension and everything's clenched and you're feeling like, then make that sound. Go, and keep sounding it. Like literally sound it out of your body. And then as you've sounded,
That's
you've
awesome.
acknowledged it. Like, rather than trying to hide from it, acknowledge it, acknowledge the challenge, acknowledge the difficulty, acknowledge where you're feeling it. If it had, I don't know, if you've got butterflies in your belly and it feels like, oh, sound it, go, oh, right? Just make the sound, because eventually you'll either just sound it out and it'll be like, oh, there's the release, okay. And then you'll find you have space, which is space for breath, the space for speaking. Or you'll just feel so ridiculous that you'll end up laughing, and there's no higher vibration than laughter. So if you end up laughing before you go into it, you're like, oh, okay. Then you can go into that situation in, oh. So you can physically, because your voice is vibration, it is physical.
I do like your voice is mirroring the feeling. Tell us the importance of that, because that needs you're having that expression in your body. So when you express it with your, like, tell me where that connection is.
So let's go with because we want to release the bad stuff. So let's go with the bad stuff, right? That's the challenging stuff. If you're having the thought, who am I? Right? Who am I to go to this networking business meeting and talk about my business with confidence? Who am I to say I am the best productivity coach that I know? Mm-hmm. I will get results for you. Who am I to say that? But what if I don't? What if it doesn't work? Like those thoughts that come into your brain. Who am I to speak about voice vibration sound healing to a corporate company? Oh, they're going to think I'm a weird hippie woo person who's going to come in spreading burning sage and clinging with Tibetan bells. So if you're having those thoughts, the thought creates an immediate physical reaction, and that's tension. And our voice comes from our belly, so we need to be breathing. We need to have that support in our diaphragm. We need to have a nice open chest. If we have tension anywhere there, it's restricting the amount of breath available. And then our vocal folds are also a muscle. So if we're holding tension, the vocal folds go tight. And when the vocal folds are tight, automatically the voice raises. And that's a sign of tension. And human beings know this, like we subconsciously. So that is how it works. That's how your voice responds to your thoughts. But remember, your voice is a reflection of every experience or emotion you've ever had, witnessed, or imagined. So you can imagine, if you've never had a good speaking experience, although I'm sure most people have, if you've never witnessed a really good speaker, which I'm sure you have, that you can imagine. So your voice can reflect the good stuff. It doesn't have to. We all know that we focus on the fear because we need to keep ourselves safe. The ego is trying to protect us. That's what's happening. That's why the brain is more likely to remember the one bad thing that someone said or the one average thing that someone said and take it as bad than the 10 brilliant things other people have said, because we're looking out for the danger. We want to belong in the tribe. This is the fear of public speaking. If I say something that someone doesn't agree with, that someone doesn't like, then they're going to tell everybody else, and I'm going to get kicked out of the tribe, and I can't survive winter on my own because I can't kill a woolly mammoth on my own. Right? That's where the brain goes. But we can imagine the good stuff that might happen too. We can think, but what if one person in this audience of 100 takes something from what I've said and implements something, and that changes their life? What if someone goes, oh my God, that is brilliant. Yes, I just need to put 10 breaks in my diary every day, and that will help me feel better. I will have the energy to do. I just have to put a 20-minute dance break in my diary at 3 p.m. so that I can change my state. If one person, you can imagine the what if, the positive things, and then your voice starts reflecting that. And that's why I talk about having the higher purpose all the time, coming from a deepest truth. So my deepest truth for my work is, when you liberate your voice, you liberate your life. And people could argue that. So have that, know what your real truth is, that no one can take away from you. You can argue, you can disagree with me, I don't care. I know it's true. And have a higher purpose. And when you're speaking to that and you're in that state, then your voice will reflect that passion, that truth, that purpose. Oh, Amy, you're on mute.
You're a voice person, so you know I'm on mute. The other thing I would say is that, like anything, you know, is don't retreat. When you go towards something, towards it, things change.
Yeah. And
I mean,
I had huge emotional releases from sound healing. Like, that's partly why I teach it, right? I hadn't recognized that I had this one session and all this sound, and there was snot and there was tears, and I was like, ugh, and what was coming out sounded like, the only way I can describe it is a Native American mourning, like grief song. I have no idea what I was grieving. I'm like, what is this? All this grief. And I suddenly was like, because I've been doing some other work on my relationship with my dad, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm grieving the relationship we never had. That means I have to accept that actually there's a part of me that wanted one. Oh, okay. But you have to allow yourself to go into it, because the blocks, the physical blocks, come from the stuff that we're not wanting to look at, the stuff that we don't allow. It's like, no, the vulnerability is a big one, and that's your heart center. And that's where very often the voice, where we want the voice, is to be here. This is the I care, I share space. So humming into your heart, having this lovely vibration here in your chest.
Let's do some humming. Let's do some sound. We're almost hitting the.
Let's do it.
Let's do a little bit of practice. Can I mute myself, or do I have to? You guys need to hear.
No, you can mute as well if you like. Yeah, that's fine. So I'll do some basic work to just show you how this works. And so what I want to say is, firstly, there is no right or wrong note. So to anyone watching, please, this isn't about singing. This is sound healing. It's sounding. Doesn't have to be pretty. I think I demonstrated that earlier with the glare. Right. So there's no right or wrong note. Please do not push your voice. So don't force your voice low. Don't force your voice high. If there's tension, then you're causing physical damage, and that's bad. Okay? So don't force your voice. And if you feel a restriction, you have a choice. Like, because you might get emotional, you might get teary, you might get angry, you might get frustrated, you might get deliriously happy. If you're feeling an emotion, this is what I was saying. When you are sounding, you're the one in control. So if it feels too much for you, stop. Don't do it. Or just come to a hum. If it feels like, oh, that's the spot, you know, sometimes when you're getting a massage and it's a little bit painful, but you're like, yes, go in there, yes, that's going to be the relief. If that's feeling like that for you, then carry on with that sound, because that's the one that causes the relief. So we're just going to go with the basic heart opening. And the first step is to breathe. So breathing out through your mouth, and close your eyes if you wish. It makes it easier, makes you feel less inhibited. You know, if I can't see other people, they can't see me. So breathing out through your mouth, in through your nose, and allow the expansion. If you imagine your lungs are like a balloon, when a balloon loses air, it shrinks. So your tummy comes in, your ribs contract. And when a balloon fills with air, you fill your ribs with air, your belly expands, your chest expands. Just let that breathing happen first. And then on the next exhalation, on any note, any tone, wherever you are, just hum. And keep humming while I'm speaking. So lips closed, teeth not touching. There shouldn't be tension in the jaw. Just playing. You might feel the vibration in your nose. You might find it in your lips. Place your hand on your chest, and you might feel a little vibration in your chest. And just play. If there's no vibration in your chest, don't worry, because the next exercise I'm going to do is going to help you explore. So this next part of it, keep humming while I'm speaking. This next part of it, part of the challenge is actually hearing your voice. Lots of people just hate hearing their voice. So this is encouraging you to start getting used to hearing yourself. And if you want to open your range a little bit, just siren up and down. So just play. This is really useful if you're feeling your voice is stuck in your head and it's not wanting to come into your chest. That might be, if you're feeling like, oh no, that might be because you don't like feeling vulnerable. Like, oh no, but then people will know that I care. People will know that this is important to me, or they'll know that I feel embarrassed about this. So just allow it, acknowledge it, and hum. As you siren, the higher you go, the easier it is to drop low, and the lower you go, the easier it is to play up, because you're just playing through the sound. Mm. And if you do feel a vibration in your chest, just allow that and come to that center place. Mm. And if this is enough for you, that's great. Just stay with the hum. If you want to encourage yourself to go a little step further, the next step is you start on the hum and then you open your mouth nice and wide. So, ma, ma, ma. Now you may notice that this is challenging for you. You may go, oh no, that's embarrassing. Oh, I don't want to be heard. You may notice that your voice reduces in volume. You may notice that it changes note. You might go, ma, or ma. What you want is your note, the tone, wherever it is for you, to stay the same. Ma, ma. If it jumps, that's an indication that you've got a fear of being heard. You've got a fear of being heard in that space or being heard in general. So these are just really simple exercises I want to share with you today to start finding your voice.
That was awesome. My cat is like looking at me like, what's going on over there? He's like, I've never heard you sound like that before.
The other thing this is really useful for, so the hum, for a life tool, for a stress management tool, if you're feeling like really stressed out and your head's like, and I've got 5 million things to do and I've got to get to this and I've got to do, you can stop, you can place your hand on your heart and just and trying to come into that hum. You can even just say the word hum. And do that a couple of times. And it literally physically brings you out of your head and back into your body. So it's a really great, like 15-second stress reducer.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you.
My
I love
pleasure.
that. Okay. I think we're going to go on to the next thing. Zan's laughing with us because, yeah, I mean,
And you feel
we
that
don't usually
physically
do stuff like that, Quinn.
No, but it
Judith,
physically
so-
changes your vibration.
It
So
does.
if you're wanting to be grounded, right? If you're wanting to ground, then it's lower and slower. So there's even the grounded root chakra note is a haw, the haw, or the sound, not the note. The haw, really deep and low. If you're wanting inspiration, if you're feeling sluggish and a little bit blur, then faster and lighter. So that's why laughter's good. You can either fake laugh, you can just ha 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 and just get faster and faster and just ha 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 until you just feel ridiculous and you're actually laughing. Or for inspiration and the higher spiritual energy, calling that in, higher and faster.
Yeah, I love that. Thank you. Joanne agrees. That was. Zan says my neighbors are going to love my voice. It's hilarious. Joanne, love that. I agree with that. Was awesome.
My neighbors are so used. I've got neighbors through that wall and neighbors above the ceiling. They're just used to it.
Yeah.
Judith, can I ask a question? When I was doing that, it just instantly made me yawn all the time. You might have noticed. Is that normal? I didn't want to feel rude, but I was like, I couldn't stop it.
No, so yawning is a release. So yawning, belching, burping, tears, they're all a natural release. So it's either because you need a bit more oxygen to do it, to make sound, you need a little bit more oxygen because you need more support. So it might just be your body going, oh, crikey, right, yeah, needs that. Or it could be a release. It's like, oh, yeah, oh, okay, there's something here that needs out. So thank you.
It's a good thing. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I know that, excuse me, sorry. I know that, Melita, you have another gift for our audience. I'm going to put it in the chat box if you could speak on it. It's the ultimate goal setting and productivity system.
Yes. So this is coming back to what I was saying about the one-page achievement planner. It's a copy of that and a video to go with it, a masterclass on how to use it and how to find those tools and tips that work for you.
And then also, Judith, you have something also for our audience.
I can't remember which one I gave, but if you go to my...
It's the confidence on camera. Confidence on camera, which...
the confidence on camera, yes. So the finding your voice, confidence on camera. So that is
with the
£100 off. So if you're feeling like, if you're still inhibited about being in front of your camera screen, then the code for that is lockdown 2020. And I have a couple of other freebies on my Resources for Life page on my website as well. So,
yeah, we have that. Well, ladies, this has been a great segment. As I say, the vision is being lived out for the Unstoppable with you three experts, where we can, make funny noises to get like productive in our life, and then talk about our purpose and really giving women a place to learn from other women in your rock project. So thank you again for being a part of this group. So unmute yourself and say goodbye to everybody and everything.
Bye. And thanks, Amy. It's really been, I've really enjoyed it. And it's been so great to be here with Judith and Sherry as well, and yourself. I think it's really interesting to see that we're all coming at this from different angles, but all have the same, it's always the same thing that helps you get through these things. So I've really enjoyed it. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that, this has been, you're all fascinating women, and there's a real synergy. We were all talking about the same thing, coming from different angles. And Amy, thank you so much for providing a space. What you did is provide a space for us to really be able to share our gifts. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And here's to everyone sharing their voice over the next few months through you, Amy. So.
Yes, thank you so much. All right, ladies. Well, have a beautiful rest of your day, or some of you evening, right? And we will connect soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to, here we go. Woo, that was a good segment. I'm feeling such a great session. Yeah, Zan. Thank you, Sherry, Melita, Judith. Good vibes. Yeah, I feel I love all that energy work and vibrations, and really getting back into my body, because many a times I'm like, ooh, rising up, and I need a lot of grounding because my energy takes over. So great takeaways so far, right? Really working on thinking about happiness and how to create that that inner knowing and that vision to really start moving your life forward in the direction that you want to take. And is it the direction you want to take, right? Always questioning, using those questions of, is this really what I want? Or am I doing it because I should do it? And how techniques to really improve your being productive in your life. That's huge, right? Because many of us let our life and our day go by without really doing what we truly desire to do and accomplish in our life. Because many of us are distracted in life with family or fears or Netflix. That was my big distraction. I'm guilty. Netflix would be a huge distraction for me often of times, and I would not focus on my business. So really, giving great tips to really be more productive in something that is meaningful to you. So, which leads me to really prioritizing your life. Like, making your life a priority is really my vision, and one of the reasons why I do the work that I do is so that you can move your life forward, so that you have that underneath confidence, knowing, that belief of being underneath you, always supporting you, getting to that, finding that nugget, finding that space of really owning your values. And we talked about values yesterday, and like what it means to really, number one, know your values and really hold on to those values as evidence of who you are and what you've done and what it took to get to where you're at. So I'm going to put in my scheduling link for a free session with me. I offer this to you guys out there as to really take you over the finish line. or even get you started to understand what you truly desire in this life. And your vision is here and how to bridge that gap. So there's my Calendly link, and I know that we are going into our next session, which I'm really excited about. I'm going to add these lovely, beautiful ladies in. Christelle, Michelle, and Ramona. Welcome, ladies. I'm so excited to start this session with you, this next segment, I should call it. So I'm going to quickly introduce you, and then you can introduce yourself and really tell us more about you. So we have Ramona Zabriskie. She is, she's an expert in marriage. We love that. We need that right now. So I'm really excited to speak with her, and to she's going to talk about like the gifts of womanhood, the 5 paradigm shifts that will unleash the best in you and your relationships, which is beautiful. I love that. And Christelle Biga, she is a personal alignment coach, and we're gonna talk about, you have what it takes already, right? Christelle is a reoccurring guest on this show, and she's very powerful. She's on it. And then we have Michelle Baxo, a mindset expert, which she also has the Unleashing the Power Love Woman Within. That's also part of her company, right? So I'm excited to jump on board with you guys. First, we're going to start with Ramona. And then, ladies, if you two could mute yourself then we can have less. All right, so welcome, Ramona. So great to have you.
Hi, Amy.
I know. Are we taking notes already?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, beautiful. All right, so introduce yourself. Tell us, who you are and what you do, and what you're seeing right now in marriages and relationships.
Well, I'm Ramona Zabriskie, and I am a marriage author and educator, and a mentor and a coach, all in the realm of marriage. That's what I am known for generally in the world, but my students know me more as a woman's woman, if you will, in that most of my students come to me originally because of relationship issues, right? Mm-hmm. They want to take their marriage from maybe a troubled place to a good place, to a great place, to a grand place. And that's something that we really strive for in Wife Savers, which is my course and community. But though they came to me maybe originally, as I say, about marriage, and I do have students from over 70 countries. So we have every cultural and faith and marital experience kind of backgrounds that we work with. Though they might originally have come to me for marriage, what they find out, their first paradigm shift, is that we are about them as an individual and as a woman, and we prioritize that over the success of their marriage, actually. Mm-hmm. And that is absolutely key to success in any area of our lives, and especially in relationships. So we have to get that hierarchy straight right from the top. So we focus in on appreciating our womanhood and the very unique and glorious gifts that come with being a woman. Mm-hmm. And once we're feeling more secure in that, we're able to face our fears and learn a little bit more about them that are also, I believe, unique to womanhood. And then we're able to really start tackling, understanding the men in our lives and the fears that they face and their gifts as well. And then we can really get into what the interaction between those two dynamics. And then we're able to really start building a relationship. and the kind of relationship that we want and that we're looking for. And that I believe, you said, what am I seeing in marriages out there? Well, it depends. Mm-hmm. Am I seeing the sad and the bad? Oh, of course I do. And I coach a lot of women that way. Mm-hmm. But I'm also seeing a lot of the great and the grand. And these are what I call legacy loves, the kind of relationships or fully vested equal partnerships between two people who are throwing everything into the pool, all of their resources and gifts and so forth. And they become emotional supports for one another so that both are able to pursue their dreams full bore. There's some tricks to that. And we teach a million strategies in becoming successful in marriage. And one of them is called dream weaving. And so we learn to pursue our dreams at the same time as he's pursuing his dreams. Or when I say same time, I mean the same lifetime.
Yeah, I know.
And or maybe a mutual dream together. And so romantic partnerships are the most powerful partnerships in the world, I think, because you've got the romance in there. You've got the passion, the enthusiasm, the friendship, and so forth. So that, if that sounds like a dream, it is very much a lot of women's dreams. That's something that's the kind of relationship we're all hoping for and looking for. But step one is recognizing your own power in yourself as a woman, as an individual. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing, and that's what I do. And my course and community, as I say, serves women from all over the world. And it's a very, very comprehensive and in-depth course that is a serious undertaking, but it's for women who are really looking for transformation, and a great community, amazing community of sisters that support each other in that quest. So
yeah, because I just want to get in there and say, yeah, I think we've all been in those, most of us have been in those relationships that are marriages that, for me, it just felt like I didn't even know what I was supposed to set up before I got married. Like, I didn't even know that the setup needed to be me first. It's so interesting because then I got into my other relationship. The me first came first, right? That was, and the whole different dynamics was so interesting.
Well, we're only able to eventually mature into a place of almost selflessness, that kind of joy that comes from losing yourself and the giving. But you can only get there if you have an abundance from which to give. And how does that happen? So yeah, it does. There has to be a little bit of focus on self, personal development, and satisfaction and joy and all that. The magnifying of your gifts and so forth, and overcoming your fears that are holding you back, or maybe sabotaging your relationship because they're sabotaging your personal development. So yeah, it does come back to, it starts with us, but it grows into, this is the vision, right? To this fully orchestrated piece of music instead of a lonely solo.
And I just want to ask, because I know this is the first shift. So it's like, so what are the objections like women might be saying to themselves when asked you first? Like what might be coming up in their mind?
Objections to what? That it's possible to have that kind of life and that kind of relationship?
Yeah, or to even to imagine the shift. They're already in their marriage, or to even.
Yeah, well, we work with.
I know you work with a lot of women.
I will say that the majority, actually, of my students come with a lot of doubt in their hearts, and a lot of fear, and a lot of distrust. We get rid of all that. Anybody who sticks with me long enough is absolutely sold on our approach and the principles that we teach. They're very different. They're a little upside down from what they expect to hear. Starting with this idea of, hey, this is about you. This isn't really about him. right? Because when we drag our husband to the counselor or whatever, it's about him. You got to fix him. Help me. And we're like, we're not going to worry about fixing him. We're going to worry about you, and then watch what happens. And that's what happens. In a relationship, there is, and by the way, let me throw in the disclaimer. We say that the Wife Savers approach and principles work miracles, if you will, and we have too much proof of it for over a decade now. They work if you're in a relationship with what we call the nice guy. That's just, I don't know what else, it's just a sort of generic term, meaning he's well-intentioned. He's faulty. He may be juvenile. He may be insensitive, but deep down, I mean, really his intentions are not to oppress you or control you or demean you or abuse you or criticize you or gaslight you or all those things. He's not that kind of guy. So a well-intentioned man will respond to a woman's efforts to improve things and to improve herself and to change the dynamic and the way they interrelate and so forth. You can't help it. A relationship, one person changes, the other's got to respond to it. And so we've seen a lot of, let's say, I'll put it this way. This is not a made up thing. 98% of our student body reports significant improvements in their relationships. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's amazing because from my own experience and from my clients' experience, when you do it that way, the men are also interested. What are you doing? What did you do today in class? What did you
Some of the women don't even tell their husbands they're doing it. Oh. But yeah. I love the couples that do, though, that when he's engaged and curious about what are you doing? And tell me about it. Those are the best. Those are the best. But sometimes it's just the way she's treating herself that starts to make a difference. And then it morphs into how she treats him, and that starts to make a big difference.
So what's the second shift? You got them there. You've got it's all about you, and we start working on ourselves regardless of him, which
yes, right.
I'm a full proponent of also.
Yes.
Because we're inspiring, lovely women. When you change yourself into that, people want to be next to you.
I would say the next shift that I see in the women that I work with is a realization of their gifts, as being very different from the man in their life. All right. Also, when I say her gifts, it has a lot to do with her why she does what she does, why she is who she is, why she wants to be married. Why do you want to be married?
That's a good question.
Most women do not have an answer. They have to think long and hard, and even after they come up with something, they're not sure it's quite right.
That's interesting.
So I'll tell you what the bullseye is. And I have never, in tens of thousands of women, anyone can test this. You want to cherish and to be cherished. It's a deep, deep, essential desire in a woman. And I think it's the cherry inside the chocolate. It makes life absolutely worth living if you can visualize yourself in that kind of relationship. And I'm not just talking about, I love you, I like you, I tolerate you, we get along, you're my best friend. I'm talking about cherishing. Just think about that. That's what we all want. And that's what we're hoping for when we start out. And we think we even have it at the beginning. I have a free ebook at my website, 5 Lies We Tell Brides and 5 Truths That Save Wives. And we start out often on the wrong foot, thinking that we are at cherish right from the get-go. Cherish doesn't happen for decades. takes lots of work. But that is a why for most women. We are all about relationships. Science shows that even in our night dreams, we're dreaming about relationships. Everything we think about and pray about always goes back to a relationship of some kind or other. So here's the paradigm shift. That's not how your husband thinks. That's not his operating system. It isn't. Relationships are not the number one purpose and intent and everything, anything like that. He is performance-based, performance-driven. He is, that means he's got to have external affirmation to feel worthy, like he even has a place in this world. A woman that's much more innate in her, the sense that I deserve respect, hello, just for being on the planet, right? But he doesn't necessarily feel that way. So that's another big shift, is understanding our why, and then the gifts that feed into that and that are born of that, actually, and are a product of that.
Yeah, I think our partners, our guys in our life, our husbands, they like results. So if you're like, honey, can you fix this thing? They're like, yeah, I could take a screwdriver to do it. But if they're like, honey, can you fix my emotional baggage? They're like, I don't even know what that means.
No, psychotherapist. Psychotherapist was not one of the things he signed up for.
Right. And then often women get frustrated because he's not paying attention. He doesn't care. It's like that thing. And he's more like, well, so can you speak a little bit into that?
Are you, well, when we're talking about operating systems, if you will, gender is an interesting thing. It's in the brain. It starts in the brain. And I do a whole big fat webinar on that, on the brain science behind gender. But in how it plays out in us as individuals, it's all, it's all over the map. It's actually a big, long kind of spectrum. You could think of the most masculinized brain in the world, the most feminized brain in the world. So I have lots of students who love the things I teach by saying, and they say, I didn't ever understand myself before. I'm actually more, I think more like a man, I think. And I think my husband thinks more like a woman. I'm like, yeah, there's right. We're all over the map that way. So I don't want to pigeonhole stereotype, but generally speaking, what you talk about is a common sort of cliche, the idea of the woman who's looking for more emotional conversation, relationship-based conversation, more emotional support, that kind of thing. And a man, generally speaking, who's not really comfortable with that or is not responding to her in that way. And that's just basic. Our students learn so much about that. I can't possibly give it all to you right here, but generally speaking, men are just as emotional as women, but at a very deep level. They also respond emotionally to situations in sort of a delayed way. So up to 7 times as long as a woman. So for instance, that I look at that not as a frustration to me anymore, but as an actual blessing and gift in my relationship. For instance, I had a car accident and I was very upset, very emotional. My husband was like, okay, let's trade the insurance cards. He was just taking things very logically. And 5 hours later, though, he was like, oh, the more I think about that, the madder I get. But in that little grace period where he was thinking a little more clearly than me, just for a little bit, it was a help to me, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that's one area, one interesting sort of dynamic that's different between us. Another might be that I process emotion verbally. I'm like most women, not every woman, but most women that way. And he releases emotion physically. So any kind of intense emotion usually is going to come out physically in one way or another for him, or he feels better for having a sweaty game of basketball or some physical intimacy or whatever. And so that's a little bit different. There's like 100 different visual, you can actually see in a brain scan, 100 different differences between men and women that way. And it's interesting how it plays out in everyday life. It can be very aggravating and can actually lead to such serious misunderstandings that we're at divorce. But it doesn't have to, as long as you educate yourself and understand, then that's part of what we teach. So.
Yeah, so I was going to speak on that because what are we at? 50% divorce still? I mean, are the numbers getting better?
It's actually,
what's going on?
Yeah, it is getting a little better.
Okay,
just
tell
a
me
little
about
bit,
that.
maybe more like 40%, but no one knows why for sure. Part of it is the trend towards marrying later in life. Part of it, this is all supposition. No one knows exactly for sure. Another reason is a lot of people are just living together. And so that brings down, the divorce statistic, if you will. But it is very significant that some astronomical number. Last I looked, but that was a couple years ago, it was like 90% of divorces are filed for by the woman. And of those, it's interesting that the more educated a woman is, the higher the percentage of, how do I say this? Highly educated women are the ones who will usually initiate divorce. So yeah, it's pretty, a woman has a lot of power. Woman has a lot of power and very high expectations of marriage, as we should. So what I teach helps us bridge the gap and make the leap of faith between where we are or where we started and now where we are. I mean, I can track you on a road. I call it a road. One way leads to alienation. One way leads to unity, and everyone I start with is going this way, and we turn you around so you're going back this way. But you can actually track. I can actually give you an assessment where you can see where are you on that road, because there are 10 steps that are so clear that are going to take you to divorce, and there are 10 steps that are so clear that are going to take you to unity. So it's possible, and so one of the paradigm shifts we make and have to make is that we do a lot to sabotage ourselves and our relationship out of inadvertently. We're just ignorant, and it just takes good learning. It takes some personal development and a little investment in some personal education. I don't know why we expect ourselves to be great women and wives without just naturally, when everything else it's the most intricate, complicated thing that you do in your life, and you're just supposed to know how to do it. No, it doesn't work that way.
So what's one of the self-sabotaging things on that road? Give me one. Can you give me one?
Well, I'm giggling because we try to have fun with it. Yeah. Rather than beat ourselves up about it too much. So women have a number of fears, and when they get excited, we play into them, and become sort of morph ourselves into what in Wife Savers we call the crazy ladies. And we have fun with that. So the crazy ladies are, have names like Ashamedly, Betraya, Irreleva. They're how they make our husband feel. And we start to we have a long list, so you can actually check it off. Oh, I do that. I do that. I do that. Women think, that doesn't apply to me. And then I hand them that assessment, and they start checking things off, and they're like, I'm all over the crazy lady map. And they're sabotaging the relationship in the smallest of ways, day in and day out. And they're able to actually see, oh, I tend more towards depressa. I do a lot of that depressive stuff, meaning it makes your husband feel very depressed and you don't realize it. So in her effort to actually overcome her fears or to deal with them, in her effort to connect, that's all she wants. Yes. To connect with her husband and to feel that bonding and that cherishing that we talked about, she actually is sabotaging through a million little behavior choices, is actually pushing him further and further away. Mm-hmm. And then he gets into what I call psycho guy. And now we've got a real crazy circle going. So
yeah, it's amazing how many, sometimes some of my clients, it's like, well, what would happen to you if you're like if someone's demanding something of you and not being respectful of you and asking in a way that's like not even just so angry? What would you do? You would shut down too, right?
Right.
So it's really
right.
Us, it's like, what do you expect?
Right. And actually,
with love, right?
Yes, but we know that. We all know we're supposed to be nice. We all know we're supposed to be respectful, especially the people we love. We know that.
Yeah.
But what I find is that we don't really know what it looks like. Mm-hmm. If we have not grown up in a home like that, we don't have a mother and grandmother or somebody who communicated in a style and with the body and the facial and the intonation and everything that we're talking about, they don't even know what it looks like. And they think they're being nice. But if I were to be a mouse in a corner and look at them, I'd say, look at your face right now. Do you really see that your eyebrows are like this instead of like this? That's, really, I'm talking, we just have sort of lost the fine art of being nice to a lot of people in our lives, but especially our husband, who we may end up taking for granted and getting frustrated with because we don't understand where he's coming from. So that is part of the Wife Savers course. I also do the Wife Savers podcast, and my husband and I do that together. And you can listen to our conversation, and lots of people listen to it just to listen to us interrelate in a totally unrehearsed style and to say, oh, that's what it's supposed to sound like. Oh, and they start to get what a relationship is really meant to be. And so, we'll go so far as to say, if he's criticizing you, say it like this is what you say, and this is how to say it, and actually show you how to do it with great effect. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So there's one question I want to get to. You're almost up to your time, but I think it's interesting because she writes how to support an insecure partner with low self-worth. Like, how is she? This is.
Did someone ask you that? Oh, okay.
It's because they pre-submit questions.
Mm-hmm. Okay. How do you support a partner with low self-worth?
An insecure partner with low self-worth. This is.
Well, I'm assuming this is a woman asking about a man.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. The first we would have to tackle why he has the low self-worth. And, there could be a million reasons for that, including his upbringing or whatever. But if we're just going to talk about men in general, again, they're performance-based, external affirmation. And if he also could have some issue with the other men in his life or whatever, where he's not feeling respected and maybe not feeling respected by her even. So without that lack of respect, he has no self-respect. So how do we build up his sense of worth and his sense of respect? There is, that's a huge part.
That's a huge question, but just give her a little
Wife Savers. Okay.
Give her a little Wife Savers.
What he needs a job. He needs a purpose. We call it the male quest. Number one. And she's a huge, huge part of helping him seek that and keep that and magnify that and make it happen. This is huge, huge part of marriage, huge part of a successful marriage. All right, the male quest. But in their everyday interactions, we have 10 attitudes that we call the 10 A's, because they all start with A, and they also stand for the laws of attraction. And they include things like appreciation, approval, admiration. Okay, there's 10 of them. So these tiny little messages that she can send to him in many ways throughout any given day is going to start to have an impact. I call a man like he's a little tree when you marry him. He's like a little twig of a tree. And those A's, little messages of the appreciation, approval, and so forth, are like the drops of water seeping into the roots of a man. And the little twig starts to, until they become what they're supposed to be, a tree, like a redwood tree of a man, with a big, thick trunk built from work and sacrifice, big, heavy branches that can hold and shade and protect lots of people. That's what a man is supposed to be, a redwood tree, but it takes a lifetime to get him there. Trees grow very slowly. And so building up his self-worth, his self-esteem is a huge part of what I teach. And we do it many different ways, but those A's make all the difference in a man's slow growth and maturation and sense of self and worth. Absolutely, it's possible.
Yeah, to me that seems more effective than sitting down and telling him how great, it's more like just small little bits of just, you know, constant.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The message being, you're so helpful to me,
Yes.
or it's amazing to be your wife, or, I know you really mean to do your best for us. Those are the kind of messages that they're getting, and you can do it in 100 million different ways. Yeah.
Yes. All right. So I know that you have a free gift for our audience, and I'm going to put it in the chat box, and will you speak on it? It's the 5 lies we tell brides and 5 truths that save wives.
Right. And it's a great little ebook, quick and easy read for you, but with truly profound principles. So you are going to read what the assumptions, the false assumptions, the myths, the lies that you've been building your relationship on probably from the start. And then we're going to flip them and show you, no, this is actually the truth of it. And that's a really good foundational place to take off. In it just those shifts should make a significant difference in your relationship. And it's a really fun read too. So
all right, thank you for that. I'm excited. I'm going to download it.
Great.
All right, so next we have Christelle. She's going to go ahead and I'm going to mute your mic. She's going to unmute yourself, beautiful Christelle. So hi, introduce yourself and tell us about you, and actually what's been going on with you too, right? So here we go.
Hi, Amy. Thank you again for having me one more time. I already know the house. So I'm Christelle Biga. I'm a personal alignment coach, inspirational speaker, and a podcast host. I know that's a lot of hats, but it all goes to the same direction. What I really do with people is just give them space to realize how powerful they are and just get rid of all the fears that are stopping them from creating the life they really want to live. That's what I call personal alignment, helping people reconnect with themselves, identify the fears that are holding them back, and breaking free from those fears in order for them to create and step into their vision. So that's kind of what I do. That's what I speak on my podcast. And the reason why I really love that topic is probably the story of a lot of coaches. I have been there. I've been I've been the person that was constantly looking for external validation. I was a people pleaser. Nothing wrong with trying to be kind to other people, making them happy, but I was doing that you know, forgetting about myself. I wasn't putting myself first. It was really to the point where even if I'm watching TV with somebody, I will ask them what they want to watch. Even if I want to watch something else, it never occurred to me that what I wanted to watch was a priority, or I can even suggest that to the other person and see if we can watch it together. No, I would ask first, okay, take the remote. What do you want to watch? And I will just not even mention what I wanted to watch. That's how it was going deep into my life of trying constantly to be kind to people. But the bottom line was for me to be liked. I wanted people to like me. I wanted people to say, "Oh, she's a guy. She's a nice person." Because I needed to belong. I needed, people to like me. I wanted, and it wasn't just a desire or a want. It was really a need. And if I didn't have that feeling of people liking me or appreciating what I do, I really felt like something was missing, and it would make me really sad. And
So,
yes.
so what? I hear that, and I've been there. So, what are you denying yourself when you do that? Where's like, what are you? What are you denying yourself when you're not speaking up? Even in the small, we think, oh, it doesn't matter. It's only a movie, or it's just like, oh, it's just food, or it's just that, right? This is, sometimes I do that too. I'm like, I'm just too tired. It doesn't really matter that I never say what I actually want, right? So, speak into that.
Yes, what shows up and what I have identified for myself and that I really help people with right now is that it just shows how unworthy we feel. Just feel like what I want doesn't matter. Bottom line is I don't matter. I'm not worthy of having what I really want. And it shows up in all the areas of your life. Those little moments of your life you think is not connected to, your relationship or your business. Everything is that. It's the same story you're going to go with in all everything you will do in your life. The same way you feel like the fact that I want to watch this movie or pick this meal over the other one doesn't matter. The same way you will go in a relationship thinking that your desires, your wants don't matter, and you will go maybe at a job and feel the same way if you want to do is perform a certain task and they don't give it doesn't matter. You will go through life always with the feeling of what I want doesn't matter, and you end up seeing people not even knowing again what they want. We are coaches and we have those conversations with people asking this simple question: what do you want? And people don't know because they have been going through their lives just feeling like what they want doesn't matter. So they buried it so deep that no, they don't even think about it anymore. They don't think about it. They don't remember what they want because they just have that story of it doesn't matter. I don't matter. I'm not worthy of what I want. So there is no point of me even thinking about it, of in trying to create the relationship or the life or the business I want, because what I want doesn't matter. I don't matter.
You have some construction back there. I'm going to talk about it to bring it out. Don't worry about it. We can still hear you. This is the beauty of a live platform.
Oh,
So,
you have a hard time hearing me?
no, I can hear you, but there's some kind of.
Yeah, there's a guy building his something now. Sorry about that.
It's okay. It brings charm. It brings charm. All right. So, yeah. So it's interesting because you say you have what it takes already, right? So let's speak into that just because I know it's a struggle for people to even realize that I'm enough as is. Like I'm right. Is that what you're trying to say, or where are we going? Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what it is, because that story is the story I really help people get rid of feeling that, what I want doesn't matter. I can just settle for this result in my life, even if the relationship is not that great, it's okay. It's better than nothing, because subconsciously they feel like, first of all, what they want doesn't matter. They don't matter. And at the end of the day, even if they wanted it, they can't. They just can't, because first, they are not worthy. They are not good enough. They don't have what it takes. Some people will call that, oh, I'm not prepared. We have all those beautiful excuses that our brain makes up for us for it to make sense, right? It makes sense when you say, I'm not prepared for this, oh, I need to, try this first, and then after that, maybe I'll be ready. When I have to be ready to be ready to be ready, right? Because because the hidden story is I am not good enough for what I really want. So let me become good enough. Let me, by getting this certificate or getting this training or getting this amount of money first or doing this or becoming slim enough or taller or whatever it is, then I'll become good enough for what I want. When the truth is, you are good enough right now. You already have everything to be loved, to have the relationship you want, to have the business you want, to have the job you want, but you do not go after it because of that story of you're telling yourself, I will only become good enough after I've done this. That's a story.
Yes, and just a little history of Christelle and I. Like, we started our businesses at the same time, and Christelle is always, I'm always a systems person. I need to do things. And Christelle's just like, boom, I'm going, right? She just moves from that thing, right? So I'm just going to say that's, but so for me, I didn't know necessarily the systems keep me stuck on some level. They keep me like safe on some level, but how do you know that, how do you know when you're using, all these excuses in front of you before you take the leap? Like, how do you, because a lot of it's hard to know what you're doing. It's like, so what can you give some women out there, like some things that they're doing that could be, I'm not worthy?
And it's really good that you asked that question, because when we have those excuses, it makes total sense, right? It's logical because it comes from our brain, meaning it's a story that adds up, makes sense. Oh, yeah, but I can't have that job because I don't have this degree. Makes sense, right? But is it the truth? So you always want to ask to yourself, when you want something and you have those reasons coming up showing you all the good reasons why it's not available for you or it's not possible for you, just ask to yourself this simple question: is this true? Tony Robbins has a way of putting it. They will say, if you have to defend this in front of a judge, are you going to win this case? Can you prove without a doubt that what you're saying is really not possible? And the answer will be no. How many people will say, oh, it's impossible to make this amount of money in your business in the first year? But if you check, just take a look, maybe you follow other people online or you check on Google, you can Google it, you will find out that it's just a story. It's not the truth. If you want it to become your truth, be my guest. But the reality is it's not the truth. So when you have that conversation of, okay, this is what I want this, maybe this job or maybe I want my relationship to look this way, I want this, but right now it's not really possible because I haven't done this. Just stop for a second. Because the problem is, right, people don't take the time to listen to the conversation happening in their head. They just go through life. They don't stop. They just keep going and they just go with the excuses. They never stop to really listen to the conversation happening inside. And they listen more to what is happening outside. And the truth is, when you start to have a story, you'll have confirmations. You'll have somebody that will say, yeah, you're right. That's not possible. And then you will feel good about yourself. Like, yeah, of course, I can do that. Of course. Right? Yes. For example, you mentioned that we started our business almost at the same time. And I remember at some point I wanted to become a guest on podcast, and I asked one of our accountability partner, because she was doing podcasting. And she said, with all the love, you're just getting started. I don't think people will be really interested in having you on their podcast. You know what? And something in me, because I'm already in that journey for myself of being like, if I want it, I can have it now. I already have what it takes now. I don't have to become good enough for that. So I listened. I took her advice, because it's always valid to hear, other people's feedback. But the bottom line is, you make the rules for yourself. That's why you have to come from that place of knowing that I have what it takes to create what I want for myself. If people are telling me it's not possible, I have to figure out a way to make it possible. So I just step to that place of saying, no, this is what I want, and there is a way for it to happen. What is the way? I'm not going to sit here and wait to become good enough to become a podcast guest.
Right.
And sure enough, a few months later, I booked like every week I have a podcast interview every week. And so, and I didn't even know it was a thing until I started seeing people wondering how they can be guests on podcasts. And I was like, oh, it was so easy for me. I don't even know why it's a thing. Right. But that's just how you shift your energy around things. It matters how you see yourself. It matters the stories you're telling to yourself. If you buy into the story of it's impossible or I'm not ready yet, not saying that it's not important to get prepared. It's really important, right? You're not going to
Yes.
become a doctor without going to school, learning how to do that, of course. But don't go there feeling not good enough. Go there knowing that this is just tools to help me, be amazing. But right now, I can start doing it. When I started being booked as a speaker, I didn't even know what I'm going to say there. But I put myself in a place where I had to figure out how to do it. I
Yeah.
didn't sit back and waited to become ready to be, a speaker and then start applying. No. When I made a decision, I want to become a speaker, I started looking for opportunities to speak. And people started booking me without knowing if I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, and yeah, sorry. And
Yeah.
I think that's important. Like, often you make a decision, you get the thing first on something, and then you figure out how you're going to do it later.
Mm-hmm.
That's such a good lesson. We don't. If you focus on how we're going to make this happen, is where we get caught, right?
Yes,
Okay.
trying to get all the ducks in a row is
Yeah.
just a way for you to get to stay stuck. That's why you have people wondering all day long, how am I going to make it happen? How? Because you want all the answers before you make a step. That's not how it works. Usually,
Right.
you jump before you're ready and you grow wings when you are there already in the space.
Right.
That's how life usually works. But it's easier to sit there and be like, once I have all the answers, maybe I will know exactly what I'm doing. You don't know what you're doing until you do it. That's the truth.
That's true. That's the truth.
You don't know
You
what
just dive in and you figure it
you
out.
figure it out. You find the answers as you're facing challenges, as you're going through life. The answers come to you. But you're not going to sit there and wait for all the answers. It's not possible. It's not.
And it's something I say in the beginning of each podcast live stream is that you are resourceful and you are capable. It's just if you kind of have to put yourself out there, and then all those things that you are start coming out. Okay, those things don't come out by not moving, right? They're just sitting here unawakened. It's when you make that decision declaration to do something that all your gifts get to come out, right?
Exactly. And because we already have what it takes to create
Right.
what we want, we just have to believe it enough to take the leap of faith. Because if you believe that, hey, I don't have all the answers, but this is what I want and I'm ready, listen, you will figure it out. But if you stay stuck and be like, oh, I really want that, but I don't know how I'm going to get there, you're never going to know. You will not. If you decide that this is where I'm going with myself, this is where I'm going with my relationship, this is where I'm going with my life, okay, from that place, from your vision, from what it is that you want, what do you do? How do you spend your days? What are the decisions you make? If you want something bigger, you have to make big decisions. You have to make both moves. You're not going to sit there wondering how to make it happen. You start. Sometimes you go and you have to sometimes be the crazy person in the room.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Yeah.
that's what it takes for you to realize that I actually was able to do it. Because we are so powerful, but we don't realize it. We are stuck in those stories of we are not good enough, we are not prepared enough, we're not ready. We have to believe in ourselves. Look at ourselves in the mirror and see how powerful we are and move from that place.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say that Christy's put one of her questions is identifying what I want, identifying what I want without naysaying and making a plan to achieve. So yeah, watch out for the naysaying and the naysayers, right? But so when you hear that, how to identify what I want without naysaying and making a plan to achieve, what would you say to her?
That's something that is really powerful for women. They want support, which is important. It's so important to be supported. But it's above support, they want validation. That's where the naysayers can impact your decisions. Because if you are going, you ask, you share maybe your vision with people, you're not sharing it from a disempowered place where you want for them to tell you what to do with your vision. You don't go there hoping for them to hold your hand through your path. No, it's your vision, it's not theirs. So it's okay if they do not understand it. And you have to really be okay with that without taking it personal. It's okay for them to not want you to do it because it's not their vision. You have to keep that in mind. It's your vision, it's your desire, it's what you want. So you don't have to convince everyone around you to support you. And and you know sometimes it's a big fight in couples. He doesn't support me. I don't understand. He doesn't get it. It's not his. It's the vision is in your mind. It's in your heart. You feel it. You are the one that feels all the feels when you think about it, not him. So if he doesn't get it, that's fine. Just tell him you don't have to, but just stand by and be there. Let me just hold space for me to do what I want to do, because the naysayers become so powerful because we give them that power. We
Yeah.
go to people wishing, hoping, and praying for them to hold our hands and then help us go where we are going. That's not their job. Your job is to make your vision a reality. It's your job, not theirs. It's your vision. They have their own visions to worry about. Your vision is yours to make happen. If you have naysayers in your life, you can either not share your visions with them anymore, or go share with them, prepared for them to not be okay with it, and you being prepared to do it anyways, with all the love.
Yeah, with all the love. And actually, when you believe in your vision and people you're like, oh heck no, I'm doing this thing. Like you get more encouraged, right? Because it's in you already and you believe in it. And then the naysayers lose all their power over you. They mean nothing.
And what
They
you have to
only-
remember
yeah.
is that every person that made a difference in this world
Yes.
did it against the whole world. Against the whole world. The first man that passed the 4 minutes mile marathon, nobody has done it before. And they were saying it's impossible until one person did it. The same month, 4 other people did it. Every time you want to do something, maybe around you, nobody has done it. Of course, they will say it is impossible. Is it impossible because nobody has done it? Or is impossible like it's impossible to fly? How impossible is that? You have to watch who you surround you, because when you say naysayers, who are you surrounding yourself with? First of all, when I wanted to do a lot of things in my business, I consciously decided to join the groups, even on Facebook, of the people that were doing what I wanted to do.
Yes.
Because if I stayed with the group of people that were not doing what I want to do, they will tell me that it's impossible. Why? Because it wasn't something they knew how to do. So of course for them it was impossible. But I had to find other people that would give me a different perspective. And that's how you have to be smart to realize that the person telling you it's impossible, the person telling you that's ridiculous, is that person doing what you're doing? If not, of course they think it's impossible. Of course they don't even know it's something. So why do you listen to them? You have to listen to the people that either are doing what you're doing, or that they are type of people that also go after things, new things, and they are in that same energy as yourself, because that's what you need to support your dream or your vision.
Listen, I know many people told me don't do a live stream like this, Amy. Keep it all one thing. I was like, well, I don't see that's not my vision. My vision is to give women different perspectives on one show, like to really get in there. So you have a free gift for our audience, so I'm going to put that into the chat box, and can you speak on it?
Yes, I have a free gift, which is a call with me, a 30-minute session for energy shift to get clarity on, your next goal, your vision. If you are in that space of, okay, this is what I want, or maybe I'm not even sure that I really want that, and how do I get there? If you're in that space, or you're feeling like, oh, I'm not ready for it, I don't think it's I have all it takes yet. I have to do this first before I do that. Let's get on the phone. I will help you realize that right here, right now, you already have enough, if not everything you need to get going with your vision. So that's that's my gift.
Thank you. All right, so the next section is the round table, and Michelle, can you unmute yourself and introduce yourself quickly, and then we'll go into your interview after the roundtable. So tell us who you are and what's going on.
Yeah, so my name is Michelle Baxo. I call myself a mindset expert because that's the simplest way I can explain what I do. But as you know, Amy, I work with women around their dynamic goals and their dynamic sense of selves, right? So I love everything Ramona and Christelle and you have been saying. I think we're all really touching on a really critical theme, which is that relationship with ourselves and getting right in there, owning it, and allowing it to be fully expressed in the world. I mean, it's what we want, whether it's with our professional goals or our personal goals. So, I could go deeper into what it is that I do, but I'll leave it at that for now, and you and I will talk much more, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll do a deep dive.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Okay. So I'm going to popcorn some questions into this round table, and they're just going everywhere. Let's see. What can I popcorn in? Well, let's go into talk about. I'm trying to think here. Okay. So how to deal, one of the things is, I'm going to do this on relationships, and we can take it with, in different areas. So how do you deal with conflict? How do we deal with conflict it could be in our business, in our relationship, in our lives, could be inner conflict, could be in our marriages. Like, how do you deal with conflict? Give people some good tips on that.
Yeah, I can jump right in if you like,
Jump
Amy.
right in. Yes.
All right, perfect. So I think the first thing that when we're in the face of a conflict, there is always an initial reaction, and we can usually feel it mind, body, spirit, right? There's thoughts, like a reactive thought that comes up. There is some sort of visceral physical sensation that we experience, whether it's a knot in our stomach, a tightness in our throat, sometimes right here. Some of us feel it right in here between the eyebrows, right? And then on a spiritual level, on an energetic level, we feel almost like a darkness or heaviness energetically. And so what I would say is that something really critical or super useful is to be able to get ourselves in observation mode of those things happening. Right now, we're not spending 20 minutes because it's happening in the moment. I mean, you're expected to respond in the face of a conflict right in that moment. But if we can flip into even observing just one part of it, if you can just, and I do this all the time. So for me, I'll often feel it here and here. Mm-hmm. And just for me, the feeling is very helpful. And once I recognize and I can observe, I'm observing the physical feeling, then I can own that whatever my reactive brain is about to say or think, it is a reaction. It has very little to do with what's actually happening and more to do with my past and my stuff. So when we're in that observation place, we can actually get curious. So the first thing is I would say very briefly, go inward into observation. Second thing is to get curious so we can get out here, outside of ourselves, outside of our reaction. And usually asking a question is very helpful, because what we want to do is assume we know exactly the whole story behind what's being said and that other person or whatever thing that happened. We want to go in like that attack mode. But if we can ask a question, we learn more about where that is coming from. Mm-hmm. I would say, I've worked with, I've worked with men and women, but I work mostly with women, like really smart professional women, and either single or in relationships. And I would say, and Ramona, I'll bet you'll agree with this too, is that so often, maybe 98% of the time, conflict and arguments are based on misunderstanding, on thinking that us thinking we know exactly what the meaning was behind the thing that happened or the thing that was said, and they do it to us too. So if we can get curious and ask questions and get some more information about where that thing or that statement, that action was coming from, and get into that world, first of all, it's really great for the other person. Really great, because they have an opportunity to be seen, heard, and known in that moment. So they're less likely to be reactive. And then you have an opportunity to let them get into your world, for them to get into our world. And we can share either how that lived for us or why we took an action that was offensive to the other person, and so on. So from there, it's like, now we're dealing with, okay, from a place of knowing and seeing each other and feeling known and feeling seen. Totally different way to go about resolving that conflict than from the reactive mode.
Right. Oh, beautiful.
I'll jump in in on that and give you just an actual phrase to say. So I told you this is my forte. Okay. So Michelle's saying get into the curious mindset, or I can use mindset. That's perfect for you. The curious mindset. And the words to use right then, because you're like, you can't think. You're totally non-creative in that moment. All the juices in your brain have run out. They're just not there. So we practice. We say, help me understand. Those 3 words. Help me understand. So help me understand why you're so upset. Help me understand what you're really saying. Help me understand what triggered this. Help me understand what you think I did that made you so upset. Help me understand those 3 words. And then when they respond, here's your word. 1 word. Interesting.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Interesting. It buys you time. It buys you time to sort of, instead of, you're back at them, you're just like, okay, interesting. There's no judgment in it. It just buys you a few seconds, beats, which can make all the difference in the world. In Lifesavers, we call the whole skill set, which is a 4-hour thing, is a 4-hour course I do, drop and cover. And that's exactly what Michelle's talking about. You drop back. And I love the idea of the observation mode. You drop back like an earthquake. It isn't that you duck and cover. You're not avoiding the issue, but you drop back and try to see what's happening and self-monitor, like she's saying. So help me understand, and interesting will go a long way in your initial gut response.
Christelle?
I love it. And it really comes down to communication. A conflict, it depends on the type of conflict we are talking about, but it's really a communication that is not going in the right direction. So in that communication, you have to decide what's the intention. What do you want to convey as a message? Do you want to fight? If you want to fight, go fight, right? Just go back at them as hard they are coming to you, maybe harder, whatever. But if your intention is to resolve whatever problem or issue is happening, you have to make that decision that if I want this to end, I don't want this to become a huge drama. I don't want to fight. I want this to be resolved. You decide to speak about yourself. Because when somebody is attacking you, or you are in this position, or you feel attacked, because at the end of the day, it's really our internal conversation that gives the meaning to whatever we are hearing or seeing, or we decide to make it mean something. They are mean to me, or they are rude to me. They are saying this harsh word. It's our interpretation. Sometimes people are like, I didn't mean that, but that's how we felt. So we have to remember that it's happening within us. The way we feel is just interpretation. So now if we come from a place of, okay, I want a solution here. So from that place, you share your feeling, because it's all your stories that are happening. So you tell the person how you feel. When you change the tone, instead of you are saying this, instead of saying you are saying that, I did this, and you say, I'm hearing, what I'm hearing is this. They can say, no, that's not what I'm saying. But if you're saying, you are saying that I'm this person, this person, what do you mean? Of course, you are saying this too. When you say you already, you're pointing finger. Everybody that feels like they're pointing finger at them, they want to fight back. But if you're just talking about yourself, now they don't feel attacked. Now they feel more connected because you're sharing your feeling. I feel a little bit offended. I feel confused right now, because now you share your feeling, they feel touched as well, because now they are seeing a human being. They are not just seeing a punching ball they want to hit. So when you change just the way you put your wordings, instead of you, where the person will feel attacked and they will want to defend themselves, you are sharing your feelings. You're talking about, I feel this way. This is what I understand. This is what I think. Now they can clarify, and that conversation of this is not what I meant will come earlier than, later after, oh, you thought that, but that's not what I'm saying. So that's just my take on that.
All right, thank you. I'm going to add on, everything you said is great. I love everything. And I'm going to add also that sometimes we're not good at conflict. So give your space. I always say, like, you give yourself a little bit of space to just be okay with, you know what? I suck at conflict. I don't like it. I run away from it, or I go totally 100% in, right? Whatever you do. So I'm going to speak on one woman that I coach. She's like, she's not good at it, so she just hides. And I said, and then, of course, after the fact, you have all the great comebacks, right? You're like, oh my God, I could have said this, and this, right? So I just told her, just say, can you give me a minute after you use the restroom and get your thoughts together and come back and, say what you need to say in a way, because, I think a lot of ownership of women and who you are and what you need to work on, what you're good at, what you're not good at, whatever, is like giving yourself permission to take your power in that moment and take yourself out of it for a second, take yourself out of it, get really kind of like, okay, what do I actually want to say? And then put yourself back in it. And claiming that space, I think, is powerful in any situation when you're just like, could be like, oh, can I call you back in 10 minutes? My mom's at the door, right? Like, give yourself little moments to really rejig.
I love that, Amy. And I think sometimes we can even do it right inside the conversation. Yeah. Like what Ramona was saying, like saying interesting. It's like giving yourself a breath. I also think part of owning our power in that moment and giving ourselves that space, like we can say out loud, like we can even say to the person, I struggle with conflict. This is hard for me. So just like, let me take a sec to get myself out of this reaction so that I can hear you. Like when we say that stuff out loud, like Christelle was saying, like we connect in that moment. Cause then we're like, okay, yeah, we don't have to both pretend like we're so sure of ourselves right now. You know, we can just get real and human together and find our way and navigate through this together.
And let me say that John Gottman, who's the premier researcher in relationships, particularly in marriage, husband and wife relationships, he is scientific, top of everyone in the industry. Their studies have found that taking a break is huge in your quest, if you will, to actually resolve. Christelle, if you really want to resolve the issue, taking the break. And I would hope that would be especially between husband and wife, particularly, that would be your goal, to resolve in some way. You have to, because otherwise, instead of earthquake, I call them earthquakes, and you can go 9 on the Richter scale, or you can just break a teacup a little bit. Has a lot to do with some really important tactics, and taking a break is right at the top.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to popcorn another question in. Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Can we talk about, someone asked, clearing past disappointments? Like past mistakes in relationship. Like how do you, maybe it's a forgiveness thing, or maybe it's she's asking how to clear past disappointments so you can be more aware of the present moment. I mean, how many times in relationship, remember when you did that? And I'd be like, I was like 19 to my friends, to my friends. Like how do you,
are you
clear
disappointed in
passive-aggressive?
yourself or in the other person?
However you want to take it, take it. I think she feels disappointed in self,
And it can be both at the same time, I think, right?
And the truth also is everything we feel about others, actually feel it about ourselves, right? The external world is just a mirror of, a reflection. So being disappointed of a partner or a friend that did something is really feeling disappointed on us. Maybe how did I trust that person? How did I see that coming? So you always have that feeling about yourself that you reflect on other people. So what I could say about that is just really go back. If you are now, it depends. It can show up in different ways. Maybe you are still in a relationship with the same person and you can't forget that they did that 10 years ago. You keep bringing that up every time something goes wrong with you. You're coming back again, doing this thing again, right? So if it's that the case, you need to heal from whatever happened. You're not, bringing that up over and over again is just proof that you have never healed from it. It's there. The wound is still open. That's why every time you feel like somebody's poking again on the hole and you're going off. So take the time to do the healing. Go back to whatever happened. It can, just be you. You can get somebody to help you do that. Go back to the story, to whatever happened. Feel all the feelings that maybe you didn't feel at the time. If you were angry, let that anger out. If you were, disappointed, because sometimes people suppress emotions, especially if it's a couple. Okay, let not talk about it to, keep going. Let's try to keep it together. And there is anger that was never expressed. There is resentment there that, we just try to bury because we wanted to keep things together. So make sure that you really feel all those feelings. Everything that was left unhealed, that's why you're always triggered when something again happens and you can't let it go. You can't let it go because the wound is still open. So my best advice is really just to take the time to heal from all the emotions that you felt when that thing happened.
Thank you.
So good. I love this topic. I in a seminar that you can get for free if you go to my website, it pops up and you can grab it. I speak to this specifically around becoming a power love woman, and you spoke to that a little bit earlier, Amy, unleashing the power of love woman within. But disappointment. It sounds like, oh yeah, disappointment. Like when we say it, it doesn't feel that heavy. In reality, what we're often afraid of before we take that leap in a relationship, before we fall in love, before we commit to someone, before we take a job that feels, outside of maybe a leadership role in a job, or leave our job and become an entrepreneur. There is a visceral fear of disappointment. And what's interesting though, is when we look at this concept of disappointment, not all disappointments are felt equally. So if I go play golf and I don't do well, I'm like, maybe I'm good at golf, and I go and I play golf and it turns out I suck at it. I'm okay with that disappointment. I can brush it off, no problem, right? I can brush it off, no problem. Or, if I look at how, back when my love life was a mess, which it was for a long time, if I dated someone who outright told me they were not looking for commitment, and I was going after that and messing around with that and kind of hoping it would turn to something else, and it didn't turn out, I'd be disappointed and I would feel it, right? But that is nothing compared to the disappointment that I experienced when I truly put my whole heart into something that I believed was possible, and that didn't turn out. And so it's interesting to look at what's the context of that disappointment. So that's what I would say to this person. It's difficult for us, all of us, without knowing the details of it, right? But I would say, have a look at what's the context of it. Because if one thing that I believe is so worthwhile, a muscle worthwhile strengthening in ourselves, is the willingness to go wholeheartedly after something we want in our lives, knowing full well our hearts could be broken. whether it's by another person or by ourselves, that is an absolute possibility. And so is the fulfillment of our heart's greatest desires, right? And from that space, if we can be like, we don't have to like it, okay? Like, I don't think any of us, we don't have to like it. But if we can allow that possibility, that's when we stop trying to, I think, like Christelle was saying, we stop waiting for things to be guaranteed before we go after them. And that's, I think, an important point when we look at the impact of disappointments, the ones that we feel, the ones that are really like hard to take on. The impact of that is we're more careful moving forward, and we orient ourselves around, how do I make sure I don't have that feeling again? But that totally limits us, and then we won't go after the things that we want. So one tool, like one little hack that I like when looking at a past disappointment that really, created a wound, like Christelle mentioned, is I look from the perspective, or I believe from the perspective, that this in some way, even if it's hidden from my view, in some way happened for me, not to me. Mm-hmm. And that can open up. We just kind of like, maybe I can't see it right now because this is not the end of the story. Life continues and goes on. I don't know the end yet, but I'm going to I got to. Something happened to me recently, like a really weird thing that was awful happened recently. I'm like, I don't know. I just have to believe that in some way that I can't see, this has happened for me, not to me. And down the road, I will be so grateful that it happened. Mm-hmm. And that can really just be such a gift we give ourselves.
Amen, amen. Yes. I really wanted to bring out that point, and you did it for me, Michelle.
Okay.
Because disappointment taken to an extreme can be really harmful and self-sabotaging and an obstacle to our happiness and all of that. But disappointment can also lead us to greater education. Like, that didn't work the way I wanted it to, or he's not the kind of person I was hoping for, or whatever, can lead us to looking for the answers, or, that they're going to take us into a greater light, more a higher plane of living, So disappointments can be catalysts at the same time. The problem is, sorry, I have to go back to marriage. That's why I wrote, for instance, 5 Lies. Because, and my book, Why for Life, Power to Succeed in Marriage, takes you much more in depth. But you start with something as simple. A woman starts with something as simple as, you're not meeting my needs the way I thought you were. That's a disappointment. Here, one thing here, one there. That's a train. That is a path that you just go further and further down to trying to change him. I think you should be the way I think you should be, and so forth, till you can get all the way to the end, until you're in alienation. There's a better life, man, for me. So a small disappointment can lead to outright disillusionment. Shall I put it that way? So in that sense, a disappointment should be a little red flag to us, and we should trust our gut as women. That's one of our gifts. We have a gift for relationships and for intuition. We can feel when it's not right. Something's not right, and we're disappointed. That's a signal that something needs to be done, and we need to find the best way to remedy it, or remedy ourselves, whatever it takes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. So I'm going to build on you guys, but I'm going to say, if it was a big disappointment, I would also look at, well, what did you like about yourself, like even investing in that job or investing in that person? Like, take it to where what did you learn? What were you able to, how did you come out of it? How did you act afterwards? Like, did you go ahead and try new things, or what did you learn from it? Because we're always going towards a negative, like what we didn't do. But actually, who were we in taking that chance? Like, who were we in that relationship? Who were we in that job? What did we really excel at? And and just switch it to the positives of that learning experience. Like, it wasn't done to me, but for me. So like, who did you, like, for me, maybe I was disappointed in my dancing career, whatnot, right? I don't hold that as important. What I hold is how I innovated, how I made my own way, did it my own way, how I was able to learn how to be, this master teacher and this thing, I didn't focus on what I didn't have. I focused on what I actually have and became, So that's also a beautiful tool, is to look at what you learned from it and who you actually express yourself to be. So we're going to go into Michelle's interview, but Ramona has to leave us.
Thank you. Yes, I have an adult disabled daughter who has to go to the doctor right now. Yeah. But it has been such a delight, such a delight.
We loved having you.
What a fun opportunity this was.
Oh, thank you. We love marriage and relationship talk. So at the Unstoppable, and we love all of your expertise, and it's really super helpful for everyone out there.
Thank you, Michelle and Christella.
Great.
Let me help her. There we go. All right, Michelle. So
yes.
And let me just So Michelle, let's get into it. So tell us who you work with and what you're seeing right now. Kind of get us back in the jig of in that.
I know. I gave you like a 10-seconder because I didn't want to hold. I was so excited for the panel talk. I'm like, we'll talk about me later, right? But so yeah, I've worn a lot of different hats professionally over time. So I'm formerly a psychotherapist. I also for a number of years worked for a personal and professional development company called Landmark Worldwide. I used to manage some key departments in there and led programs, and also have quite a bit of professional experience in intuitive healing as well. So it's been a little all over the place, and thematically I've done a lot of work with people on their sense of self, their happiness, their connection with themselves, their professional goals, dreams, and aspirations, and their love lives. And, and I think that's, Amy, how you and I had felt, sort of connected with each other initially, because I spent a number of years solely focused on helping women who wanted to have their next relationship be one from a place of empowerment, a healthy, lasting relationship, and find their person. And these were women who knew better than to think it was about, where do I find the right guy? Or, what's the magic app? Because it's not about that. I mean, the answer to the question of where are all the good ones is everywhere. They're everywhere, right? And so much of the work is done within. So what I do, now I've just, spread my wings. And in celebration of the fact that we are dynamic women, that we ought not just focus on our careers, or just focus on our relationships, or just focus on ourselves, because life doesn't work that way. Life is more whole. So, I support people on their personal and professional goals through mindset, intuition, and follow through. Right. So that's in a nutshell what I do.
Yeah, and it takes on the whole, that's a sort of circle, which women are circles.
That's
We're
right.
not linear.
Not at all. No matter how hard we try to be sometimes, right?
Can you speak about that?
Yeah, well, I was just,
a little bit about that, because I know
totally. I'd love to, because it's interesting, because I just literally was, I just sent a voice message to one of my VIP clients around this, because she's looking for, I have this thing about being controlling, and I want to be less controlling. But now I'm wondering, should I even be trying to change that? Can I even change that about myself? And, my response to that is very much what we're talking about. Trying to control, the fact that you're controlling is just more control. Right? Yes. There is an ebb and flow to who we are and the life around us. I think especially as women, for sure. But really, if we just look at life force in general. There is ebb and flow. You know, sometimes we go backwards in order to go forwards. How often do we look back and go, oh my gosh, like now I can see how things have led me exactly to where I am. It's all happening just as it should be. I wish I could just let go of the force and give a little bit more room for flow. And flow is not linear. It is not in a straight line. And I love what you were saying earlier, Amy, about relationships and how we, there was a point that you made earlier I wanted to speak to, and now I've lost it. Just before we ended. Can you just like jerk me back to the main, do you remember the last point you made in our conversation, or what the topic was?
Oh, just about finding who you were in uncomfortable in disappointments, like really shifting it to who you were, like being more innovative, more creative, instead of like, am I dancing?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, there was such a good point in there I wanted to speak to, and I've lost it. I'm sure it'll come back if it's meant to come. But that's an example of it right now. Like I had in that moment, I want this, and then I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to say this. And you know what? Right now it's lost me. So I could really right now get in my head and beat myself up about it and go, oh, Michelle, you should have written it down. But I'm just going to trust that it's just not the time to say it right now.
And whatever comes out of my mouth, like, is gone out of my head.
I know, me too. But there's a real gift. Like I think one of the biggest gifts we can give ourselves as women is to embrace that. The ebb and flow of who we are, the circular nature of who we are, the loop-de-loops, the unpredictability, that there is no one ending to where we're trying to get to. And we're very much I don't like using the word feminine, masculine, because like, I can't remember her name, the woman that was just here earlier, Ramona, thank you. What she was saying, we're just more dynamic. We're not one or the other. We're just such a mix of both, right? So I'm not a huge fan of using that term, but when we think of masculine being like the point and shoot, it's very linear, right? And much of our society has been built around linear concepts. So, whether we have more, feminist traits in us or not, we're oriented around like things should be linear. And when we do that, we really, it's like we say things like, who am I? How can one answer that? Who am I? Or what's my purpose? Or what should I do? Or what, like we create these endpoints. I want to be married, or I want to be a successful entrepreneur. And then we create these little snapshots of like what that result is. and life just, if we can just allow for much, much more, we can enjoy like where we are now, knowing the complexities of where we've been and the complexities of where we're going. And it just becomes a much more enriched experience of life. And in my experience and the people that I work with.
Yeah. And I agree with that. Like it's so interesting because where you are now in the present moment, let's say right now you are in a feeling of being closed down emotionally, physically, whatever it is. You're not going to really be able to you can't really move from that space. It's until you have to loosen up.
Well, and that will come from like this idea that everything's wrong. So when we're shut down, we are resisting something, but usually we're like so in that resistance. And when we resist reality, we can't move. It's like being upset that the sky is blue, but we think it should be green. And so how do you move on from a day if you really are focused on that the sky should be green and I just can't do what I want to do? I can't get out of bed, or I can't, meet new people, or I can't, put myself out there until the sky is green. When we just go, you know what? Yes, I wish the sky was green. It turns out it's blue. It's blue. Maybe it'll be green tomorrow, but I don't know. There's no guarantees to any of this. Right now it's blue. So I'm going to get myself out of bed and I'm going to see what magic there is in the sky being blue, right? Now that's very metaphorical, but I think you guys are getting what I'm saying. Yes.
So I have a question here because I think it'd be a good, It's more about how she's asking how to motivate myself to start my own business. So that could
Okay.
be for any start. Like, how do you motivate to start?
Yeah. Well, Christelle said it brilliantly earlier, that you're not ever going to be ready. Like there is no ready. And just when we think we're ready, we might even get bored of the idea itself. So by the time we really feel ready in something, we create more complexities anyway. So, I would say if someone is looking to be an entrepreneur, it's like getting connected. And you hear people say this all the time, particularly in the world of mindset, is getting connected to your why. Because if it's, and no, there's so many places I could answer this question from Amy. But I think initially, kind of like what Ramona had said, like, why do you want to be married? It's like, get honest with yourself about why you want to be an entrepreneur and make sure that it's in alignment and get your information. Some people want to be an entrepreneur because they want a lot of time and freedom. And, a lot of entrepreneurs know that that's not necessary with the success, and that is possible for sure, but it's probably not going to happen right off the bat, right? It's not like all of a sudden I have an abundance of success with an abundance of time and an abundance of freedom, right? And so looking at that, like looking to see, okay, now that's okay if that's your end game. If that's your end game, awesome. Get to know a little bit about the journey so that you can set yourself up for success in managing the obstacles that will likely come up along the way. And I would say, get yourself inside of a community of people that are either going through that same struggle or have been through it. Get yourself hooked up with some kind of a mentor that has done something similar to what you've wanted to do, so that they can light the way for you. It's still, doesn't take away the struggles, but it like helps you're on the right track and gives you that emotional support.
Yeah, so I want to speak into something because there's there's a couple ideas of thought, like, and some people like more, like for me, I'm like, this is hard. Like, being an entrepreneur is hard, right?
Yeah.
And then some people say, don't say it's hard.
Right.
What you're going to do is you're going to say, I'm like, I don't even know what they say.
Yeah.
But for me, when I'm like, this is hard, this is not for the lighthearted, right?
Yeah.
I feel more empowered and like, then I expect the bumps and the bruises. So what's your thought on that? I'm just wondering, because some people don't like to say something's,
It depends on what you make hard mean. Right. So if you are, I can't do this because it's hard. Mm-hmm. Right. And focusing on, if you're focusing from what you can't do, then saying this is hard can be completely dismantling. Your energy is going towards the sky being blue, right? As opposed to like the hard things there are to do. But if you are, this is hard and I can do hard things, or this is hard and, I took this job once where I had zero experience with finances, but it was actually the first role I ever did at that company, Landmark. So I was infused in the world of personal and professional development. And the first job that I did there was managing their entire Toronto, which is a very big city, a very big center, their entire finance department. And my brain would freeze when it came to numbers and charts. Like, I don't know how I got that job. They just really believed in me. They were like, Michelle, we know you. You are going to like work through whatever you need to work through. Like, right. You can do this. You just don't know how to do this. And that was all, I don't know. Like, honestly, was an example of things happening for me, not to me, because I never would have picked that job for myself, but it was my way into that world. Mm-hmm. Professionally. And it was one of the most powerful personal development exercises and mindset exercises that I could do. And I was trying to do it at the pace that I expected of myself and that I thought other people expected me. And my brain wasn't working that way. It was what I would say too hard for me. And it was too hard for me to do it at the pace that I had set for myself to learn this entire world. Like, I felt like I'd been dropped in a jungle and a planet that I'd never been to. I didn't know the language. I didn't know any of it. Right. And I cried a lot. I made a huge shift when I actually decided to, for anyone who's a teacher, scaffold it for myself, to break it down as slowly as I need to break it down for myself, to write out as many steps that I kept forgetting, as slow and simple as I could make it for myself, to then understand, like piece by piece by piece, put together this new land that I was in until things started clicking and I started building like a new muscle, a new part of my brain. Same thing when I started an online business. I mean, I'm not a technology person. Now I'm like pretty badass at all the technology that's involved in this, right? But like starting out, honestly, I'm the last person that you would ask. Literally, someone earlier today is messaging me, but like, can you talk to me about the systems that you use and like what your advice is? I'm like, oh man, 10 years ago, I never would have thought people would be asking me about this stuff. But it was the same thing. I remember I was like, I got to figure like a funnel, like, oh my God, how do I like all of these pieces? And it's like, how slow, how much do I need to break it down in order to like be able to just bit by bit by bit by bit. So yes, I think that acknowledging that something, you can use hard or challenging, struggling, but you can always break it down. Like nothing is actually inherently hard. It's the way we're doing it is hard, right? So if you simply slow it right down, right? Or, get someone to explain it to you 25 different ways or whatever it is, like the actions themselves, nothing about anything is actually hard, but if we find our way to fulfill it. So again, it's in how we interpret that message and move on from there.
Yeah, because I think many people get frustrated because it's not happening fast or it's not happening with ease. And I know, like even in the coaching business, and we see, people, oh, I just had to like manifest it, and it's like, oh my God, which they
but manifesting takes action. It takes action and probably things that we're not very good at, right? And like you said, there's a lot that gets the pace, right? So we tend to, and I don't know about you guys, but for me in school, I remember like the career class or I don't know who it was, our homeroom or whoever did it, had us take this quiz to find out what our strengths were. And that was meant to direct what we should be doing in our lives. And I think that's fine. But the issue with that is that we're being taught to only press into the things that come easy to us. And that's not necessarily the most fulfilling, and it's quite limiting, right? It completely limits you as an entrepreneur because there's so many. I mean, it's such a dynamic, I keep using that word today. It's the theme of the day. Dynamic. Anyway, but it's complex, right? So there's inevitably going to be parts that are not going to come as naturally to you. But if any of you like me were brought up in a world where you're used to the feeling of things coming easy to you because you're working your strengths, which again is not a bad thing, but if that's what you're used to, it is a rude wake-up call when you start doing something that is uncomfortable. It's kind of like for me at the gym, like I always feel really confident and good if I do things with my biceps or like with my legs, like squats or like, those kind of like squat lifts. I'm like, I already feel strong there. So challenging those muscles actually kind of feels good. But if I try to do like the thing I'm worst at is these ones, the triceps, I don't even want to do them because I feel so inept at it. Right. And we do that in life. Like we tend to stay away from. So a muscle that we can build is the muscle of feeling the discomfort of not having something come naturally to us and having that discomfort be okay, having it being hard be okay. It's not a barrier. It's just your experience. That's it. Right.
And I think the more that you go to the places that aren't necessarily your strengths on some level, not on every level, but like it builds your confidence. You become more well-rounded. You become like, I just freaking made a website.
Oh my God.
Last week,
Like that finance story I told you, but after a few months, I was literally, I think actually it's an advantage. Like you become an advantage as a teacher of something when you were really bad at something and then got good at it. Cause you can you've broken it down. You can understand the struggle and rather than something like You know what I mean? Like you understand, like if you have to learn a new language, you understand that language better than your own mother tongue because it just came so natural. Like I don't really know proper English grammar, but I know French grammar pretty well because I had to take that grammar in school, right? English, it just, I don't know. I just say what I'm supposed to, it just comes out. So it's the same sort of thing. And with that finance story I told you, I ended up being one of the people that they would get other centers to call me to train them on finances, which makes me laugh because it's not how I identify with myself. But like you said, it's hugely empowering, hugely to be like, oh my gosh, I didn't just become competent. I became like, I'm excelling in it. I'm helping other people do it. Right. Same thing for me with my love life. Like my love life was an absolute mess. I was, sleeping with my friends and dating deadbeats and wondering, like all of it, right? To have then overcome that and become the kind of human being who can attract a solid human being and build a healthy relationship and family, it's like, okay, I can do that too. Oh my gosh, and to now be navigating motherhood, which is like, oh my God, does anybody feel good at that? I don't know. But like my kid is turning into this amazing little girl.
Yes.
And even though I feel inept at it, it's like hugely empowering to see like, wow, we don't have to like naturally know what we're doing to create amazing things in the world and to, become an amazing person.
Mm-hmm. So I know that you do you're giving us a self-love workshop. Can you talk a little bit about self-love and your take on self-love?
Yeah. So it's called the Radical Self-Love and Acceptance Workshop. And this is what I will say is it's not that there's anything wrong with bubble baths and manicures, big fan of all those things, but this isn't about that. When I'm talking about self-love. And when I say acceptance, I'm not talking about liking all the parts of you. So if we look at unconditional love, you'll get what I mean. When you unconditionally love someone, you do not necessarily like all the parts of them, right? Like I love my daughter unconditionally. There are things that I don't like, right? And I love her anyway, for sure. And we forget that that's the kind of love that we need for ourselves. Like it's okay that, I have a preference of, I like the look of flat tummies. I think flat tummies look beautiful. I don't have a flat tummy, but I love myself no less for that. Right. I have a different tummy than what I think a nice tummy, like my preference. But that is not going to take away from my love. So this is a conversation about like very counter to what we often are thinking we have to do in order to love ourselves and in order to accept ourselves. And it's a workshop. So you want to get your journal or your paper out. Like you're going to be really like doing some reflective work on your relationship with yourself. And it's just such a gift for you, for anyone who works with you, for your relationships or your future relationships. So that's why I chose that as a gift for everybody today.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to put in the chat box. Oh. So what's the meat and potato of self-love? Like what's underneath it? Like, I don't know. People use self-love all the time. That's why I kind of want to go there.
Well, yeah, I just think people mean something different than what I mean around self-love. And it's a bit of a buzzword. I think, unfortunately, it's become a conversation that's actually making a lot of women feel bad about themselves because they're like, you just hear a lot like, oh, I should really love myself more. And I think that people have equated it with, I need to like everything about myself. Which is just such I don't know that anyone's necessarily meaning that, but the problem with marketing and messaging is you only get snippets and then you internalize it whatever way you internalize it, right? So,
I want to break in real quick if I can, because when I do the survey for every live stream I've done, this is my 8th.
Yeah.
Self-love is always the highest what they're missing.
Yeah.
In their relationship.
And it's and it's not surprising. So, and it's a tricky thing, because it's good that we know that, but again, like that hard conversation, it's how we internalize that and what we do with that information and what we think loving ourselves means or looks like. And again, often we have this snapshot of like, I'll know I love myself when I'm happy all the time, or I like everything about myself. So we just want to I just invite everybody to dismantle, maybe even write out like what you believe that to be, and look at that objectively. Like, is that actually, what is love? And like, what is love? Like, how do you know you love someone else? And what could that look like reflected back at you? Because we know this, like, I know this is not a new thing I'm about to say, but I think it's commonly forgotten or dismissed. We just, honest to goodness, can't receive love from others that we can't give ourselves. And I would even argue that we can't even give the love, not in a healthy way, that we can't give ourselves, right? We can try. We can try really hard. You know, Brene Brown talks really wonderfully too around shame. Like, if we can't teach others what we haven't learned ourselves, like, no matter how much we want to, we just want to so bad, and we do everything we can. So, you know, for women who are, again, whether it's, I think often when we're looking at our careers, we want passion-based careers. We want to include our hearts in our careers. You know, we look at relationships. We often have our heart in there, but what's missing is that sense of personal power. We're missing that we give our power away over and over and over again. And, that's where you'll see in all my stuff, I talk about power love all the time. It's kind of my little buzzwords. My secret sauce is, what I really believe that what most of us want is to get to experience that personal power with an open heart, whether it's in our relationships within ourselves and in our careers. Like, we want that. Otherwise, we're segmenting ourselves. And when we segment ourselves, it is discouraging. We feel misunderstood. We feel unseen. We feel a sense of self. And we don't really feel like we love ourselves, because it's like always feels a bit off. It always feels a bit wrong. But when we start navigating these parts of ourselves and parts of our lives with a commitment to being empowered, having that personal power, and like vulnerability and love and gentle and softness, right? Whoo, the magic starts happening.
I know. I mean, it is magic.
Yeah.
I think Christelle could also attune to that. It is magic. It's a magical thing.
Yes, I was just, I loved everything Michelle was saying, because self-love, again, is one of those worlds in the personal development, era, where people use words trying to empower, and people just hate themselves more. And self-love is usually identified as something we do, like a practice, instead of really a relationship with ourselves. Because you hear that a lot. Oh, this weekend is going to be self-love. I'm going to go to the spa. So it's more the actions that you do to kind of prove to yourself that you love yourself, instead of you being in that constant place of loving yourself in when you don't have time to go to the spa, loving yourself in when your nails look ugly, loving yourself even when you don't have to do your hair. If you don't do your hair, does that mean that you don't love yourself? No. But that's where people try to go with that word of self. Oh, I will take care of myself. I will take a nice bath, which is great. All of that is amazing. We want that. But we have to remember that it's a relationship that we are in 24/7. It's not when we do things that we prove to ourselves that we love us. It's just a constant. The same way we are building a relationship with a partner, same way we have to be mindful of how we talk to ourselves, the little things we say to ourselves. Oh, that I'm so stupid. Will you say that easily to your daughter or your partner? No, but we so easily say those things to ourselves. So those are the little things we just need to be aware of in our self-love journey, to know that it's a 24/7 relationship. It's not actions we do on a specific time or day to prove that we love ourselves. It's really 24/7 relationship.
And I'm going to add, it's an ebb and flow, and that's okay too.
Yeah. Yeah. It's imperfect.
I mean, it's like, one day I'm really hard on myself, and then it's like, next day I'm like Superwoman. But
And
that's
we
okay.
forget. Yeah, we
That's
forget.
okay.
We easily forgive other people, but not us.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if our partner is mean to us, we can forgive that. But if we are mean to, oh my gosh, I'm so hard on myself. I can't believe I'm doing this to myself. We go on and on and on
Yeah.
and on.
Hard on yourself for being hard on yourself, right?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just
We're funny, aren't we? We're so funny. The way, the human condition is very interesting. And if we can be playful with it, and I would say like that can be a tip too, right? And you can hear, like, as Amy, Christelle and I are talking about this, we're kind of giggling and smiling about because we all relate to it. We all do it, right? And it's such a gift if we can get find play and like interest, being I like the word fascinated, like being fascinated by, oh, wow. Like all I did was forget to make my bed today. And then where I went with it is that my life is falling apart. Seriously?
yes, I love that.
Wow. Because that was automatic. So like we can go like, whoa, like that's really interesting. And when we get into that, like that's interesting or that's fascinating or wow, someone, Christelle, I think you mentioned validation earlier, like, oh, like, my dad didn't seem so impressed by my latest business idea. And then I went down this like tunnel. Whoa, isn't that interesting that I did that? Okay, shake it off, because now I get to be awake in this moment and choose, right?
Yes, that's beautiful.
And I also
do that.
Sorry, I also say, we're going to end the segment soon, but I also say that, that's part of the gift of being a woman is our creative mind. It's just sometimes it's like a soap opera in here sometimes. So it's good to know that. That's one of our gifts, to have this creative mind, right? And to say, oh, there you are again. There's my creativity coming out. All right, with that, we're going to end this segment. And I want to say, again, thank you for being here. Oh, I forgot. Michelle has one more gift for you guys. Oh, I already put it in there. I just didn't put chat. So can you talk about the Power Love Project?
Power Love Project is not a gift, though. That's one of my online programs.
Yes, it paid.
That's a paid program. Yeah. I can talk to you about it if you want.
Yeah. I mean, you have two links. You have the free link and then you have the paid link.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. So Power Love Project is one of the programs that I offer. It's an online program that you can do with or without coaching. It's designed, and the price point just changes based on how much support that you want. It's specifically for women who are interested in having that lasting love from an empowered place, from a starting with myself place, right? And so people come into that program either it can be, I just ended a relationship. It could be, I'm about to end a relationship. It could be, I've been single for 5 years and now I'm ready. Or it could be, I've just started a relationship and I want this one to go different. So any of those spaces are perfect places for the Power Love Project. And you can learn more like that. That actually gets you to my whole, like all of the services that I offer as I look at that link, but Power Love Project specifically, you can find that in there, and the other stuff that I do, like that'll just give you a little bit more information about the different ways that I work with people or could work with you.
All right. Thank you for that. Joanne says, thank you. So ladies, again, thank you for being, as I say, this is my vision. You guys are living my vision. We're here together. So say thank you, and again, say your goodbyes to everybody out there.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for being here. I love anyone in this conversation, and Amy, what you're doing. And I love what you said. Like people said, I should only focus on one thing. I'm resisting that as well, by the way. I'm like, no, there is space. We are all starting to come and understand that we are complex human beings and we want lots of things in life. And it's, and as women, especially, that circular space that you've created here is wonderful. And thank you to all of you for being with us and being in your own personal journey with us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to be here. And thank you guys for watching us. We really hope this was, a great conversation for you to become unstoppable. Okay.
That's
So
right.
it was amazing. Thank you, Amy. I met, amazing speakers. Michelle, thank you so much. It was really great to be here.
Great to know you.
Everyone's saying thank you. Casey says thank you. Joanne, I love all the information you're sharing. Allison, thanks so much. Great insights. And Joanne, of course, thank you. All right, ladies, we're about to go to our next segment. And thank you again, and have a beautiful rest of your day. And then I'm going to, yes. All right. Now we're going into our third segment. I'm super excited about this segment. It's going to be really fun and informative. I'm going to open up the room to the speakers, Ivy, Julie, and Susan. Woo! Welcome, ladies.
It's like Hollywood Squares.
It is.
It is. Great analogy. Oh, that's
Yes.
Hi, Aim.
Hi.
How you doing? Hi, Ivy. Hi, Julie.
Hi,
Hi,
Julie.
ladies.
I'm really excited about this segment because just the variety is just so awesome. It's going to be great. Again, so we're on our third segment. We're going to, we have Susan Bratton, we have Ivy Marie Lim, and we have Julie Ryan today. We're going to start with Susan. And if the, so everyone know how to mute themselves and unmute? Yeah.
Yeah.
And okay. So I'm going to start with Susan. Susan,
You
sexual
got the
soulmate.
book.
I did get the book. And the libido pills, as I'm single in this
Good.
COVID.
I got them right here.
Yeah, I got them right here too.
Shake your booty.
Yes. So Susan is a trusted intimacy wellness expert to millions. So this is going to be a beautiful conversation because we're talking about soul and sex, right?
Yeah.
When you put those things together, magic happens. So introduce yourself and tell us who you are and what you do and who you work with and all that great stuff.
Okay, great. My name is Susan Bratton, and I'm an intimacy expert to millions. I have an expertise in helping transform having sex into making love. My world is the world of passionate lovemaking, heart-connected, conscious lovemaking techniques, bedroom communication skills, because you can have all the techniques in the world, but if you don't know how to ask for what you want, you ain't gonna get good sex.
Right.
So there's that. And then I also cover the third leg of the sexual stool to keep it stable, which is sexual health, intimate wellness. Because our genitals are delicate little things, just like our hearts. And sometimes we have trouble with them. So I'm very into sexual biohacking, regenerative sexual treatments for both the male and female body, for people across the gender spectrum. And what we're going to talk about today with Amy and how to be unstoppable is from my book, Sexual Soulmates, the 6 Essentials for Connected Sex. And what I've done in the 15 years that I've been helping people transform having sex into making love is to see what things people aren't getting from the sex books they're reading, the media they're consuming, the porn that's destroying their sex life, the shame, the guilt, the repression that happens in our society. How can I fill in those gaps and give people what I like to call the little hinges that swing the big doors wide open to getting your heart's desire? Mm-hmm. And the 6 essentials for connected sex are basically presence, something I call lover space, something I call the sexual soulmate pact, which is the bedroom communication skill that ignites passionate lovemaking, that gets around the concern about hurting your partner's ego or not knowing what you want, but knowing that what you're getting isn't it. And how polarity works, because we women, including myself, like I'm just a go-getter. I'm a CEO of a couple companies. I'm a trusted hot sex advisor to millions. I am balls to the wall. I take testosterone. I'm, toe to toe with any guy. However, when I get into the bedroom, I want to surrender to my pleasure with my partner. And so the notion of polarity, the masculine, feminine magnetism that needs to be there no matter where you are on the gender spectrum. That's a very important piece of it. And then something that I like to call erotic play dates. As a matter of fact, I have an erotic play date scheduled for after this event. And it is a pussy massage play date. That's what we call it. And erotic play dates are very, very important for keeping monogamy hot and steamy, for co-creating really hot sex with a new partner. Mm-hmm. And what I believe ultimately, just to finish it off, is that sexual soulmates are co-created. You don't find it. You don't need to have instant chemistry with someone. Of course, that's lovely. But really, what you need is to understand how to turn your partner into your sexual soulmate. And that's what I want to talk about today.
I love all that. I love is that couple things. The creating love space.
Yeah, lover space.
Lover space, where she's like looking at him through in the book. Susie uses stories. And she's looking at him prepare, and she's wondering, why do I like to have sex at his house instead of my house, right? And she's looking at him prepare the room for her, for the experience.
Yeah, she gets there early and she peeks in on him getting everything ready. So it's perfect for her. When a man knows that for his woman, or when a woman makes up the room to pleasure her man, it really sends that signal that I've got you. Your pleasure is front and foremost in my mind. I want you to relax and surrender to and receive, which is also a big part of polarity, is becoming as good a receiver as you are a giver. And the masculine actually has more trouble with that than the feminine.
So talk about that.
Well, I'd love to just kind of pop you through them in order.
However you want to go.
If you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Because I think they really build on them. They build on each other. And so setting each concept is good. Sure. And really the first one, and how long do you want me to go so I can time my info?
So you are till 1:35.
Okay, great. So I've got about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Perfect. Easy. And really, Ivy and Julie, I would highly encourage you to participate in this conversation. I don't want this just to be, me just talking. Feel free to jump right in with Amy as well. So I'm welcoming and encouraging your participation too. So I want to talk about presence, because I think that's one of the things that we struggle with as the feminine. And as you probably noticed, I really support people across the gender spectrum. And I think that these days we have evolving gender identities, and we're embracing the masculine and feminine in everyone more and more and more. But one of the things that I like to do is I like to say, the masculine or the man versus the woman tends to have certain behaviors and habits. And it just makes it quicker if I don't have to do gender spectrum the whole time. So I'm just going to say man, woman type of stuff. And I always expect that people know where they are in that spectrum, and they can recognize the message that is for them. With presence, what you have with the masculine is, he's ready to go. He's got a heart on. He's ready to be inside you. He's, all the time. He wakes up horny every day, and he's very goal oriented. Where the feminine is, he's testosterone driven, and testosterone is the hormone of desire. So he has a heavy load of that, which we love about our men. I mean, what's better than a man that just can't wait to get his hands on you? I mean, I personally love that.
I love that too. I love it too.
So yeah, it looks like, can I get a hell's yeah?
Can we?
We want to be wanted, but we all want to be wanted. We all want to be desired. But the thing that with the female mind being estrogen dominant rather than testosterone dominant, estrogen is a worrywart molecule. It it's like bing, 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 pachinko game mind, always thinking about 27 things. We're the multitasking mindset. And when you add any little bit of stress, not to mention being in a frickin' pandemic and, like it's just crazy out in the universe right now, all the social media, et cetera, et cetera. We're doing so many things as women. We have a hard time getting out of our mind and into our body in the best of circumstances. And one of the things that I can tell you about making love, being in the state of orgasmic bliss, is that it's actually the brainwave state is theta state, which is the exact same state as meditation. So when you are bringing your mind to calm, it's a really good practice in the bedroom to bring your mind to presence. Mm-hmm. And what we find is that our male-bodied partners are way ahead of us, already turned on, and they almost can't even imagine how slow we are to catch up to them and to get into our body and to settle and connect. And they also often think, okay, my job is to get her turned on. So I'm going to spin the dials and I'm going to push the button because that's going to get her turned on. And the issue is that we don't like that. That's what they want. They want us to touch their penis immediately. It calms them and it lets them know they're going to see some action and everything's going to be okay. But when they grab our breasts or grab our crotch outside our pants, like that's going to do anything, it's an immediate contraction for us because they've never stroked our hair. They've never kissed our eyelids. They've never held us. They've never given us a foot rub or a neck rub or full body stroking. So what I ask the masculine to do is to come back and get us and put their attention on where we are and how we're doing, what state we're in. Because our arousal begins in relaxation, not in the immediate arousal piece of things. We need, first of all, because our hormone of estrogen is a security worry wart, we need to feel safe, we need to feel secure, and then we need to feel loved and stroked from the outside peripheral into erogenous zones before our genitals and breasts are touched. And so we have to slow our male-bodied partners down. I mean, part of the great thing about them is that they're all like, but that's also a double-edged sword. So the number one thing that I teach women is try and get out of your head and into your body. Try and help your partner help you do that. Have him come back and bring you forward into arousal. Have him help you get relaxed so he can take you up the arousal ladder. And the only way that he can do that is to be where you are with you, connected to you in the moment, rather than trying to strategize. This is where often, guys' job is to help us surrender to our pleasure and help us get into that orgasmic, what I like to call get on the orgasmic plane, with lift into it. But if he's just using strategy and he's not with us, he's doing us instead of being with us. We need him to be with us so we can limbically connect, so our heartbeats can synchronize, so our breath can deepen, so we can look into each other's eyes, so we can slow down and drop in to that love bubble. So for women, the presence is getting out of your mind, getting into your body, connecting to your partner. For the partner, it is getting out of strategy and getting into being, because there's nothing better than that lovemaking where one person's pleasure is the other person's pleasure, where you don't know where your pleasure starts and their pleasure ends, where you're just playing off each other in real time, completely surrendered to this co-creative pleasure that you're generating together. And presence is the foundation of having that. So I think that's really, really important. And it is a practice, like a mindfulness meditation. You find yourself out there thinking about something, bring yourself back to the pleasure, bring yourself back, bring your heart back to your partner.
So how can you enroll him into that? How do you enroll men into that? Into that?
You can tell him what I just told you. You can explain how women are different than men. You can explain that you can feel when he's in his mind and not in his body. You can feel when he's left you and you want him back. A lot of people, now I had sexual abuse as a child and I used to dissociate during sex. And my husband healed my sexuality with me. And one of the things that he did was he could tell when I left mentally. And he would call me back to our lovemaking. And it really helped me a lot. And so if 50% of people at a minimum have gone through, and I think it's honestly, I think it's closer to 75 or 80% have gone through some kind of shame, repression, abuse, what have you. And then of course we women being estrogen dominant, we have body image issues. So we're worried, does my ass look fat? Are my boobs saggy? I might fart, like we have all those concerns and we're worried all the time and we need to just stop the worrying and get to the presence. So you can enroll your partner in helping you stay in the presence and it becomes something that gets better and better with practice.
Julie.
Julie.
I have a question. You had mentioned that you have found in your work that it's harder for men to receive than women. And that's fascinating to me because I always find that women are the doers and they take care of everybody. They're the nurturers and all of that. And I find in the work that I do that oftentimes women with cancer are the ones who have a problem receiving. So I'm fascinated to hear more about your comment earlier with regard to men having more trouble receiving than even women.
Yes, they feel like they need to be doing us. And it's very hard for them to relax and receive. And for many women, it takes a long time for us to get confident in our lovemaking skills. I mean, we can lie there and receive, or we can actively give. Cowgirl is a really good sex position. That's a really good example of that, where you might, a lot of women, when they are doing cowgirl, it takes that, and cowgirl is where he's lying down and she's on top of him, straddling him, and this is an intercourse position.
Oh.
And she could be forward facing his feet or forward facing his face. Facing his face is the most common. He can kiss her, play with her breasts, etc. And it really takes women quite a lot of, most women, some women, it's their go-to position. It's the only way they can have an orgasm. But for many women, they're a little shy about it. And when they first start doing it, they're not sure quite how to get themselves off. And then when they learn that they can actually just do whatever they need to do to take their pleasure, with always the exception being very careful not to break his penis. Women have to be careful. That's a delicate, delicate part of a man's body as well. And a lot of guys get broken penises from rough sex. Women just don't know the angles and things. But when she can learn to feel her way through the motions and give herself the pleasure, and he can lie there and receive the pleasure that he gets from her giving herself pleasure, then you're hitting a really nice equilibrium of he's both receiving and she's giving and receiving. And the more you practice the giving and the receiving, and the more you get sexually confident, the more you're able to switch back and forth constantly between the giving and receiving. And it becomes just slippery and loose and easy. It's not, I'm going to lay you down and do you, or I'm going to lie here and you do me. It's that interplay that happens that that makes really good sex.
All right, let's go to number 2. Okay.
So lover space is important. It's very important for highly sensitive people. It's very important for fussy people. It's very important for neatniks, ADDs, all kinds of different people who need a nice environment. And what the lover space is it's simply just setting up the room in which you're making love, most likely the bedroom because the beds are super comfortable, where it's clean. There's not stuff around. The lighting is nice. Maybe there's candles or LED lights, dim orange bulbs that make your body look good and hide all the cellulite. There's good music playing that turns you on. You've got a pitcher of fresh water. You've got some grapes and some strawberries. You've got a stack of soft towels. The avocado oil that you use for lubricant and body massage is warmed in the sink in hot water. All your pleasure toys are clean and ready to go. Whatever you've got a waterproof mattress cover over the mattress and a sheet on top of that and plenty of pillows to prop yourself up. You've got a mirrored bedroom closet. Whatever it is that's right for you, a lock on your bedroom door. Whatever is right for you. A lot of times people depict in the movies, the couple gets turned on and he rips off her shirt and he throws her down on the bed and he just goes at her. Well, we women really have a hard time settling into our body if there's dirty underwear on the floor or it's too cold. I like my temperature 76 to 78 degrees. Other women like it 88 degrees. They want it really warm. What do you need? What does your environment need so that you can completely surrender to your pleasure together and you have everything set up and ready to go? And the more that you consider your lovemaking a ritual of creating a lover space for surrendering to pleasure, the better that pleasure can emerge from the two of you. So that's a very important piece.
Yeah, I like that. I'm sorry. I like that also because it creates an importance for this sexual life together. It creates an important, like you're
honor.
Talking. You're honoring it. Yes, you're creating a space of honor for that part of your life together, which I really like. I really like.
Yeah, yeah. You're putting intention and attention on your lovemaking. So that's very important. The next in the 6 essentials of connected sex is the sexual soulmate pact. And I'm going to return to that and save it for the end because that's the free gift that I have. So I've taken an excerpt from the sexual soulmate book and taken the one piece out, which I think is literally the most important piece. And that's the one about how to ask for what you want, even if you don't know what that is. So we're going to circle back to that and I'm going to move on to polarity, which is the masculine, feminine, the magnetism of, the attraction of opposites is basically what that is. And what's nice about polarity is that the more, we talked early in the beginning of this episode about this segment about, being strong women and wanting to surrender in the bedroom and not have to run the bedroom game. It's fun to run the bedroom game sometimes, but there are other times when you don't want that at all. And you want to be able to trust that your partner can take over the helm of the ship and he can sail that ship across the lake of love. And he's got the rudder and he's taking care of it and you can float along on the pleasure. And that's a thing that men particularly do love to do. They're very good and want to take charge. And as long as you're comfortable surrendering your nervous system to them and you feel that they know what to do to give you the stimulation that you need to achieve that orgasmic pleasure together, then you have a really nice opportunity. But if you have to micromanage them and you have to tell them what you want all the time or direct them, that's really painful for both of you. So it's very good that men or the person who is leading, and it doesn't need to be the masculine who is always leading, but let's just say the leader, it's very good if they know how to do things that allow the receiver to stay in their sensual mind. For example, not what do you want to do, but let me run you a menu of ideas. Would you like to go in the hot tub first and take a shower and then I'll give you a massage? Would you like to get a glass of wine and lie on the couch and I'll give you a foot rub? Would you like to just go into the bedroom right now and lie down and let me hold you? And you're like, yeah, I want to, yes, okay, I want to do all those things. Can we just do it all? But so you don't have to think about what you want. You can get a menu run of possible options. And when your partner is good at kind of assessing where you are and they come to you with offers, You can pick and choose from among them. Multiple choice is a very nice thing. Or when you're making love and he says, do you want me to stroke you harder or softer here? I don't know. Okay, harder? No, that's not it. Softer? No, that's not it. Maybe it's something else. Okay, let me try these. How do you like it when I stroke you here versus here? How does it feel? And so 2-option leading, again, gives the giver, the person's taking you on the journey, the opportunity to lead you without you having to think too much. And you get to just feel the pleasure and stay in the pleasure. Other things that are really sexy in polarity are picking you up and moving your body around. If your partner picks you up and lays you on the bed and then takes your clothes off, or takes your clothes off and picks you up and lays you on the bed, there's something about when you move her body, you move her emotion. When you're manipulating her, she really likes that. That's a really a way for the masculine to kind of step into his masculinity more with you. It instantly disarms you and gets you out of the needing to be directed. So I think those are some examples of polarity that help, and there are many more in the book. I want to move to embodiment. Because I've talked a lot about getting out of the mind and coming into sensation. I've mentioned earlier connecting your hearts, looking in each other's eyes, holding each other and calming, co-regulating your nervous systems and slowing down together so that your relaxation allows your body's fluids to flow, so that you maybe have a little eye watering and you have some things that come up and you can get them off your chest. And then as you're slowed down and you're petted by your partner and loved and kissed and adored and held tight, you can allow yourself to just calm. Your saliva will start to run, your vagina will begin to lubricate. It's very similar to breastfeeding. If you've ever done breastfeeding, where you get the baby and your milk's not quite come down yet, and then all of a sudden you have that baby in your arms and the milk flows from your breasts. That's that relaxation and the letting down. And when you can allow the time in your relationship to connect hearts, breath, eyes, limbic systems, and let the fluids begin to flow, that really is what is at the heart of embodied sex. It's staying in your body, staying connected to sensation, and staying connected to self and other in a worry-free way. And then finally, erotic play dates. Erotic play dates are one of the absolute best things that a couple can do, because it takes us women most of the time longer to get turned on than our male-bodied partners. What we really need are some things that remove the performance pressure to have intercourse. And yoni massages, genital massages, massaging a woman's body and her vulva without immediately touching her clitoris or putting your fingers inside her. And even giving her massages that do not need to result in going any further, that she could be like, it didn't work this time. I don't think I want to have sex. Can I just roll over and snuggle you and go to sleep? Yes, baby, of course you can. Because the net effect of erotic play dates is that you actually end up making more love when you remove the pressure of having intercourse. And when you are able to play and be joyful and pleasure each other without that being the end game. And erotic play dates allow couples to learn things together. I always say that couples that play together stay together, especially in the bedroom. And when you're learning new orgasm techniques, we want to create an expanded orgasm practice. We want to try orgasmic meditation. We want to do G-spot healing. We want to try female ejaculation. We want to try male multiple orgasm. We want to try prostate orgasms. We want to try oral pleasuring orgasms. We want to learn how to do 69. We want to try a new sex position. We want to try a toy during lovemaking. making. We want to do some role play. We want to do a lingerie fashion show. We're going to have sex outside. We're going to make love in the back of the SUV while the kids at soccer practice. Whatever it is. And I've got an endless supply of erotic play date ideas. I mean, so many that when you make a date and you schedule sex, but it's not intercourse, it's learning something new. When you begin as beginners and you have a beginner's mind together, it gets you that new relationship energy. It feels like you're a teenager having sex again, and it makes it really exciting. And so that's what erotic playdates are. When you schedule them, you look forward to them, you sexy text about them, and then you get there and the lover space is set up and you're going to try something new, like let's find your G-spot and see what happens. I got this new G-spot toy and I want to try it on you, and you give me feedback. These kinds of things are what keep couples having really exciting sex that gets on what I like to call the upward pleasure spiral, where sex gets better and better and better your whole life long, instead of swirling down the toilet like all your friends are. So that brings me to erotic play dates. And I've got to the sexual soulmate pact. And I've got just enough time to tell you about that. So I have to ask Ivy, Julie, and Amy, what do you think are women's biggest concerns about asking for what they want in the bedroom?
I read the book, so.
I'm going to say not knowing what they want.
Yeah, that's a good one. That is huge.
Being rejected.
Hurting their feelings. Right?
Yeah, hurting their feelings or feeling, having them feel rejected.
Yep. Those are the two. Bingo and bingo. A plus Ivy, A plus Julie. We're women. We know what we worry about in the bedroom. So the sexual soulmate pact gets around both of those beautifully. Here's the preeminent bedroom communication technique of the entire universe, because it makes you not only not worry about giving him feedback, he's not going to contract. He's going to lean in and be like, thank you, baby. Anything else? Tell me more. I love the feedback. I feel like I've been pleasuring you so much better now because I finally know what you need. Thank you. And how you finally know what you need is to listen to your body wisdom, because she knows what she wants in every moment. So here's what I want to do to explain how the sexual soulmate pact works. It works in the following way. It's a pact, P-A-C-T. So it's sexual soulmate pact, P-A-C-T. And it's an agreement between partners. You strike a verbal agreement that you're going to ask for what you need and say thank you when it's acknowledged. And the thing that we have to remember is that women are on a hormonal cycle. We are, 28 days, even after menopause, we're women who run with the wolves. We howl at the moon. We're lunar landers. And men are horny every single day, pretty much steady state. So they're always trying to figure out when we're going to be horny and they can hit us up for sex, which is great. And it's wonderful that they initiate. But our arousal is slower. They've got 3 big fat tubes. Let me get my banana. They've got 3 big fat tubes that run down their penis that go and they're immediately hard. We have this crazy, crazy situation going on down there called our vulva. So, this is what our vulva looks like. This is our clitoris. This is the, clitoral tip, the shaft, the hood, the outer labia, the inner labia, the G area, the opening to the vagina. We've got all this, but this is what it looks like if you peeled away the skin. This is what's under there, is this beautiful little construct of erectile tissue. So there's the tip of the clitoris that sticks out. All of this is in there. It's the buried pleasure treasure inside us. There's the opening to our vagina. This is erectile. These are the legs of the clitoris called the crura. These are the bulbs of the clitoris called the vestibular bulbs. This is not a G-spot. It's a G-sponge. It goes way back along the top of the vagina. And then there's a perineal sponge down here between the rectum and the vagina. This is all the engorged tissue. We have as much tissue in our vulva as our partner does in his penis, this much tissue. But we're only used to touching the tip, which isn't even actually erectile tissue. We need to get the blood flow in. And that takes us a while longer because it's like a pachinko game to get it all in there.
Right, right.
So we need more stimulation. So every day we want something different, and we take longer to turn on, and we are animals subject to sleep, how much sugar we've had, how much stress we're under, whether our partner's making us happy, how we feel about ourselves. And when we do that, we have to have our partner understand that what we wanted yesterday isn't what we want today. We have to honor and trust that if we want to be held, we need to be held. If we want to be ravished, we want to be ravished. And we need to be able to tell them what we need. So we have to join together as a team to unlock our womanly body wisdom and speak it to our partner. I call it reporting in from my animal. I'm going to tell you what my animal body wants and needs today, and you're going to thank me. You're going to say, okay, baby, got it. Thank you, baby, got it. Thank you. Because I feel weird asking you. I'm insecure to ask you because I don't want to hurt your feeling. So when I ask you or tell you what I need, instead of contracting, say thank you and acknowledge me and encourage me to keep telling you what I need. And when you see that when I tell you and you thank me, you get better at making love to me, which is what they want. They want to give us incredible pleasure. When you give me incredible pleasure, you are my champion, you win, and we get on that upward pleasure spiral. So the sexual soulmate pact teaches him to love your feedback, teaches you to love to give it to him, and teaches you to trust that she knows in every moment when you listen to her what you really need. And it's a beautiful download, and Amy will provide you with the link, and I hope you'll download it, print it out, read it, talk to your partner about it, and give it a try, because it is the game changer of your sex life. All the other stuff I've said is not as important as being able to ask for what you want, even sometimes when you're not quite sure. Okay, maybe it's higher, maybe it's lower. No, I need this instead. Try that. And you get really experimental and you get great in bed together.
Well, I'm game.
Yeah. That's what I love about you, Amy. I know you are.
I'm enrolled, Susan.
I know, Amy. I love that.
So yeah, so the download is in the chat box. So grab that, and yeah, I mean, don't we all want to be in Susan's state? I do.
Yeah, the state of Susan is quite good.
The state of Susan is quite good. Now, if this COVID, with dating, but it's fine. I'll find it. Okay, so now, thank you for that. We're going to go now with Julie. Julie is going to, I'm going to mute you, Susan, and then open up Judy because of the vibration, the feedback. All right, Julie Ryan. So you are a psychic and a medical intuitive, which is
That's
really,
right.
It's really interesting and awesome to hear that. So can you introduce yourself and tell us about your work and who you work with and what you're seeing?
Sure. I am an inventor of surgical devices sold throughout the world, and I'm a serial entrepreneur like Susan. I've been a CEO of 9 companies I've founded in 5 different industries over the past 30 years. So I tell people I'm a businesswoman who learned how to do woo-woo, and I'm a buffet of psychicness, which is true. And now I teach people around the world how to do what I do from all walks of life. The only prerequisite is you have to be able to speak English, because I don't speak very many words from other languages. Although, wee, CC, I can do the basics.
Right.
So what I do is I work with people around the world on several different fronts. As I said, I'm a buffet of psychicness, and that buffet includes I can scan people medically. All the work I do is remote. And so I'm like a human MRI. I can connect to someone anywhere in the world. And if you're on another planet, I could connect to you there. And as long as there's internet access and we can talk.
Right.
And I connect to a person, and then I can see in my mind's eye broken bones, torn ligaments, viral infections, bacterial infections, cancer, whatever. And I actually did a healing expanding a woman's vagina earlier this afternoon, Susan, who was having problems with that. And so when I'm working with somebody on a medical healing, what I'll do is something will be identified. Immediately thereafter, there will be some type of energetic healing that will begin. And that can take the form of something getting added, something getting removed. I watch procedures all the time that emulate what I saw in operating rooms for 30 years, in and out of surgeries, designing products, testing prototypes, training surgeons, training reps, that kind of thing. Sometimes I see healings that utilize methodologies and devices that haven't been invented yet. And regardless of what I'm seeing, I'm very descriptive, like Susan and Ivy Marie, I'm sure, probably like you as well. I'm eager to hear your talk. But I'm very descriptive with the person with whom I'm working, because the body's always going to follow what the brain is showing it, even if the brain doesn't believe it to be true. And you'll find that I talk in analogies a lot, because it gives our human minds a frame of reference for this woo-woo stuff that I do. So imagine a time when you watched a scary movie on TV. Your brain knew it was pretend, but your heart might have felt like it was getting ready to jump out of your chest because it was just so darn scary. So the body's always going to follow what the brain is showing it. And I'm sure, Susan, you probably have a chapter in your book about imagination and about fantasizing during sex, right? So then what will happen is something will be identified. There'll be healing. I'll make several passes through a person's body, the hologram that is in my mind's eye. And then the third thing, and the most important thing that I do, is I work with the person's energy field membrane. And that is the container that holds the energy that makes up our body and our spirit. And it reminds me of really thin, stretchy saran wrap, the kind you get on a tray of chicken breasts from the grocery store. You know how that stuff's thinner and stretchier perhaps than the Glad wrap that's in a box in our kitchen drawers. Right. And when there's a tear or hole in that energy field membrane, it's allowing an energy leak. Energy leaks always precede any kind of medical condition, and they're caused by an energy block, a la Eastern medicine, acupressure, acupuncture, clear the block, get the chi to move, that whole concept. Energy blocks, in turn, are caused by an emotional event that's happened either in this lifetime or a past lifetime. Could be something simple, could be something dramatic. Doesn't matter what it was. What matters is as soon as we illuminate it, it eradicates it, allows the energy field membrane to heal, allows the body to work on full power, which in turn allows somebody to regain health and maintain health. And regaining health may be that you've got a cold or a virus or, a rash or something. It doesn't have to be something dramatic. Certainly there are lots of dramatic things with my clients with whom I work. The interesting thing about how well this works, an analogy I like to use, is imagine going to the pet store to buy a goldfish. They're going to put it in a plastic bag of water in order for you to get it home. So if you have a picture of that in your mind's eye, the goldfish represents our body. The water represents our spirit, because the body's inside the spirit, and the plastic bag represents our energy field membrane. So if there's a pinhole in that plastic bag and water is draining out a drop at a time, for a long time, that fish is going to be just fine. But when enough water drains out, that fish is going to be in trouble. And that's what happens to the human body over time. So we identify what it was, and then we go from there. So that's medical stuff. I can communicate with any spirit anywhere in the world that's attached to a body. We're all spirits attached to a body having a human experience. I can communicate with any spirit that's deceased, of someone who's deceased, whether we knew them or not. Who do you want to talk to? You want to talk to your dead grandma? You want to talk to Shakespeare? You want to talk to Mother Teresa? It doesn't matter. We can talk to anybody you want. And I'll teach your listeners how to do that here in a second. I communicate with pets. I can do medical stuff with pets. We can communicate with pets, find out if they're happy, if they're not happy, what they need, whatever. That's fun. What else? Past lives are really fun. Do past life scans. And those are a blast, because oftentimes we get information that can be corroborated with historical data that we can find online or elsewhere. And that's really fun when that works. I have the ability to tell how close to death somebody is. That's what my book, Angelic Attendance, is about. Happen to have one here, right there. Can you see it?
Yeah.
And so that is, everybody, when they're dying, the spirit exits the body through the top of the head and hangs on, looks like a bubble in a cartoon caption where the words or the character's thoughts are. And then as someone is progressing closer to death, they are surrounded by deceased loved ones' spirits and angels and the spirits of deceased pets. And they go through a configuration of what I call the 12 phases of transition. And in the spirit world, there's no time. Time doesn't exist in the spirit world. Time is a human creation. And so regardless of whether somebody dies instantly, like in the case of a homicide or suicide, or whether their dying process is prolonged over days, weeks, months, everybody goes through the 12 phases of transition. And a couple of interesting points about that. There's been university-based research to corroborate that everybody, when they're dying, sees deceased loved ones and the spirits of deceased pets. There's university-based research. A doctor who's an MD, PhD, is a doctor. I tease him, I say, you're a doctor. And he's a hospice director in Buffalo, New York. And he did university-based research on 1,400 patients who were in his hospice program. And they found that 88% of them talked about either in visions or in dreams, they saw the spirits of deceased loved ones and deceased pets. So it corroborates everything that I talk about in the 12 phases of transition. And I talk about that in the book. And it's full of stories of families with whom I've worked and all the miraculous and serendipitous occurrences that happened as somebody was dying. How I got into that in the first place, the dying process, was I was interested early on about 30 years ago about medical healing, energetic healing. Someone gave me a book called Anatomy of the Spirit by Carolyn Mace. Mm-hmm. And I read it about 30 years ago, and she called herself a medical intuitive. And I thought, what the heck is that? I had never heard that term before. And back then we didn't have the internet yet. So I did the old fashioned thing and I went to a bookstore and I looked to see what other books were there on the topic. And I found Barbara Brennan's book called Hands of Light. And Barbara Brennan was a former NASA physicist who parlayed very complex quantum physics language into understandable languaging for the non-scientific mind. That was me. And I wanted to know more. So I called her school and I said, do you have anybody in my area teaching this stuff? And she said, as a matter of fact, I do. So I studied it for 6 years, part-time, obviously. I was running my companies and being a mom and a wife and all of that. And so I did the equivalent of what I would have spent, paid the equivalent of what I would have spent to get a PhD or an MD and that work. And then here I am now. I've parlayed that 30 years later into 4 Saturdays, a couple of hours on Zoom in 4 Saturdays, and everybody can do what I do.
Yeah. So can I jump in?
Sure.
I have a couple questions because, so can you talk about, because I just had a Psych-K healing on Sunday. So can you tell our listeners like your process of that and like what happens when you do your work? Because I think that's fascinating. Yeah, what I described earlier. I connect to them energetically. Mm-hmm. And then it's like I have a hologram of them in my mind's eye. Mm-hmm. And then things are identified. And then there's some type of energetic healing that happens. Like I mentioned, it could be something added, something removed. Mm-hmm. You know, I see procedures all the time that emulate what I saw in the operating room and that kind of thing. Mm-hmm. So that's what my process is. Mm-hmm. And then when you're as a client, so it's like some people have never been through that process. So what's the experience of your clients? Like can you get into that?
Sure. It's all across the board. The energetic healings happen on the energy level of the person's body, and they integrate into the body itself. And that can happen instantly. It can take days, weeks, months. It may need some kind of complementary care. But certainly at the end of the day, it's always the person's spirit's prerogative to utilize the healing in a way that's going to best facilitate whatever it is their spirit is exploring in this lifetime. And some people choose not to use the healing. not to integrate the healing. So it's spirit that works through me and with me. No healer, no doctor, no surgeon, no medical provider can heal anybody else. What we do is we guide the person to heal themselves. So I consider myself to be the equivalent of a tugboat captain, and I pick up the ship and help the ship safely get into port and guide the person's spirit to help integrate the healing so that the person can heal themselves. Because, you can have you can have a surgeon that has two patients, back-to-back surgeries, same surgery. Patients are both really healthy. Surgeries went perfectly. One patient heals quickly and easily. The other one doesn't. It's all up to what our spirit wants to experience with this situation. Does that answer your question, Amy?
Yeah, because in my healing, it was very, it was a very emotional, physical experience.
Mm-hmm.
The energy of the healing, and then he was, and it just keeps growing. It's that, it just, from that healing is just more openness as the days go by. There's more, I guess it's a energy expansiveness that's been happening.
Right. And it depends on the person. You're obviously a kinesthetic learner because you were feeling that. Some people are visual learners. Some people are auditory learners. Some people are kinesthetic learners. So it depends on the person and what they're seeing or feeling or receiving. And what I find, and actually I have a syndicated radio show called Ask Julie Ryan. I'll do it later this evening. And it's a couple hours and people call from all over the world. And I scan them medically or talk to their dead grandma, or we scan their cat or do a past life thing. It's a blast. Every week it's so fun because we never know what's going to happen. And then we take the commercials out and release it as a podcast. So everything's under Ask Julie Ryan. And what I hear from my clients and also my callers is sometimes they'll feel an immediate difference in their symptoms. Sometimes it will take days, weeks, months. I will give lots of references. I'll give lots of suggestions. As I'm working with somebody, not only am I seeing things in my mind's eye, but I'm also getting information downloaded into my head. So I may get, okay, you've got a rash. I'm removing the source of whatever's causing that rash. And at the same time, go to the drugstore and get some antifungal cream and put on it. Because the work that I do, I believe, complements allopathic or Western and even Eastern medicine as I know it. But also what I spend time on, and I think it's really important, is all of us are going to experience the loss of a loved one at some point in our lives. And I was led to write this book. The first time I witnessed and experienced the 12 phases of transition was when my own mother was dying in 2002. And I was with my mentor afterwards, several years afterwards. And when she's doing a healing on me in person, my deceased loved ones line both sides of the table. I'm on a massage table, and they're in the room and they're participating. So this one day, this dead Pope shows up, his whole Pope outfit on, the hat, the whole 9 yards. And I said, well, who are you? And he said, I'm Clement. And I said, great. I went through 12 years of Catholic schools. I never heard of a Pope Clement. There was a Pope Clement? And he said, yeah, I was number 6. I said, okay, may I help you? And he said, you're supposed to teach the world what happens when somebody dies, because everybody's so afraid of it. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's been bastardized over the ages. And I said to him, I'm not doing that. I'm a businesswoman. People are going to think I'm nuts. I'm not doing that. And he said, yeah, just get on with it. And so when I went to leave, I was in my car, and just for kicks, I Googled Pope Clement VI. Then I found out that he was in office during the Black Plague, when 2/3 of Europe died. And he's best known for his prayers for the dying and his prayers for the dead. And I thought, girl, you can't make that stuff up. So it took me several other years to get enough golden ovary courage. Guys have brass balls and girls have golden ovaries, to get enough courage to put myself out there to release this. And I find that it's been so helpful to people around the world. And it's being used, interestingly enough, it's given by churches. And it's used in Sunday school classes, and it's used in Bible study classes. And my Catholic church gives a copy to everybody who comes in to plan a funeral. And everybody needs to read some information about what happens as we're dying, because we're all so afraid of it. There's lots of information on near-death experiences. There's lots of information on the afterlife and all of that, and grieving even. How do you get through the phases of grief? But there isn't information on what happens as we're dying, and that's what everybody's afraid of. So I say angelic attendance is something that should be required reading, because we're all going to go through it, not only ourselves, but we're going to go through it with our loved ones. And it's excruciating when we go through that. So that's basically what I do. Every day is a new adventure, and it's fun. And I talk to people all over the world, and then my show is fun as well. And all my students are wonderful as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like going through that process of death. I didn't know what the heck I was up against. So I think it is important that we educate ourselves on that process, because when you're there, it's and I do believe that it really it put me in such a state that I had a hard time getting out of, right?
Yeah. Well, and we've all seen throughout the ages, I believe humanity since the beginning of time has been able to see what I have coined the 12 phases of transition. When I was writing my book, I did some research. Being raised Catholic, I went to a whole lot of Catholic funerals as a child and as an adult. And at the end of every Roman Catholic funeral is a prayer said called In Paradisum, which in Latin means into paradise. And it talks about the angels and your deceased loved ones will greet you and lead you into paradise. And so I researched that. And what I found is that prayer originated as a 5th century Gregorian chant. So perhaps it took until the 5th century till someone was well educated enough to be able to write this information down in the form of a prayer, in this case, a chant. And certainly back then, the most well-educated people were men, and a lot of them were men living in monasteries and synagogues. And so I believe that we've been able to see this since the beginning of time. And perhaps as we've become more well-educated and more proof-based in the past year, 150, 200 years even, we've lost some of that. And talking about the unstoppable you, when you know there isn't anything to fear, it lets us live our lives without fear and really go after the things that we think, oh gosh, we can't do that. I do have a strategy to help people get over that too, if I have time to share that. Do I have time, Amy?
Yeah, you have a little bit of time.
Okay. I call it the 2-minute rule. I came up with this technique and it works great. And it's free and it's convenient because it works anywhere your brain is, and your brain's usually with you wherever you are. So here's how it goes. Our heads are big satellite dishes, and they receive and they transmit frequencies. Every thought has its own frequency. Every spirit has their own frequency that they keep throughout all their lifetimes. Frequencies, thoughts that are on frequencies, it's almost like they're being broadcast on a radio station. 94.7 megahertz is broadcasting smooth jazz in Southern California, right, Amy?
Yeah.
And then, well, I don't know, what's KFI? It's 65 point something, 650 or something on the dial.
Something.
Yeah, and that's news. So thoughts don't originate in our heads. We pull them in from the ethers. And we all come in with an internal GPS system, and it's called emotion and feelings. If we feel good or neutral, we're in alignment with our spirit, because spirit is pure love. Likewise, if we feel badly, it's based in fear. We're out of alignment with our spirit. So what we want to be able to do is to be able to discern whether it's a rational fear or whether it's an irrational fear. Rational fear, something's going to kill you. Irrational fear, it's not, but it may feel like it is. Well, guess what? 99.9% of our thoughts that feel bad are based in irrational fear. They're false. They're fake news. We're making them up. And we have all experienced, we're all hardwired for fear. We're looking for the saber-toothed tiger that's coming to eat us for lunch, but he's been dead for millions of years. So we've all experienced. COVID is a great example. Think about a year ago when it started. Oh my God, if I go to the grocery store and I touch a cart and I get the virus on my hand and my hand touches my face, then the virus is going to jump in through my nose and infect my body. And what if there aren't ambulances to come get me if I can't breathe? What if there isn't a room in the hospital? What if there aren't ventilators, right? And you're in this black hole that you've made up and you feel terrible. So what we want to do is we want to break that connection. And here's how you do it. When you feel badly, you say, is this going to kill me in the next 2 minutes? That's it. As soon as you do it, if the answer is yes, that's a rational fear. Get out of the street before the truck runs you over and kills you. If it's an irrational fear, you know it's false. You're making it up. It's fake news. As soon as you ask that question, you go to curiosity, which is based in love. Because when we're curious about something, it's interesting, it's fun, we want to know more. When you do that, then you can get guidance from spirit. Spirit doesn't communicate on the I feel crappy channels. It's too low of a vibration. So spirit is going to say, okay, look at this website. And you go there. And then there's some idea that comes in. You think, well, I can't do that because I don't have enough time or enough money or whatever. You use the 2-minute rule. Well, is that going to kill me in the next 2 minutes? No. Okay, boom. You've raised your vibration again. You'll get another thought. We've all gone down the path where we go to one website. Before we know it, we've gone to 10 websites and we don't even remember how we got to the 10th website. So the 2-minute rule is golden. When you make it a habit, we live in an attractive universe. When you feel good most of the time, you're going to have more good feeling things attracted to you. When you feel badly, you'll have more bad feeling things attracted to you. It's really that simple. Mm-hmm. So the 2-minute rule.
Love that. Thank you.
You bet.
So I just want to ask, so this is, so when people pass
mm-hmm.
and their spirits out there, I really don't want them to leave, right? So often they stick around, right? Well, they'll stick around because they're worried about me or whatnot, right? So the spirit comes and goes, right? Can you speak a little bit about that? And
Sure. We all decide when we go, where we go, how we go, what the circumstances are, all of that. People often will feel guilty because they sat with grandma for 3 weeks and Aunt Susie was on duty and she went out to get a cup of coffee for 2 minutes and grandma slipped away when Aunt Susie was out of the room. So spirits come in and out. Yes, back to our heads, our satellite dishes to communicate with a spirit. All you have to do is think of that person, whether you knew him or not. Like I said, if it's Shakespeare or Mother Teresa or whomever, you think of them. Did you guys watch the show Bewitched?
Yeah.
Growing up? You know how Samantha Stevens would yell, "Mother," and Endora would come in right away? That's how it works. Or Uncle Arthur, and Uncle Arthur would immediately appear. That's how it works. If you're doing something random like fixing dinner or folding laundry or whatever, and you think of a deceased loved one, that's them letting you know that they're with you. They're around you. Mm-hmm. And how we communicate with spirit is we just say something to them, either aloud or in our heads, and they're going to answer within a second. And it's going to come in and it's going to feel like a thought in your head. How you know it's them is it's instant. If you think about it for more than a couple of seconds, that's going to be your brain talking to you. The more you do that, the more validation you're going to get on the thoughts and guidance that you get. The more validation you get, the more you trust it. And before long, then you can communicate with spirit very easily. And you don't need any special talismans or a special position or drawing symbols, ancient symbols in the air or whatever. You don't need any of that to do this woo-woo stuff. Turn your energy up and down. I turn my abilities on and off at will. I don't walk around scanning people because I don't believe that's ethical and it's none of my business. And I don't really want to know. But I turn my abilities on and off at will. And that's what I teach people to do as well. So everybody, we're all talking to spirit all the time. We just don't know we are. Little children do all the time, especially till they're about 6 or 7. I see you shaking your head. That's what I have 2 children's books, Angel Messages for Kids and Angel Messages for Dogs, that talk about how kids can communicate with spirit. And I've had so many moms over the years say, can you come up with a way that I can explain to my child how they're able to see my deceased granddad who's been dead for 40 years? And my child knows things about my grandfather that I didn't even know, that my grandmother has agreed with. Or how does a child know information about a past life when this kid can't even read yet? And how do you explain to a child what happens when somebody dies? Because we'll say, well, Granny's in heaven. And the 4-year-old will say, no, she's not. She's in that box over there asleep, because they're at the visitation hours at that funeral home. So we all come in with the ability. It's just learning to develop and enhance it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because sometimes I think I've just heard a couple people say like, I can't connect to. I want to connect to them, and I can't. Why can't I connect? They have maybe guilt, or they're yearning to do that, but
They need to use the 2-minute rule and raise their vibration, and then they'll be able to connect. Because spirit doesn't communicate on the I feel crappy channels. And when we're trying to control something, it's coming out of fear. I want to connect. I want to connect. I want to connect. You're in an abundance of not being able to connect. You want to raise your vibrational level. Use the 2-minute rule. Yeah.
Yeah.
That works great.
Listen, I've got, I got a lot going on here with spirits, okay? Like I have I'm like, yeah.
In your home, you mean? In your home? Yeah, that you can see them or you can feel them or all of the above.
No, I feel them. They're Frank and Alicia. I feel them.
Yeah.
They're my people.
Back to you're a kinesthetic being. You process kinesthetically first, so you're feeling them. Other people will see them maybe out of the corner of their eye for a second, and they'll think, "Oh, that's just my imagination. I didn't really see that person." No, you really saw them. Or oftentimes when somebody loses a beloved pet, and they'll say, I feel like I'm seeing them out of the corner of my eye, or I feel like I'm hearing them, or I feel like they're sitting next to me on the couch or snuggled up next to me in the bed. That's true. You are feeling and seeing and hearing that pet's spirit.
As I said, I keep getting accused of keeping people around too long. I'm like, stay here with me.
I hate to break it to you, Amy. You don't have that kind of power.
No. Okay.
So I hate to burst your bubble, girl, but you don't have that kind of power. Spirit and also dual realities. There are many realities all transpiring at the same time. Can our human minds understand that? Not really, because we don't have a frame of reference. But the analogy that I use is in the old-fashioned emergency rooms, you would be in the room and they'd draw a curtain between the beds. Well, if the curtain's open and you can see the patient in the next bed, that's in physical form, they draw the curtain, the patient's still there. You just can't see them like you could before. And that's how spirit is with our human existence. So by you saying, I keep them here too long, they're not going to be there if they don't want to be there. You don't have that kind of control. You don't have that kind of power. Sorry.
I just yell, get over here. No.
Well, that's the thing. And you can tell them to leave if they're annoying you. Say, you really need to leave, or you need to leave me alone. Yeah, and they will.
Okay, so you have a free gift.
I do. Anybody that wants angelic attendance, what am I trying to do here? Or angel messages for kids, or angel messages for dogs. These are darling, you guys, these books. Look at these illustrations in here. I mean, they are just as cute as they can be. And the adults enjoy them as much as the kids do. So just go to AskJulieRyan.com and click on the Ask Julie tab. And just send me a note that says, I saw you on The Unstoppable You, or mention Amy, and we will send you a digital and an audiobook version of my books, one or all three, whatever you prefer. So just shoot us an email and we'll be delighted to share it with you.
Yeah, it's in the chat box, so you guys can just go ahead and click on that. And fascinating. So what we're going to do is we're going to quickly introduce Ivy, give us a quick introduction, and then we'll go into a round table. So Ivy, unmute yourself. I'm going to mute Julie. So Ivy, introduce yourself and who you are and what you do.
Yes, I'm Ivy Marie Lim, and I am a peak performance and relationship coach for women. And I'm loving this group because I get to tie everything in together. So I am multi-modality. I have a background, essentially it's in real estate, but I brought in feng shui so I can bring in a little bit more of a spiritual element and more conversation besides what's happening with the market. I also I'm a certified peak performance coach with the Flow Genome Project, which is hugely based in, a lot of it's in neuroscience. And peak performance has always been kind of reserved for the elite athlete or the big adventure surfer or the top CEOs or Navy SEALs. But the way I look at it is that we as busy women are all peak performers. Peak performers means being your best when it matters most. It's the ability to turn yourself all the way up, to amp up when you need it most, and to be also to regulate it when the situation arises. Sort of my forte, I guess, would be combining the science as well as the spirituality. So I love Susan's talk when she brought in a lot of the science with it, besides the relational, besides the spiritual aspect of the masculine and feminine. And then Julie also has that whole range of coming from a science background with your medical devices and yet completely being comfortable in her spiritual realm. So I help bridge that gap for people because I had needed it myself. I never thought that I was very intuitive. I first got into meditation about 20 years ago as a single mom, just trying to get more brain power. And when I was going through my last relationship with my ex-boyfriend of 12 years ago, and he cheated on me, long story short, I took him back. I kept meditating because I wanted to forgive him. And it wasn't coming to me. I couldn't imagine us being together, even though we had promised to be together. So this went on for about a month. And then one day, over 3 days, I started feeling this really weird sensation in my stomach. And I couldn't shake it. I was wondering if it was something I eat. I started taking probiotics. I was like, what's going on with me? I went to bed. I woke up 3 days later in the middle of the night. And I went to the computer because we had an open phone, open computer policy. And I said, you know what, let me check his email. And I didn't see anything at first. And then finally I saw that he had opened up a new email address. And then I put my hands on the keyboard and I took a deep breath in. And the first password that I got was the right one. And I looked into that new email address and I found that he was talking to that other woman again for the last 3 days. And I was like, wow, this is it. Like I think everyone, and I was going to ask Julie this too, like, did you have a moment where you realized that you were truly intuitive? That was my moment where I realized, you know what, I've never really experienced any psychic abilities or any interactions with spirit, but this is the first time that I really realized that it was true. This stuff is real. Like, how can I
Yeah, it is.
that password?
I did not have a moment I learned how to do this stuff. I mean, obviously I was led to it because never in a million years did I ever think I'd be doing this. I sold my surgical device manufacturing company 5 years ago and thought, I'm going to do this just for fun. And now it's, total. But I say, I'm not one of those psychics who's had dead people chasing her since childhood. Or if I did, I didn't know it, let alone what I would have done with that. So no, I didn't. I just learned how to do it because I was interested.
Yes, that it can be cultivated.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That it can, and it's such an amazing tool. And at the same time, I do still love the science. And now with the advancements that we've had, it's only proven what wisdom and spiritual sages have been telling us for many years, mostly on intuition, mostly on feeling. And when it comes to my program, I have a program called the Magnetic Love Method, and I help single women attract the love that they want. But I'm not your typical dating coach or love coach. I am not going to tell you, send these 5 texts or how to speak to a man. Like, those things make me cringe because, when you meet the right one, and maybe Susan, you can attest to this too, when you meet somebody who loves you and accepts you, things are actually easy. You could say all the wrong things and that person is going to love you anyways, right?
Yeah.
And so this is the crux of my program is building a foundation of self-love, because when I realized after I had that experience with the cheating boyfriend was that even though I was confident on the outside, I looked great, I was actually the fittest of my life, I realized that I did not love myself, and that's why I kept attracting the wrong person. And I realized...
Sorry, I'm going to jump in real quick because I hear you, but we got to go to the round table because I know we're Julie and Susan. You got to leave at 2:30, so it's just going to be you and I.
Oh, okay. Yes, let's do that then.
I'm sorry.
I love a round table.
Sorry. I just want to jump in there because I want to get some questions in from the audience because the audience pre-submits questions. So I want to get in there. And I know you all are, as I'm reading this, as I'm seeing your interviews, you're all about energy, like this positive energy or psychic energy or, whatever it is. So there's a question on here of, okay. So how do you identify? So I'm sorry, I lost it. So with energy, how do you get the energy flowing so that you can actually start moving towards connection, healthy connection, start moving towards community and relationships? So it seems like they're having a breakdown where to start. Yes, Susan. I'm going to unmute you. Gotcha.
Thank you. One of my mentors, the late Deborah Anatol, wrote an absolutely wonderful book called The 7 Laws of Love. And I have a lot of people who email me and say, I'm really lonely. I can't find a person. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm not attracting a person. Or I'm in a relationship and I don't feel like the love is there. What do I do? And what Deborah counsels people to do is to give out love. That you actually, when we are loved, we kind of resist it for things Ivy was saying. She was the most fit and beautiful she was in her life, and she still didn't feel lovable. So we resist the love when it's given to us. But when we give love, when we actively love, when we love everybody in every moment, we're in the heart space of love and in the practice of loving. And that feels like love to us too, sometimes even more than when we are getting to love. So my answer is, if you want to get the energy flowing, if you want to feel like you're connected to people, then connect with people and give out love, appreciation, gratitude, compliments, adoration, everything. And just be active, because then you are automatically in it.
I love that. Love that.
And I actually have, as a pranic healer, I have, it's a very kinesthetic practice where we actually put our hands together and you imagine the love coming from your heart. And even if it's a little bit difficult, but again, it's, as Julie and I were talking about, it's a cultivation, it's a practice of blessing somebody. Because blessings is a gift. Sending somebody blessings is a gift. Giving love is an energetic gift. Yep. And it's the principle of reciprocity. It's going, whatever you give out will be returned to you. So I love that, Susan, that you had led with that for sure. Yeah. And Julie, for sure. You're like the energy queen here.
I concur with what you both said. And a really easy place to start is just smile. Yeah. Just smile. Force yourself to smile. It makes you feel better. If you're in an awful mood, go to Target and walk around and just smile at people. And before you know it, go to any store, but just smile. And the song "Smile When Your Heart Is Breaking," smile when you're whatever the rest of it is, and you'll come through the tears and all of that. And that's a really easy, good place to start.
And I love that. And I'm thinking, even now, I don't know if you guys notice, but when I go out, people are much more willing to say hi. Yeah. I'm in Los Angeles, so before people are like, shh, you don't even exist. But now it's like we make eye contact, we say hi. I'm hoping that, yes, using our energy to really give out is to uplift for a bigger, better world. I'm hoping that one of the effects of COVID is that we connect more in a genuine way and an easy way. That's one of my hopes. So yeah, energy. I think that's important to give out first, right? Like Susan said, and Ivy, and then you get back. It's a beautiful experience. So let me ask you, what's the fear of doing that? What's the fear of doing that? What's
Rejection.
behind that?
Rejection.
Habit.
Lack of worth.
Habit. People
And
just aren't,
undeservedness. Like, who am
Yeah.
I to give this to you? Who am I to give blessings to the world, or to give blessing to so and so? Like, it's a little, little feeling of, am I worthy enough to do this for someone else?
I think, to your point, Amy, most of us are so busy and we're so overwhelmed with how are we going to get all this done and how are we going to take care of everything that needs to be done, that we're just trying to get through the day. And if you take the time to just smile at somebody when you're out running around, it's going to be returned and it's going to raise your vibrational level.
It's an undepletable resource almost. It's really, it's you have access to it. We don't realize it, right? It's just being mindful and present to that.
And I think it's such an opportunity to really this is an opportunity for everyone to really rise up and start, like, just putting it out there more. So tell me, I want to ask about relationships, since we have 2 relationships. So what's the biggest struggle in asking for what you want in a relationship, or asking for what you want in life? Like, what's holding women back from that?
For what I found, and I had said it before, is that a lot of people really don't know what it is that they want, right? So part of the process that I go through is going back, doing the inner child work, doing the core wounding work that happens primarily between the ages of 0 to 7. Like, there are tons of research that says whatever happens to us between 0 to 7 stays with us for many years. And a lot of us don't give ourselves that compassion. They're like, we're adults, we're not, why haven't we gotten over this yet? And so we're always being conditioned and programmed from other things that we really don't know what we want. And until you know what you want, how can you possibly express that? Or you're expressing it in a way, but it's not really what you want. It's what you thought you wanted, but really you're looking to resolve something that had happened many, many years ago that you've repressed or you've forgotten, but you've carried the limiting beliefs or the negativity with you all these years, or the unresolved situation that you needed. So you think you want this, but it's not really and truly what you want. It's not the root of what it is that you want.
I think there's a lot of people asking for what they want. There's a massive uptick on dating apps right now. There's so many people on dating apps right now, more than there ever have been. Tinder and Bumble have the most. And when people match, people are finally learning how to use these apps, and they're liking a whole bunch of people much more than they used to. They're like, all right, like, because there's this notion of the funnel, the deal flow, where if you're going to find somebody who's a really good match for you, you can't leave it up to just hoping you'll bump into them somewhere, because we're not really going anywhere right now. And you have to have a lot of people in the hopper, a lot of people you're working through the funnel to see who could be a good match for you. So if you like as many people as you think, maybe it's only pictures, it's just a little bit of information, you never know. And you know what your deal breakers are, and you know what your qualifying questions are, then you can begin to winnow things down and start to ask for what it is you really want. So it could be, they have to be over 5'9". They have to be They have to have a college degree. They have to have graduated from college, not just gone to college. They have to have a full-time job right now that they like, not somebody who, and I'm just making stuff up, full-time job right now that they like, that they enjoy, and that they're happy doing. They cannot be married or separated because I don't want to be, you know, I'm just saying, not me personally, I've been married for 30 years, because I don't want to be dealing with the, you know, having to nurture some dude through his divorce. I just don't want to deal with that. So they have to already be divorced. They have to have their custody worked out. I'm fine if they have kids, but they have to be open to having kids. You know, whatever they are, they have to live within 25 minutes of me, because if I have to go over to their house, I hate to drive in LA traffic, you know, whatever those things are. They had to have voted for Biden. They have to, you know, they have to be spiritual. I want, or I don't want someone who, you know, is whatever, this faith or that faith, or, you know, and all this stuff. You decide what your things are, and then you create a little rapport, you chat with them a little bit, and then if they're interested in you and you're interested and they're like, maybe we should get together, you have to say, I consider getting together with you, but I need to ask you some questions. And they're like, all right, throw them down. What do you need? What do you need to know? And I need to know this, and this. You just get in one big paragraph, and then they reply, or they don't, and they leave, because they realize by the questions you're asking, they're not really going to fit in with what you want. And it's very important for you to also then understand what kind of feelings you want to feel in a relationship, what your top relationship values are. What is it that matters to you most? And what would you be? The question you want to ask yourself, this comes from another book I wrote called Relationship Magic, over 170,000 copies sold, where it's basically a workbook. And I think, Ames, I don't think I gave this to you, but I definitely will. Anybody who wants it, just let me know. It's at myrelationshipmagic.com. The thing that gets you to is what your values are. What is it that you value that makes meaning for you in a relationship? And it could be things like, I want security. I want, you know, a fiercely loyal partner who will defend me, protect me, and my daughter, or, you know, you may have children or what have you. You know, what I really need is freedom. I want the freedom. What I really want is someone who is very passionate. What I really want is someone who is just very curious and always wants to do new things. And I love fun and adventure and variety. You come up with kind of the top 4 things that are most important to you, that if you couldn't have them, you wouldn't be in a relationship with that person. And that way, you've gone through the list of your kind of top line, you know, life living deal breakers, you can get into your meaning making deal breakers. So it's like a 2-tier funnel system. You have a meet and greet with them, and you talk to them, and you're like, you know what I'm really looking for is a full-time monogamous relationship that leads to marriage. I want someone I can spend the rest of my life with, who would be happy to love me forever and is monogamy mindset person. And I really need a lot of freedom because I'm an extrovert and I'm always getting opportunities, and I want to be out everywhere doing everything, but I don't mind if you go with me or not, but I don't want you to think you can lock me down if we get together. I need that. That's a deal breaker for me. And you just kind of go through those things and give them examples of what kind of person you are and whether you'd be suited for each other. And then you can explore what they're looking for and whether that would work. There's just a ton of negotiation going on in dating. People are realizing that they have needs, they have values, they have criteria, and that it's perfectly reasonable in this day and age of, you know, 10,000 people you could potentially have coffee with, that you can't have coffee with 10,000 people, and you're going to wear a mask and you got to sit outside, and it's just a lot to it. So people are definitely getting more transactional. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think the more you know what you want, the more you really are not ashamed to ask for it. But this is just what you want. It doesn't matter what you want. If what you want is what you want, then that's what it is. And so I think that people are much more open to having those those values-based and lifestyle-based lists and talking about it. There's a lot of conversation out there now in dating for that. And I think that couples are also beginning to understand that they have to play by the platinum rule, not the golden rule. The golden rule is do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. But you're a totally different person than your partner and in the relationship for a very different reason. So what you need to do is explain to your partner what you want them to do for you, and they tell you what they want you to do for them. And then you get up every day and you focus on what your partner wants. You do the platinum rule. You give your partner what they want. And so it really works we're getting better at knowing ourselves. We're getting better at celebrating our variety and our desires and our values and our needs. And, if I can just, implant the notion that what you want is perfectly reasonable and fair, and that there are people out there dying to love you and give you what they want and will be so happy to do it if you just tell them what to do, that's really something I think that more and more people are striving to live into.
Yes, and that you're deserving and worthy of those values, because so many people do want to be in the relationship and they're willing to overly compromise. They're willing to negotiate on what really matters most to them, what is their hardcore values. They haven't yet defined what are the deal breakers or not, or they're not strong enough in their own power, or they're not, their self-esteem or self-love is not so rooted yet that they're willing to compromise on what is yet one of their deepest values.
Yeah. To thine own self be true, right, Ivy?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Julie, you want to jump in? I know we gotta.
Sure. I'm a sorority advisor for a sorority. I live in Birmingham, Alabama. So at the University of Alabama, and there are 450 girls in the sorority. And so I've done that for 12 years. When I lived in LA, I was a sorority advisor at UCLA for many years. And so I tell them, when it comes to relationships, I concur with what both you, Ivy, and Susan have said, absolutely. But I tell them, I want you to remember one 4-letter word. And I get their attention. And I say, are you ready? And they'll say, yeah. And I'll say, next. Next. Who's next?
I like that.
And focus on what it is you want. We as women tend to talk about the problems with the guy, and we're focused on that. We're in an attractive universe. When you focus on what you don't want, you get more of it. Focus on what you want. Focus on, to Susan's point, what else do you want as part of the equation for your partner? So just remember, next. Yeah.
I like it, Julie.
I like it too.
That's a good one. The 4-letter word, next.
My favorite.
Yeah, I mean, that might be like that could be the keeper saying of this whole event is next.
Listen, I'm out there on the app, so I often say next. Yeah. But I just want to say that the people that I meet on the apps, these guys are wonderful. I mean, I like them.
They are.
It doesn't mean I want to be with them.
Right.
But I have such a great time. I like them.
Good.
I don't meet men that are not respectful and nice. And
good.
So.
That's amazing. You're focusing on what you want. You're not even, I'm sure you meet some duds, but you don't even give it the time of day, right? Like,
well, I'll go out and meet them.
Realm.
Yeah, I'll go out and meet them and see what they're about, but I don't have to take them. I don't have to accept.
Yeah.
I could, no, you're a nice guy, but no, thank you. And I think that's, that's a powerful place for a woman to be.
Yep. That's power.
Because often I hear, hey, Amy, you're so hard on these guys. I'm like, I'm not hard on them. Like, no. I haven't found it.
They can handle it.
They can handle it, and I haven't found it. And I'm not going to just be accepting.
Right.
That's not going to work for me anyways, because ain't going to happen. All right, with that, this is, so I know that Julie has to go, and Susan, we're going to get you moving. But Susan, you do have 2 things for our audience that you have your flow.
Yes.
Is it backwards or correct?
Correct, I think. It's hard to see. It's pretty small flow. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is flow. You want to speak into that, and it's in the chat box so people can grab it.
Yeah. I run two companies. One of them is the Passionate Lovemaking Publishing Company, where all my books and programs, online programs are. But I also have a supplement company for libido and arousal. And I make two products. One is called Desire and the other is called Flow. And I think Flow is particularly important because when I was talking to you about this beautiful structure that is your pleasure structure, you need to get blood flowing into this area. And what gets blood flowing is something called nitric oxide. And nitric oxide is a gaseous signaling molecule. Actually, the traditional Chinese medicine said it was one of the ethers. It's a gas. And it uses vasodilation to send blood to your brain when you're thinking, to your belly when you're digesting, to your genitals when you're making love. And the vagina is not a naturally lubricating, it doesn't have glands. The way your vagina gets lubricated is that blood comes into your pelvic bowl and seeps through the multiple layers of your vaginal mucosa and wets the lining. And when we're nervous, or we feel performance anxiety, or during our 28-day cycles, whether we're in menopause or post, before or after menopause, we lose blood flow to our genitals when we sit all day, as we age. So a lot of people think, oh, it's hormones. I need more hormones. And actually what you're missing is nitric oxide, which declines with age. So I make this nitric oxide supplement out of citrulline, which is very bioavailable for you if you're over 40. Particularly. And what's great about it, you've got it, Aim. What's great about Flow is that it's made from organic fruits and vegetables. It's not made in a Chinese lab from corn syrup with pesticides all over it. It's a very clean supplement. It's fantastic for helping increase your energy, increase your thinking. If you've got your ankles are starting to turn into cankles, you've got swelling, or you're getting tingling, or you're just having cognitive function, this gets the blood moving. And the blood is life force. The blood is the oxygen. The blood is healing. The blood is energy. And so most people just aren't aware of something as simple as a blood flow supplement to increase lubrication, increase sensation, because then the genitals can get engorged, which means more pleasure signals to your brain, which means better orgasms from sex, as well as being able to just think more and have a healthier heart. So I make Flow. And I also make a vitamin called Desire, 3 versions of it with libido botanicals in it, that it's like your one a day with a little something more. It's a daily multivitamin, multimineral with methylated, activated B complex and a libido botanical right inside. So I really love these particular products. I've formulated them and have studied aphrodisiacs and libido and indigenous wisdom for a decade. Like Julie went to school on things that were important to me.
Yes.
And so we have a special link with a special offer for this event. And of course, we're giving you the Sexual Soulmate Pact as well, which you can download as part of my Sexual Soulmates book. So that's what's available.
Well, I'm excited to try them because even though I'm by myself, but we can get stuff done still.
Well, yeah. Well, it really helps with solo pleasuring.
Yes.
It definitely helps with the orgasmic capacity of solo pleasuring. And then you feel more confident in your orgasmic potential when you're meeting a partner and you actually are making love with someone. You're like, oh, well, no problem. I'm going to be able to come. I'm coming all the time anyway. So my body knows what to do. I trust my body's wisdom. That's really what we're doing.
No performance anxiety for Amy.
Exactly. Yeah, so thank you for having me on. It was very nice to meet you, Ivy and Julie, as well. And great to spend time with everyone who's attended Unstoppable You. And I'm Susan Bratton. And if I can do anything to help anyone, please just connect with me. It's very easy to connect with me on all the channels.
Yes. All right. Thank you, Susan. I'm going to hit this button. Julie, thank you so much for participating. I know you have a show to go to, so...
My pleasure. And again, what a delight to meet you, Ivy, and Susan and Amy, of course. And everybody, if you want to find more about me, askjulieryan.com. You can get anywhere you need to go with my stuff at askjulieryan.com.
Yeah. The link is in the chat box, you guys, so you can grab it. And thank you so much for all of your insights and have a
My
beautiful day.
pleasure.
Okay, Julie?
My
Nice to
pleasure.
meet
All
you,
righty.
Julie. I'm really
Bye.
so blessed to have met you.
Bye, Bye, Ivy.
All right, it's me and
Hi.
Ivy.
I didn't realize I had to leave. That's too bad, but
Yeah.
that's okay. I'm glad we had them on. We did.
Yeah, they had to leave because of something came up, and that's what happens with a live show.
Right.
So we go with it, and I'm super excited to jump in with you because I know you started, and I was like, I want to go.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. It's okay. But yeah, so I love it because I do get to tie everyone in, because basically there's 8 pillars to my program, 8 modules to my program. Even though I'm not able to dive deep into certain aspects, like I do cover sexuality, but more in the terms of peak performance, of what it does for your health, what it does for your magnetism, what it does for your confidence as well, and your healing, for your own personal healing as well. I mean, sexual trauma, it's a very difficult topic, and it's a wide range topic that affects so many people. So I do have an element in that in my program. And even in the whole entire premise is about intuition and cultivating self-love and really reconnecting to your soul force and your inner self and your higher self. So I actually, do I still have time to?
Yeah, we have, yes, but I want to add, I have a couple questions. Like when you say peak performance, can you tell us exactly, like, can you go a little bit deeper into that so that we know how we can maybe hire you, or get, like, what does that actually mean? Like, how do you do that?
Yeah, so I'm sure we've all heard of high performance, right? Like just being able to perform or achieve at a higher level. Peak performance is actually more utilizing what we call flow states, and it's the flow science of utilizing the highest highs of your life, but you can't do that all the time. It's that high you get when you're at the top of the mountain, or when you cross that finish line. But how do you sort of diffuse that so you can have it in your day-to-day life and be able to turn it on? And a lot of it, even sexuality is also a level of peak states. Okay. Right? How do you get to use that and remember that in your day-to-day life? Because we're not all, chasing the big waves. We're not all climbing the highest mountain every single day. So that, in essence, what peak performance is. And there's elements on it, and that is, making sure you have a little bit of novelty every day, because novelty spikes the dopamine in your system, and again, it's a reward-seeking pleasure. So making sure you're doing something different every day, and we engineer it so you're doing something daily, weekly, monthly, quarterly, and annually. So different levels of peak states. Meditation is a level of peak states if you're able, and not all of us is able to get into deep meditation every single time we sit to meditate, right? But then we can access it through meditation, through our theta states. Just even simply as music. Music is one of the biggest state changers and peak state generators that we can easily access. And we forget about these things. Like Julie had said, like, we're so busy. Like, you know what, you're feeling the mundane of the day-to-day, and then we simply forget, turn the music on. Turn the music up, put some beats on, and off you go. And all of a sudden it completely changes. So it's being able to access peak states in your day-to-day life.
Mm-hmm. So it's basically, it almost sounds like how to regulate yourself and get you to places when needed, and or just to implement in your life every day.
Yes, and it's just really being more mindful of it. Most of us are living at the alpha and beta brain waves, right? We're always doing, and that is a level of stress. It's actually very stressful. We don't learn the best at that rate. We don't relate the best at that rate. We have to really deregulate. But there is a time where you need it. You need spikes of it.
Yes.
But we're not meant to stay there all day long. We're meant to spike and then come down.
Yes, and as most of us know, but maybe you can hit on some other things like what that stress does to our health and our life and our relationships, right? Like if you're constantly stressed out, I don't think anyone's really winning, right?
No, and it's not even, it's just you're not able to access anything truly constructive. And again, it's coming with balancing the masculine and feminine energies. And as a feng shui expert, I do talk a lot about the yin and the yang, right? That there's a place for the feminine energy. There's a place to be calm. And then there's a place to be more aggressive and be more direct. There's a place to reflect, and there's a place to be more logic and analyze. And again, it's being able, and it's not an either or it's not, and it's not a bad or good. As women, we always tend to stay in our masculine energy. It's a survival mechanism. We almost have to. I mean, I was a single mom for a long time. I was masculine all the time, yet I was a mom 100% of the time as well. So it was being able to balance that, the masculine and the feminine energies. And when people look at the yin and yang, they're focused on the light and the dark, and they think that it's good or bad, but it's not about that. It's what you focus on is the circle, right, and the cycle of life and the flow of life, and that every point around the cycle has a purpose. And it's all for creation. It's all for rebirth, for death, for recovery, for rejuvenation, and for activity. So again, it's just going with that flow of life, balancing the masculine and the feminine energies.
Yeah, because a lot of people say, I need more balance in my life. Like I need more balance in my life, right? A lot of people say that.
It's kind of a myth, because we're never going to be, we're not meant to stay still. Right. Balance, for most people, balance looks like this. I'm balanced. And then what? You're frozen. Like, yes, you're still and you're on steady ground, but what you're actually still and stopped, right? And that's what they're looking for when they think balance. But balance actually looks like this, right? Yeah. And in yin and yang, balance actually looks like this. It's a circle, and every point. So now we're moving into spring, and feminine, the yin energy is winter, and people don't realize this because people think that feminine energy is light and airy, but no, feminine energy is actually inward. It's dark. It's the womb. It's rested. And even, I mean, I'm in Canada, so you can appreciate how long our winters are, but winter energy is also very patient, right? So that is the key. So now we're into spring, we're moving into the yang energy. And that is balance, is just knowing how much of each energies you need at any given time in your life. So balance is not like this. Balance is like, it's like this. It's a flow. It's a flow. So I love that you said that, because it's not, yin and yang, often people think of balance, but it's actually a movement. Energy must be moved. Energy can move too fast. It can move too slow. It could stagnate. And the most optimal energy is the one that moves slowly. And yes, of course, with compassion, there are times where you are going to be stuck. There are times where you got to rush, right? But that's the part of developing the compassion and understanding what the cycles are. And once you do that, you have so much more of a level of acceptance too of where you're at in life. Like sometimes you do have to be go, go, go. Some projects you have to be 100% on. There's no room for anything else, but also being able to recover from that. Because if you don't, you burn out, right? If you don't, you burn out, and that's it. It's so hard to come up again, to light up that fire again once it's completely burned out. So again, it's even like I love the analogy of a fire. Like if you keep feeding the fire, slowly with kindling a little bit, it'll always keep burning. But if you decide to put all of the wood in, yes, you'll get a big, beautiful bonfire, but you have no more wood left. It'll eventually burn right out, and then you have no more wood left. but it's just constantly just gently feeding that fire, so you always have something to give and output, and also to receive, and to rest and recover.
So is motivation part of it? It sounds like motivation might be one of your things you teach. Like, how do you talk about motivation? Like, how can people say I'm not motivated? I can't find the motivation. I'm just not motivated.
I love that, because it is actually, it is part of what makes you flow, what lights you up, right? What is it that lights you up? And it's really finding out, because so many times, especially as women and as little girls, that we're told what is supposed to light us up, right? We're not really always taught to discover what, I mean, as a mom now, I put my daughters in every sport and every form of art, and I let them decide. If I have to pull their hair to get out the door for something, then they're not doing it. So they've got to do what lights them up, and then I'll give them the opportunity to continue that. So when it comes to motivation, and this I actually kind of struggle with too, because there's external and there's internal motivation. For the longest time, I was motivated on the external, the money, what I looked like on the outside, how fit I was. And then I didn't focus enough on what it was that really fed my soul, what it is that, that I want. It's the flow that, and it's free. For me, it's like everything I do, because I'm in Canada especially, is so that I could be on the beach for most of the winter. Unfortunately, I couldn't get that. I had to find other ways to do that. But everything that I do externally, or my external motivations, is actually to drive my inner desire to travel and to see new places and to have more time with my family. And actually, family is a third motivational piece, not just family, but having someone else to strive for. So there's your internal, external, and then there's someone else, or whether even it's a pet or your children or a spouse or your parents, but someone else to do something for. And those are the three pillars of motivation of what really lights you up.
Yeah, I love that, because like one of my motivations of my business is to really take care of my mom, right? So that's like a big motivator. To keep growing and to keep, so motivation, I love that. It could be external, internal, and then about someone else, basically.
Yes. And that, until you really define that, and then we forget, because we all have bills to pay. We all have to do these things. And then even as women, we tend to put our own needs and desires on the back burner. We tend to put other people first, which means we're putting ourselves second. So again, it's really being mindful of those, that internal and sometimes you're too internal, that, I'm okay. Like my needs are met and I no longer need anything, but it's again, you're going to slow down without the external motivation. So you really need all three. Find all three, something in each of those three pillars, and you'll always have a way to feel motivated and to feel lit and to make that difference and impact in your life.
Yeah, I like that they're three together, because many people, when I talk about motivation, it's like find the why, right? But you kind of broke it down again. It's like why for your family or someone else, or what lights you up, and and then the external.
Yeah, because it's kind of nice that we're kind of moving away from especially with COVID, all the fancy cars and fancy clothes and shoes, and we're kind of moving away from the materialisticness of it. So I think maybe 10, 15 years ago, it was really driven about what you can get from this. And even Tony Robbins, the best of the best, he used to talk so much more on achievement, and now when you listen to him, he talks more on fulfillment.
Yes.
Right? So there's a difference between achieving and being fulfilled. But in either way, you still need all three. There's nothing wrong with having all three of that. Yeah.
And I think the fulfillment part is so, that's really, for me, drives my motivation, drives my going forward. Because I'm, the external stuff, I'm not very, it's hard for me to grab sometimes. But my own fulfillment and helping other people, maybe that's external. Oh, that's over there.
Yeah, that's definitely internal. It's an internal motivation. Yeah, and sometimes, certain times it'll be stronger in other area and other times in your life, right?
Mm-hmm.
And other things. But it's also, because that's where I was too. I went from being externally motivated to really only being internally motivated, and all of a sudden it was like there was still something missing. I was like, okay, you know what? It's okay and it is that circle of fulfillment. It is like, so you do have to have each of those elements in defining what it means for you, right? You may not want like, the 10-room house. I mean, I know I don't. Who's going to clean all of that, right?
That's
if I do that, then
too.
I gotta get the cleaner, right? Then I have to worry about the cleaning lady in my house all day long. So I just want but just enough of all of each piece and defining that, and then again defining, what your work means to you. Like I love the fact that you have your mom there with you. Like the time is so precious, and that alone is another external motivator, right? Is time. So you're pushing a little bit because you really want to be able to enjoy this time. So that's another great way to keep motivated. Absolutely. I love that.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we're running out of time. This went fast.
It is a construct that we have to use sometimes.
It is. So I know that you have a free gift for our audience.
Yes. So I do have the Magnetic Love Starter Kit. So my program does go through. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Are you? Oh, yeah, Vic. Sorry, no, I thought you had to look for something.
I'm looking for your link.
So I have the Magnetic Love Starter Kit, which comes with a mini ebook and a meditation, as well as for this group only, I am offering a 90-minute bonus private one-on-one session with me. So you just have to click on that link, let me know that you came from Amy, and I would love to have give you a 90-minute conversation.
Oh, that's awesome.
In coaching session.
Oh my gosh. And then you also have your program, which I'm going to put in here.
Yes, the Magnetic Love Method. So that is for single women, and the foundation really is about self-love and best self, and that is all founded, again, through peak performance, through being the peak performer in a regular life. You don't necessarily have, but I do take, high performance athletes as well, looking for relationships, because we do tend to, the woman now is like the go-get-it girl, right? We have it all, and we don't need a man no longer, like necessarily financially, although like there's nothing also wrong with wanting to have a very flourishing and prosperous partnership with somebody, someone aligned with your business and your lifestyle as well. So that's what my program is. And I do dabble into peak performance in all the realms, in terms of even breath work, when she was talking about nitric oxide, and sexuality and intuition, cultivating your intuition, self-love, and really amplifying your best self, so that it's really easy for you to attract the right person to you, instead of you not necessarily going out and grabbing that person. Although there's a little bit of element, you got to do a little bit of that, which is the online. I love the online dating. You don't have much of a choice these days.
No.
And I'm so glad you're having a great time with it. I'm so ecstatic to hear that. Like I hear so many otherwise stories, and I encourage all the women through my program. I have a dating portion as well, an online dating portion on that. So I love the fact that you're doing. I mean, of course you are. Of course you're having a great time dating online.
Yeah, I do. I love men in general, so I love people in general, and as I say, if you're gonna sit down with me, we're gonna have a conversation about something that's gonna be fun and
of course.
So
it doesn't surprise me at all that you're having a great time. Enjoy it while it lasts, because next thing you know, he drops in.
Oh, he's coming, honey. I already know that. I already feel it. All right, so Ivy, thank you so much for
thank you everyone. Yes, get in touch with her. Thank you, Amy.
And go to her website and download her gifts. And I love the 3 pillars. It's really clarified a lot for me. I was like, okay,
yeah, I'm at ivymarilim.com. Everything is on there too. Just get in touch. Okay, thank you, Amy. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay.
So I leave now, right? Leave studio?
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.
All right. So that take that. We're done with day 2 of the Unstoppable You. So next month we will be here April 7th and 8th. This has been an awesome 2 days. So many great tips and so many great moments of clarity. And, you know, as I say, I'm always impressed by all of the experts and you guys submitting your questions and really just this community of giving and curiosity and just being open to even asking a question is huge. So again, thank you for participating. I hope you stay in our community for all of my events that I put out each month. I am doing a 5-day challenge, so look out for that. That's going to be super fun. And go out there and have a beautiful, unstoppable day. Thanks, you guys. Thanks, Casey.